Section 16 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Madame Swann at Home, Part 16. As Odette was not to be long now in doing, Madame Verdurin did indeed entertain the idea of society as her final objective. But her zone of attack was as yet so restricted, and moreover so remote from that in which Odette had some chance of arriving at an identical goal, of breaking the line of defense, that the latter remained absolutely ignorant of the strategic plans which the mistress was elaborating. And it was with the most perfect sincerity that Odette, when anyone spoke to her of Madame Verdurin as a snob, would answer laughingly, "Oh no, quite the opposite. For one thing, she never gets a chance of being a snob. She doesn't know anyone. And then, to do her justice, I must say that she seems quite pleased not to know anyone. No, what she likes are her Wednesdays and people who talk well." And in her heart of hearts she envied Madame Verdurin, for all that she did not despair of having herself, in so eminent a school, succeeded in acquiring them, those arts to which the mistress attached such paramount importance, albeit they did but discriminate between shades of the non-existent, sculpture the void, and were, properly speaking, the arts of nonentity, to wit those, in the lady of a house, of knowing how to bring people together, how to group, how to draw out, to keep in the background, to act as a connecting link. In any case, Madame Swann's friends were impressed when they saw in her house a lady of whom they were accustomed to think only as in her own, in an inseparable setting of her guests, amid the whole of her little group which they were astonished to behold thus suggested, summarized, assembled, packed into a single armchair in the bodily form of the mistress, the hostess turned visitor, muffled in her cloak with its grebe trimming, as shaggy as the white skins that carpeted the drawing-room embowered in which Madame Verdurin was a drawing-room in herself. The more timid among the women thought it prudent to retire, and using the plural, as people do when they mean to hint to the rest of the room that it is wiser not to tire a convalescent who is out of bed for the first time, "Odette," they murmured, "we are going to leave you." They envied Madame Catard, whom the mistress called by her Christian name. "Can I drop you anywhere?" Madame Verdurin asked her, unable to bear the thought that one of the faithful was going to remain behind instead of following her from the room. "Oh, but this lady has been so very kind as to say she'll take me," replied Madame Catard, not wishing to appear to be forgetting, when approached by a more illustrious personage, that she had accepted the offer which Madame Bontemps had made of driving her home behind her cockaded coachman. "I must say that I am always specially grateful to the friends who are so kind as to take me with them in their vehicles. It is a regular godsend to me, who have no automaton." "Especially," broke in the mistress, who felt that she must say something since she knew Madame Bontemps slightly and had just invited her to Wednesdays, "as at Madame de Crécy's house you are not very near home. Oh, good gracious, I shall never get into the way of saying Madame Swann." It was a recognized pleasantry in the little clan, among those who were not over-endowed with wit, to pretend that they could never grow used to saying Madame Swann. "I have been so accustomed to saying Madame de Crécy that I nearly went wrong again." Only Madame Verdurin, when she spoke to Odette, was not content with the nearly, but went wrong on purpose. "Don't you feel afraid, Odette, living out in the wilds like this? I'm sure I shouldn't feel at all comfortable coming home after dark. Besides, it's so damp. It can't be at all good for your husband's eczema. You haven't rats in the house, I hope?" "Oh, dear no. What a horrid idea!" "That's a good thing. I was told you had. I'm glad to know it's not true, because I have a perfect horror of the creatures, and I should never have come to see you again. Good-bye, my dear child. We shall meet again soon. You know what a pleasure it is to me to see you. You don't know how to put your chrysanthemums in water," she went on as she prepared to leave the room, Madame Swann having risen to escort her. "They are Japanese flowers. You must arrange them the same way as the Japanese." I do not agree with Madame Verdurin, although she is the law and the prophets to me in all things. There's no one like you, Odette, for finding such lovely chrysanthemums, or chrysanthema, rather, for it seems that's what we ought to call them now, declared Madame Cottard, as soon as the mistress had shut the door behind her. Dear Madame Verdurin is not always very kind about other people's flowers, said Odette sweetly. Whom do you go to, Odette? Asked Madame Cottard, to forestall any further criticism of the mistress. Lemaitre? I must confess, the other day in Lemaitre's window I saw a huge, great pink bush, which made me do something quite mad. But modesty forbade her to give any more precise details as to the price of the bush, and she said merely that the professor, and you know he's not at all a quick-tempered man, had waved his sword in the air, and told her that she didn't know what money meant. No, I've no regular florist except Dubach. Nor have I, said Madame Cottard, but I confess that I am unfaithful to him now and then with Lachaume. Oh, you forsake him for Lachaume, do you? I must tell Dubach that, retorted Odette, always anxious to show her wit, and to lead the conversation in her own house, where she felt more at her ease than in the little clan. Besides, Lachaume is really becoming too dear. His prices are too excessive, don't you know? I find his prices impossible, she added, laughing. Meanwhile, Madame Bontemps, who had been heard 100 times to declare that nothing would induce her to go to the Verdurins, delighted at being asked to the famous Wednesdays, was planning in her own mind how she could manage to attend as many of them as possible. She was not aware that Madame Verdurin liked people not to miss a single one. Also, she was one of those people whose company is but little sought, who, when a hostess invites them to a series of parties, do not accept and go to them without more ado, like those who know that it is always a pleasure to see them, whenever they have a moment to spare and feel inclined to go out. People of her type deny themselves, it may be, the first evening and third, imagining that their absence will be noticed, and save themselves up for the second and fourth, unless it should happen, having heard from a trustworthy source that the third is to be a particularly brilliant party, they reverse the original order, assuring their hostess that, most unfortunately, we had another engagement last week. So Madame Bontemps was calculating how many Wednesdays there could still be left before Easter, and by what means she might manage to secure one extra, and yet not appear to be thrusting herself upon her hostess. She relied upon Madame Cottard, whom she would have with her in the carriage going home, to give her a few hints. Oh, Madame Bontemps, I see you getting up to go. It is very bad of you to give the signal for flight like that. You owe me some compensation for not turning up last Thursday. Come, sit down again, just for a minute. You can't possibly be going anywhere else before dinner. Really, you won't let yourself be tempted? Went on Madame Swann, and as she held out a plate of cakes. You know, they're not at all bad, these little horrors. They don't look nice, but just taste one. I know you'll like it. On the contrary, they look quite delicious, broke in Madame Cottard. In your house, Odette, one is never short of victuals. I have no need to ask to see the trademark. I know you get everything from Rebatet. I must say that I am more eclectic. For sweet biscuits and everything of that sort, I repair, as often as not, to Bourbonnais. But I agree that they simply don't know what an ice means. Rebatet for everything iced, and syrups and sorbets, they're past masters. As my husband would say, they're the ne plus ultra. Oh, but we just make these in the house. You won't, really? I shan't be able to eat a scrap of dinner, pleaded Madame Bontemps, but I will just sit down again for a moment. You know, I adore talking to a clever woman like you. You will think me highly indiscreet, Odette, but I should so like to know what you thought of that hat Madame Trombert had on. I know, of course, that big hats are the fashion just now. All the same, wasn't it just the least little bit exaggerated? And compared to the hat she came to see me in the other day, the one she had on just now was microscopic. Oh, no, I am not at all clever, said Odette, thinking that this sounded well. I am a perfect simpleton. I believe everything people say, and worry myself to death over the least thing. And she insinuated that she had, just at first, suffered terribly from the thought of having married a man like Swann, who had a separate life of his own and was unfaithful to her. Meanwhile, the Prince d'Agrigente, having caught the words, I am not at all clever, thought it incumbent on him to protest. Unfortunately, he had not the knack of repartee. Tut, 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 cried Madame Bontemps. Not clever, you? That's just what I was saying to myself. What do I hear? The prince clutched at this straw. My ears must have played me false. No, I assure you, went on Odette, I am really just an ordinary woman, very easily shocked, full of prejudices, living in my own little groove, and dreadfully ignorant. And then, in case he had any news of the Baron de Charlus, have you seen our dear baronet? She asked him. You? Ignorant? Cried Madame Bontemps. Then I wonder what you'd say of the official world, all those wives of excellencies who can talk of nothing but their frocks. Listen to this, my friend. Not more than a week ago I happened to mention Lohengrin to the education minister's wife. She stared at me and said, Lohengrin? Oh, yes, the new review at the Folies Bergère. I hear it's a perfect scream. What do you say to that, eh? You can't help yourself. When people say things like that, it makes your blood boil. I could have struck her, because I have a bit of a temper of my own. What do you say, sir? She turned to me. Was I not right? Listen, said Madame Cottard. People can't help answering a little off the mark when they're asked a thing like that point blank, without any warning. I know something about it, because Madame Verdurin also has a habit of putting a pistol to your head. Speaking of Madame Verdurin, Madame Bontemps asked Madame Cottard, do you know who will be there on Wednesday? Oh, I've just remembered that we've accepted an invitation for next Wednesday. You wouldn't care to dine with us on Wednesday week. We could go on together to Madame Verdurin's. I should never dare to go there by myself. I don't know why it is. That great lady always terrifies me. I'll tell you what it is, replied Madame Cottard. What frightened you about Madame Verdurin is her organ. But you see, everyone can't have such a charming organ as Madame Swann. Once you've found your tongue, as the mistress says, the ice will soon be broken. For she's a very easy person, really, to get on with. But I can quite understand what you feel. It's never pleasant to find oneself for the first time in a strange country. Won't you dine with us too? Said Madame Bontemps to Madame Swann. After dinner we could all go to the Verdurins together. Do a Verdurin, even if it means that the mistress will stare me out of countenance and never ask me to the house again. Once we are there, we'll just sit by ourselves and have a quiet talk. I'm sure that's what I should like best. But this assertion can hardly have been quite truthful, for Madame Bontemps went on to ask, Who do you think will be there on Wednesday week? What will they be doing? There won't be too big a crowd, I hope. I certainly shan't be there, said Odette. We shall just look in for a minute on the last Wednesday of all, if you don't mind waiting until then. But Madame Bontemps did not appear to be tempted by the proposal. Granted that the intellectual distinction of a house and its smartness are generally in inverse rather than direct ratio, one must suppose, since Swann found Madame Bontemps attractive, that any forfeiture of position once accepted has the consequence of making us less particular with regard to the people among whom we have resigned ourselves to finding entertainment, less particular with regard to their intelligence as to everything else about them. And if this be true, men, like nations, must see their culture and even their language disappear with their independence. One of the effects of this indulgence is to aggravate the tendency which, after a certain age, we have towards finding pleasure in speeches that are a homage to our own turn of mind, to our weaknesses, an encouragement to us to yield to them. That is the age at which a great artist prefers to the company of original minds that of pupils who have done nothing in common with him, save the letter of his doctrine, who listen to him and offer incense; at which a man or woman of mark, who is living entirely for love, will find that the most intelligent person in a gathering is one perhaps of no distinction, but one who has shown by some utterance that he can understand and approve what is meant by an existence devoted to gallantry, and has thus pleasantly excited the voluptuous instincts of the lover or mistress. It was the age, too, at which Swann, in so far as he had become the husband of Odette, enjoyed hearing Madame Bontemps say how silly it was to have nobody in one's house but duchesses, concluding from that quite the contrary of what he would have decided in the old days at the Verdurins, that she was a good creature, extremely sensible, and not at all a snob, and telling her stories which made her die laughing because she had not heard them before, although she always saw the point at once, liked flattering her for his own amusement. Then the doctor is not mad about flowers like you? Madame Swann asked Madame Cottard. Oh, well, you know, my husband is a sage. He practices moderation in all things. Yes, I must admit he has a passion. Her eye aflame with malice, joy, curiosity. And what is that, pray? Inquired Madame Bontemps. Quite simply, Madame Cottard answered her. Reading. Oh, that's a very restful passion in a husband, cried Madame Bontemps, suppressing an impish laugh. When the doctor gets a book in his hands, you know. Well, that needn't alarm you much. But it does, for his eyesight. I must go now and look after him, Odette, and I shall come back on the very first opportunity and knock at your door. Talking of eyesight, have you heard that the new house Madame Verdurin has just bought is to be lighted by electricity? I didn't get that from my own little secret service, you know, but from quite a different source. It was the electrician himself, Mildet, who told me. You see, I quote my authorities. Even the bedrooms, he says, are to have electric lamps with shades which will filter the light. It is evidently a charming luxury for those who can afford it. But it seems that our contemporaries must absolutely have the newest thing if it's the only one of its kind in the world. Just fancy, the sister-in-law of a friend of mine has had the telephone installed in her house. She can order things from her tradesmen without having to go out of doors. I confess that I've made the most barefaced stratagems to get permission to go there one day, just to speak into the instrument. It's very tempting, but more in a friend's house than at home. I don't think I should like to have the telephone in my establishment. Once the first excitement is over, it must be a perfect racket going on all the time. Now, Odette, I must be off. You're not to keep Madame Bontemps any longer. She's looking after me. I must absolutely tear myself away. You're making me behave in a nice way. I shall be getting home after my husband. And for myself also it was time to return home, before I had tasted those wintry delights of which the chrysanthemums had seemed to me to be the brilliant envelope. These pleasures had not appeared, and yet Madame Swann did not look as though she expected anything more. She allowed the servants to carry away the tea things, as who should say, "Time, please, gentlemen." And at last she did say to me, "Really? Must you go? Very well, good-bye." I felt that I might have stayed there without encountering those unknown pleasures, and that my unhappiness was not the cause of my having to forego them. Were they to be found, then, situated not upon that beaten track of hours which leads one always to the moment of departure, but rather upon some cross-road, unknown to me, along which I ought to have digressed? At least the object of my visit had been attained. Gilbert would know that I had come to see her parents when she was not at home, and that I had, as Madame Cottard had incessantly assured me, made a complete conquest, first shot of Madame Verdurin, whom, she added, she had never seen make so much of anyone. You and she must have hooked atoms. She would know that I had spoken of her as was fitting, with affection, but that I had not that incapacity for living without our seeing one another which I believed to be at the root of the boredom that she had shown at our last meetings. I had told Madame Swann that I should not be able to see Gilbert again. I had said this as though I had finally decided not to see her any more, and the letter which I was going to send Gilbert would be framed on those lines. Only to myself, to fortify my courage, I proposed no more than a supreme and concentrated effort, lasting a few days only. I said to myself, this is the last time that I shall refuse to meet her. I shall accept the next invitation. To make our separation less difficult to realize, I did not picture it to myself as final, but I knew very well that it would be. The 1st of January was exceptionally painful to me that winter. So no doubt is everything that marks a date and an anniversary when we are unhappy. But if our unhappiness is due to the loss of some dear friend, our suffering consists merely in an unusually vivid comparison of the present with the past. There was added to this, in my case, the unexpressed hope that Gilbert, having intended to leave me to take the first steps towards a reconciliation, and discovering that I had not taken them, had been waiting only for the excuse of New Year's Day to write to me, saying, "What is the matter? I am madly in love with you. Come, let us explain things properly. I cannot live without seeing you." As the last days of the old year went by, such a letter began to seem probable. It was, perhaps, nothing of the sort, but to make us believe that such a thing is probable, the desire, the need that we have for it, suffices. The soldier is convinced that a certain interval of time, capable of being indefinitely prolonged, will be allowed him before the bullet finds him, the thief before he is taken, men in general before they have to die. That is, the amulet which preserves people, and sometimes peoples, not from danger, but from the fear of danger, in reality from the belief in danger, which in certain cases allows them to brave it without their actually needing to be brave. It is confidence of this sort, and with as little foundation, that sustains the lover who is counting upon a reconciliation, upon a letter. For me to cease to expect a letter, it would have sufficed that I should have ceased to wish for one. However unimportant one may know that one is in the eyes of her whom one still loves, one attributes to her a series of thoughts, though their sum total be indifference, the intention to express those thoughts, a complication of her inner life in which one is the constant object, possibly out of her antipathy, but certainly of her attention. But to imagine what was going on in Gilbert's mind, I should have required simply the power to anticipate on that New Year's Day what I should feel on the first day of any of the years to come, when the attention or the silence or the affection or the coldness of Gilbert would pass almost unnoticed by me, and I should not dream, should not even be able to dream of seeking a solution of problems which would have ceased to perplex me. When we are in love, our love is too big a thing for us to be able altogether to contain it within us. It radiates towards the beloved object, finds in her a surface which arrests it, forcing it to return to its starting point, and it is this shock of the repercussion of our own affection which we call the other's regard for ourselves, and which pleases us more then than on its outward journey, because we do not recognize it as having originated in ourselves. New Year's Day rang out all its hours without there coming to me that letter from Gilbert. And as I received a few others containing greetings tardy or retarded by the overburdening of the mails at that season, on the 3rd and 4th of January I hoped still, but my hope grew hourly more faint. Upon the days that followed, I gazed through a mist of tears. This undoubtedly meant that, having been less sincere than I thought in my renunciation of Gilbert, I had kept the hope of a letter from her for the new year. And seeing that hope exhausted before I had had time to shelter myself behind another, I suffered as would an invalid who had emptied his phial of morphia without having another within his reach. But perhaps also in my case, and these two explanations are not mutually exclusive, for a single feeling is often made up of contrary elements, the hope that I entertained of ultimately receiving a letter had brought to my mind's eye once again the image of Gilbert, had reawakened the emotions which the expectation of finding myself in her presence, the sight of her, her way of treating me, had aroused in me before. The immediate possibility of a reconciliation had suppressed in me that faculty, the immense importance of which we are apt to overlook, the faculty of resignation. Neurasthenics find it impossible to believe the friends who assure them that they will gradually recover their peace of mind if they will stay in bed and receive no letters, read no newspapers. They imagine that such a course will only exasperate their twitching nerves. And similarly, lovers, who look upon it from their enclosure in a contrary state of mind, who have not begun yet to make trial of it, are unable to believe in the healing power of renunciation. In consequence of the violence of my palpitations, my doses of caffeine were reduced. The palpitations ceased. Whereupon I asked myself whether it was not to some extent the drug that had been responsible for the anguish that I had felt when I came near to quarreling with Gilbert, an anguish which I had attributed, on every recurrence of it, to the distressing prospect of never seeing my friend again, or of running the risk of seeing her only when she was a prey to the same ill humor. But if this medicine had been at the root of the sufferings which my imagination must in that case have interpreted wrongly, not that there would be anything extraordinary in that, seeing that among lovers the most acute mental suffering assumes often the physical identity of the woman with whom they are living, it had been, in that sense, like the philtre which, long after they have drunk of it, continues to bind Tristan to Isolde. For the physical improvement which the reduction of my caffeine effected, almost at once did not arrest the evolution of that grief which my absorption of the toxin had perhaps, if it had not created it, at any rate contrived to render more acute. Only, As the middle of the month of January approached, once my hopes of a letter on New Year's Day had been disappointed, once the additional disturbance that had come with their disappointment had grown calm, it was my old sorrow, that of before the holidays, which began again. What was perhaps the most cruel thing about it was that I myself was its architect, unconscious, willful, merciless, and patient. The one thing that mattered, my relations with Gilbert, it was I who was laboring to make them impossible by gradually creating out of this prolonged separation from my friend, not indeed her indifference, but what would come to the same thing in the end, my own. It was to a slow and painful suicide of that part of me which was Gilbert's lover that I was goading myself with untiring energy, with a clear sense not only of what I was presently doing, but of what must result from it in the future. I knew not only that after a certain time I should cease to love Gilbert, but also that she herself would regret it, and that the attempts which she would then make to see me would be as vain as those that she was making now. No longer because I loved her too well, but because I should certainly be in love with some other woman whom I should continue to desire, to wait for, through hours of which I should not dare to divert any particle of a second to Gilbert, who would be nothing to me then. And no doubt, at that very moment in which, since I was determined not to see her again, unless after a formal request for an explanation or a full confession of love on her part, neither of which was in the least degree likely to come to me now, I had already lost Gilbert, and loved her more than ever, and could feel all that she was to me better than in the previous year, when spending all my afternoons in her company, or as many as I chose, I believed that no peril threatened our friendship. No doubt at that moment the idea that I should one day entertain identical feelings for another was odious to me, for that idea carried me away beyond the range of Gilbert, my love, and my sufferings. My love, my sufferings, in which, through my tears, I attempted to discern precisely what Gilbert was, and was obliged to recognize that they did not pertain exclusively to her, but would, sooner or later, be some other woman's portion. So that, or such at least was my way of thinking then, we are always detached from our fellow creatures. When a man loves one of them, he feels that his love is not labeled with their two names, but may be born again in the future, may have been born already in the past for another and not for her. And in the time when he is not in love, if he makes up his mind philosophically as to what it is that is inconsistent in love, he will find that the love of which he can speak unmoved he did not, at the moment of speaking, feel, and therefore did not know, knowledge in these matters being intermittent and not outlasting the actual presence of the sentiment. That future, in which I should not love Gilbert, which my sufferings helped me to divine, although my imagination was not yet able to form a clear picture of it, certainly there would still have been time to warn Gilbert that it was gradually taking shape, that its coming was, if not imminent, at least inevitable, if she herself, Gilbert, did not come to my rescue and destroy in the germ my nascent indifference. How often was I not on the point of writing, or of going to Gilbert to tell her, "Take care, my mind is made up. What I am doing now is my supreme effort. I am seeing you for the last time. Very soon I shall have ceased to love you." But to what end? By what authority should I have reproached Gilbert for an indifference which, not that I considered myself guilty on that count, I too manifested towards everything that was not herself? The last time. To me, that appeared as something of immense significance because I was in love with Gilbert. On her it would doubtless have made just as much impression as those letters in which our friends ask whether they may pay us a visit before they finally leave the country. An offer which, like those made by tiresome women who are in love with us, we decline because we have pleasures of our own in prospect. The time which we have at our disposal every day is elastic. The passions that we feel expand it, those that we inspire contract it, and habit fills up what remains. Besides, what good would it have done me if I had spoken to Gilbert? She would not have understood me. We imagine always when we speak that it is our own ears, our own mind, that are listening. My words would have come to her only in a distorted form, as though they had had to pass through the moving curtain of a waterfall before they reached my friend, unrecognizable, giving a foolish sound, having no longer any kind of meaning. The truth which one puts into one's words does not make a direct path for itself, is not supported by irresistible evidence. A considerable time must elapse before a truth of the same order can take shape in the words themselves. Then the political opponent, who despite all argument, every proof that he has advanced to damn the votary of the rival doctrine as a traitor, will himself have come to share the hated conviction by which he who once sought in vain to disseminate it is no longer bound. Then the masterpiece of literature, which for the admirers who read it aloud seemed to make self-evident the proofs of its excellence, while to those who listened it presented only a senseless or commonplace image, will by these too be proclaimed a masterpiece, but too late for the author to learn of their discovery. Similarly in love, the barriers, do what one may, cannot be broken down from without by him whom they maddeningly exclude. It is when he is no longer concerned with them that suddenly, as a result of an effort directed from elsewhere, accomplished within the heart of her who did not love him, those barriers which he has charged without success will fall to no advantage. If I had come to Gilbert to tell her of my future indifference and the means of preventing it, she would have assumed from my action that my love for her, the need that I had of her, were even greater than I had supposed, and her distaste for the sight of me would thereby have been increased. And incidentally, it is quite true that it was that love for her which helped me, by means of the incongruous states of mind which it successively produced in me, to foresee, more clearly than she herself could, the end of that love. And yet some such warning I might perhaps have addressed, by letter or with my own lips, to Gilbert, after a long enough interval, which would render her, it is true, less indispensable to me, but would also have proved to her that she was not so indispensable. Unfortunately, certain persons, of good or evil intent, spoke of me to her in a fashion which must have led her to think that they were doing so at my request. Whenever I thus learned that Cottard, my own mother, even Monsieur de Naupois, had by a few ill-chosen words rendered useless all the sacrifice that I had just been making, wasted all the advantage of my reserve by giving me, wrongly, the appearance of having emerged from it, I was doubly angry. In the first place, I could no longer reckon from any date but the present my laborious and fruitful abstention which these tiresome people had, unknown to me, interrupted, and so brought to nothing. And not only that, I should have less pleasure in seeing Gilbert, who would think of me now no longer as containing myself in dignified resignation, but as plotting in the dark for an interview which she had scorned to grant me. I cursed all the idle chatter of people who so often, without any intention of hurting us or of doing us a service, for no reason, for talking's sake, often because we ourselves have not been able to refrain from talking in their presence, and because they are indiscreet, as we ourselves are, do us at a crucial moment so much harm. It is true that in the grim operation performed for the eradication of our love, they are far from playing a part equal to that played by two persons who are in the habit, from excess of good nature in one and of malice in the other, of undoing everything at the moment when everything is on the point of being settled. But against these two persons we bear no such grudge as against the inopportune Cottards of this world, for the latter of them is the person whom we love, and the former is ourself. End of section 16. Section 17 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Madame Swann at Home, Part 17. Meanwhile, since on almost every occasion of my going to see her, Madame Swann would invite me to come to tea another day, with her daughter, and tell me to reply directly to her, I was constantly writing to Gilbert, and in this correspondence I did not choose the expressions which might, I felt, have won her over, sought only to carve out the easiest channel for the torrent of my tears. For, like desire, Regret seeks not to be analyzed, but to be satisfied. When one begins to love, one spends one's time not in getting to know what one's love really is, but in making it possible to meet the next day. When one abandons love, one seeks not to know one's grief, but to offer to her who is causing it that expression of it which seems to one the most moving. One says the things which one feels the need of saying, and which the other will not understand. One speaks for oneself alone. I wrote. I had thought that it would not be possible. Alas, I see now that it is not so difficult. I said also, I shall probably not see you again. I said it while I continued to avoid showing a coldness which she might think affected, and the words as I wrote them made me weep because I felt that they expressed not what I should have liked to believe, but what was probably going to happen. For at the next request for a meeting which she would convey to me, I should have again, as I had now, the courage not to yield, and what, with one refusal and another, I should gradually come to the moment when, by virtue of not having seen her again, I should not wish to see her. I wept, but I found courage enough to sacrifice. I tasted the sweets of sacrificing the happiness of being with her to the probability of seeming attractive to her one day, a day when, alas, my seeming attractive to her would be immaterial to me. Even the supposition, albeit so far from likely, that at this moment, as she had pretended during the last visit that I had paid her, she loved me, that what I took for the boredom which one feels in the company of a person of whom one has grown tired, had been due only to a jealous susceptibility, to a feint of indifference analogous to my own, only rendered my decision less painful. It seemed to me that in years to come, when we had forgotten one another, when I should be able to look back and tell her that this letter which I was now in course of writing had not been for one moment sincere, she would answer, "What? You really did love me, did you? If you had only known how I waited for that letter, how I hoped that you were coming to see me, how I cried when I read it." The thought, while I was writing it, immediately on my return from her mother's house, that I was perhaps helping to bring about that very misunderstanding, that thought, by the sadness in which it plunged me, by the pleasure of imagining that I was loved by Gilbert, gave me the impulse to continue my letter. If, at the moment of leaving Madame Swann, when her tea party ended, I was thinking of what I was going to write to her daughter, Madame Cottard, as she departed, had been filled with thoughts of a wholly different order. On her little tour of inspection, she had not failed to congratulate Madame Swann on the new pieces, the recent acquisitions, which caught the eye in her drawing-room. She could see among them some, though only a very few of the things that Odette had had in the old days in the Rue La Pérouse. For instance, her animals carved in precious stones, her fetishes. For since Madame Swann had picked up from a friend whose opinion she valued the word dowdy, which had opened to her a new horizon because it denoted precisely those things which a few years earlier she had considered smart, all those things had, one after another, followed into retirement the gilded trellis that had served as background to her chrysanthemums, innumerable boxes of sweets from Giraud's, and the cornetted note-paper, not to mention the coins of gilt pasteboard littered about on the mantelpieces, which, even before she had come to know Swann, a man of taste had advised her to sacrifice. Moreover, in the artistic disorder, the studio-like confusion of the rooms, whose walls were still painted in somber colors which made them as different as possible from the white enameled drawing-rooms in which, a little later, you were to find Madame Swann installed, the Far East recoiled more and more before the invading forces of the 18th century, and the cushions which, to make me comfortable, Madame Swann heaped up and buffeted into position behind my back, were sprinkled with Louis XV garlands, and not, as of old, with Chinese dragons. In the room in which she was usually to be found, and of which she would say, "Yes, I like this room, I use it a great deal. I couldn't live with a lot of horrid, vulgar things swearing at me all the time. This is where I do my work." Though she never stated precisely at what she was working. Was it a picture? A book, perhaps, for the hobby of writing was beginning to become common among women who liked to do something, not to be quite useless. She was surrounded by Dresden pieces, having a fancy for that sort of porcelain, which she would name with an English accent, saying it in connection. "How pretty that is! It reminds me of Dresden flowers." And dreaded for them even more than in the old days for her grotesque figures and her flower pots the ignorant handling of her servants who must expiate, every now and then, the anxiety that they had caused her by submitting to outbursts of rage at which Swann, the most courteous and considerate of all masters, looked on without being shocked. Not that the clear perception of certain weaknesses in those whom we love in any way diminishes our affection for them. Rather, that affection makes us find those weaknesses charming. Rarely nowadays was it in one of those Japanese wrappers that Odette received her familiars, but rather in the bright and billowing silk of a Watteau gown, whose flowering foam she made as though to caress where it covered her bosom, and in which she immersed herself, looking solemn, splashed, and sported, with such an air of comfort, of a cool skin, and long-drawn breath, that she seemed to look on these garments not as something decorative, a mere setting for herself, but as necessary, in the same way as her tub or her daily outing, to satisfy the requirements of her style of beauty and the niceties of hygiene. She used often to say that she would go without bread rather than give up art and having nice things about her, and that the burning of the Gioconda would distress her infinitely more than the destruction, by the same element, of millions of the people she knew. Theories which seemed paradoxical to her friends, but made her pass among them as a superior woman, and qualified her to receive a visit once a week from the Belgian minister, so that in the little world whose son she was, everyone would have been greatly astonished to learn that elsewhere, at the Verdurin's, for instance, she was reckoned a fool. It was this vivacity of expression that made Madame Swann prefer men's society to women's. But when she criticized the latter it was always from the courtesan's standpoint, singling out the blemishes that might lower them in the esteem of men: a lumpy figure, a bad complexion, inability to spell, hairy legs, foul breath, penciled eyebrows. But towards a woman who had shown her kindness or indulgence in the past, she was more lenient, especially if this woman were now in trouble. She would defend her warmly, saying, "People are not fair to her. I assure you she's quite a nice woman, really." It was not only the furniture of Odette's drawing-room, it was Odette herself that Madame Cottard and all those who had frequented the society of Madame de Crécy would have found it difficult, if they had not seen her for some little time, to recognize. She seemed to be so much younger. No doubt this was partly because she had grown stouter, was in better condition, seemed at once calmer, more cool, more restful, and also because the new way in which she braided her hair gave more breadth to a face which was animated by an application of pink powder, and into which her eyes and profile, formerly too prominent, seemed now to have been reabsorbed. But another reason for this change lay in the fact that, having reached the turning point of life, Odette had at length discovered or invented a physiognomy of her own, an unalterable character, a style of beauty. And on her incoherent features, which for so long, exposed to every hazard, every weakness of the flesh, borrowing for a moment at the slightest fatigue from the years to come, a sort of flickering shadow of anility, had furnished her, well or ill, according to how she was feeling, how she was looking, with a countenance dishevelled, inconstant, formless, and attractive, had now set this fixed type, as it were, an immortal youthfulness. Swann had in his room, instead of the handsome photographs that were now taken of his wife, in all of which the same cryptic, victorious expression enabled one to recognize, in whatever dress and hat, her triumphant face and figure, a little old daguerreotype of her, quite plain, taken long before the appearance of this new type, so that the youth and beauty of Odette, which she had not yet discovered when it was taken, appeared to be missing from it. But it is probable that Swann, having remained constant, or having reverted to a different conception of her, enjoyed in the slender young woman with pensive eyes and tired features, caught in a pose between rest and motion, a more Botticellian charm. For he still liked to recognize in his wife one of Botticelli's figures. Odette, who, on the other hand, sought not to bring out but to make up for, to cover and conceal the points in herself that did not please her, what might perhaps to an artist express her character, but in her woman's eyes were merely blemishes, would not have that painter mentioned in her presence. Swann had a wonderful scarf of oriental silk, blue and pink, which he had bought because it was exactly that worn by Our Lady in the Magnificat. But Madame Swann refused to wear it. Once only she allowed her husband to order her a dress covered all over with daisies, cornflowers, forget-me-nots, and campanulas, like that of the Primavera. And sometimes in the evening, when she was tired, he would quietly draw my attention to the way in which she was giving, quite unconsciously, to her pensive hands the uncontrolled, almost distraught movement of the Virgin who dips her pen into the ink-pot that the angel holds out to her, before writing upon the sacred page on which is already traced the word Magnificat. But he added, "Whatever you do, don't say anything about it to her. If she knew she was doing it, she would change her pose at once." Save at these moments of involuntary relaxation, in which Swann essayed to recapture the melancholy cadence of Botticelli, Odette seemed now to be cut out in a single figure, wholly confined within a line, which, following the contours of the woman, had abandoned the winding paths, the capricious re-entrants and salients, the radial points, the elaborate dispersions of the fashions of former days, but also, where it was her anatomy that went wrong by making unnecessary digressions within or without the ideal circumference traced for it, was able to rectify, by a bold stroke, the errors of nature, to make up, along a whole section of its course, for the failure as well of the human as of the textile element. The pads, the preposterous bustle had disappeared, as well as those tailed corsets which, projecting under the skirt and stiffened by rods of whalebone, had so long amplified Odette with an artificial stomach, and had given her the appearance of being composed of several incongruous pieces which there was no individuality to bind together. The vertical fall of fringes, the curve of trimmings, had made way for the inflection of a body which made silk palpitate as a siren stirs the waves, gave to cambric a human expression now that it had been liberated, like a creature that had taken shape and drawn breath from the long chaos and nebulous envelopment of fashions at length dethroned. But Madame Swann had contrived to preserve some vestiges of certain of these, in the very thick of the more recent fashions that had supplanted them. When in the evening, finding myself unable to work, and feeling certain that Gilbert had gone to the theatre with friends, I paid a surprise visit to her parents. I used often to find Madame Swann in an elegant dishabille, the skirt of which, of one of those dark rich colors, blood red or orange, which seemed always as though they meant something very special because they were no longer the fashion, was crossed diagonally, though not concealed by a broad band of black lace which recalled the flounces of an earlier day. When on a still chilly afternoon in spring she had taken me, before my rupture with her daughter, to the Jardin d'Acclimatation, under her coat, which she opened or buttoned up according as the exercise made her feel warm, the dog-tooth border of her blouse suggested a glimpse of the lapel of some non-existent waistcoat, such as she had been accustomed to wear, some years earlier, when she had liked their edges to have the same slight indentations, and her scarf, of that same Scotch tartan, to which she had remained faithful, but whose tones she had so far softened, red becoming pink, and blue lilac, that one might almost have taken it for one of those pigeon's breast taffetas which were the latest novelty, was knotted in such a way under her chin, without one's being able to make out where it was fastened, that one could not help being reminded of those bonnet strings which were now no longer worn. She need only hold out like this for a little longer, and young men attempting to understand her theory of dress would say, "Madame Swann is quite a period in herself, isn't she?" As in a fine literary style which overlays with its different forms and so strengthens a tradition which lies concealed among them, so in Madame Swann's attire those half-hinted memories of waistcoats or of ringlets, sometimes a tendency, at once repressed, towards the all-aboard, or even a distant and vague allusion to the chase-me kept alive beneath the concrete form, the unfinished likeness of other, older forms, which you would not have succeeded now in making a tailor or a dressmaker reproduce, but about which your thoughts incessantly hovered, and enwrapped Madame Swann in a cloak of nobility, perhaps because the sheer uselessness of these fripperies made them seem meant to serve some more than utilitarian purpose, perhaps because of the traces they preserved of vanished years, or else because there was a sort of personality permeating this lady's wardrobe, which gave to the most dissimilar of her costumes a distinct family likeness. One felt that she did not dress simply for the comfort or the adornment of her body. She was surrounded by her garments as by the delicate and spiritualized machinery of a whole form of civilization. When Gilbert, who as a rule gave her tea parties on the days when her mother was at home, had for some reason to go out, and I was therefore free to attend Madame Swann's kettle-drum, I would find her dressed in one of her lovely gowns, some of which were of taffeta, others of grosgrain, or of velvet, or of crêpe de chine, or satin, or silk, gowns which, not being loose like those that she generally wore in the house, but buttoned up tight as though she were just going out in them, gave to her stay-at-home laziness on those afternoons something alert and energetic. And no doubt the daring simplicity of their cut was singularly appropriate to her figure and to her movements, which her sleeves appeared to be symbolizing in colors that varied from day to day. One would have said that there was a sudden determination in the blue velvet, an easy-going good humor in the white taffeta, and that a sort of supreme discretion full of dignity in her way of holding out her arm had, in order to become visible, put on the appearance, dazzling with the smile of one who had made great sacrifices, of the black crêpe de chine. But at the same time, these animated gowns took from the complication of their trimmings, none of which had any practical value or served any conceivable purpose, something detached, pensive, secret, in harmony with the melancholy which Madame Swann never failed to show, at least in the shadows under her eyes and the drooping arches of her hands. Beneath a profusion of sapphire charms, enameled four-leaf clovers, silver medals, gold medallions, turquoise amulets, ruby chains, and topaz chestnuts, there would be on the dress itself some design carried out in color which pursued across the surface of an inserted panel a preconceived existence of its own, some row of little satin buttons which buttoned nothing and could not be unbuttoned, a strip of braid that sought to please the eye with the minuteness, the discretion of a delicate reminder, and these, as well as the trinkets, had the effect, for otherwise there would have been no possible justification of their presence, of disclosing a secret intention, being a pledge of affection, keeping a secret, ministering to a superstition, commemorating a recovery from sickness, a granted wish, a love affair, or a Philippine. And now and then in the blue velvet of the bodice a hint of slashes, in the Henri II style. In the gown of black satin a slight swelling which, if it was in the sleeves, just below the shoulders, made one think of the leg of mutton sleeves of 1830. Or if, on the other hand, it was beneath the skirt, with its Louis XV panniers, gave the dress a just perceptible air of being fancy dress, and at all events, by insinuating beneath the life of the present day a vague reminiscence of the past, blended with the person of Madame Swann the charm of certain heroines of history or romance. And if I were to draw her attention to this, "I don't play golf," she would answer, "like so many of my friends, so I should have no excuse for going about as they do in sweaters." In the confusion of her drawing-room, on her way from showing out one visitor, or with a plate full of cakes to tempt another, Madame Swann, as she passed by me, would take me aside for a moment. "I have special instructions from Gilbert that you are to come to luncheon the day after tomorrow. As I wasn't sure of seeing you here, I was going to write you if you hadn't come." I continued to resist, and this resistance was costing me steadily less and less, because however much one may love the poison that is destroying one, when one has compulsorily to do without it, and has had to do without it for some time past, one cannot help attaching a certain value to the peace of mind which one had ceased to know, to the absence of emotion and suffering. If one is not altogether sincere in assuring oneself that one does not wish ever to see again her whom one loves, One would not be a whit more sincere in saying that one would like to see her. For no doubt can one endure her absence only when one promises oneself that it shall not be for long, and thinks of the day on which one shall see her again. But at the same time, one feels how much less painful are those daily recurring dreams of a meeting immediate and incessantly postponed, than would be an interview which might be followed by a spasm of jealousy, with the result that the news that one is shortly to see her whom one loves would cause a disturbance which would be none too pleasant. What one procrastinates now from day to day is no longer the end of the intolerable anxiety caused by separation. It is the dreaded renewal of emotions which can lead to nothing. How infinitely one prefers to any such interview the docile memory which one can supplement at one's pleasure with dreams, in which she who in reality does not love one seems, far from that, to be making protestations of her love for one, when one is by oneself. That memory which one can contrive, by blending gradually with it a portion of what one desires, to render as pleasing as one may choose, how infinitely one prefers it to the avoided interview in which one would have to deal with a creature to whom one could no longer dictate at one's pleasure the words that one would like to hear on her lips, but from whom one would meet with fresh coldness, unlooked for violence. We know, all of us, when we no longer love, that forgetfulness, that even a vague memory do not cause us so much suffering as an ill-starred love. It was of such forgetfulness that in anticipation I preferred, without acknowledging it to myself, the reposeful tranquillity. Moreover, whatever discomfort there may be in such a course of physical detachment and isolation grows steadily less for another reason, namely that it weakens while it is in process of healing that fixed obsession which is a state of love. Mine was still strong enough for me to be able to count upon recapturing my old position in Gilbert's estimation, which in view of my deliberate abstention must, it seemed to me, be steadily increasing. In other words, each of those calm and melancholy days on which I did not see her, coming one after the other without interruption, continuing too without prescription, unless some busybody were to meddle in my affairs, was a day not lost, but gained. Gained to no purpose, it might be, for presently they would be able to pronounce that I was healed. Resignation, modulating our habits, allows certain elements of our strength to be indefinitely increased. Those, so wretchedly inadequate that I had had to support my grief on the first evening of my rupture with Gilbert, had since multiplied to an incalculable power. Only, the tendency which everything that exists has to prolong its own existence is sometimes interrupted by sudden impulses to which we give way with all the fewer scruples over letting ourselves go, since we know for how many days, for how many months even, we have been able, and might still be able to abstain. And often it is, when the purse in which we hoard our savings is nearly full, that we undo and empty it. It is without waiting for the result of our medical treatment, and when we have succeeded in growing accustomed to it, that we abandon it. So one day, when Madame Swann was repeating her familiar statement of what a pleasure it would be to Gilbert to see me, thus putting the happiness of which I had now for so long been depriving myself, as it were, within arm's length, I was stupefied by the realization that it was still possible for me to enjoy that pleasure, and I could hardly wait until next day, when I had made up my mind to take Gilbert by surprise in the evening before dinner. End of section 17. Section 18 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Madame Swann at Home, Part 18. What helped me to remain patient throughout the long day that followed was another plan that I had made. From the moment in which everything was forgotten, in which I was reconciled to Gilbert, I no longer wished to visit her save as a lover. Every day she should receive from me the finest flowers that grew, and if Madame Swann, albeit she had no right to be too severe a mother, should forbid my making a daily offering of flowers, I should find other gifts, more precious and less frequent. My parents did not give me enough money for me to be able to buy expensive things. I thought of a big bowl of old Chinese porcelain which had been left to me by Aunt Leonie, and of which Mamma prophesied daily that Francois would come running to her with an, "Oh, it's all come to pieces," and that would be the end of it. Would it not be wiser, in that case, to part with it, to sell it so as to be able to give Gilbert all the pleasure I could? I felt sure that I could easily get 1,000 francs for it. I had it tied up in paper. I had grown so used to it that I had ceased altogether to notice it. Parting with it had at least the advantage of making me realize what it was like. I took it with me as I started for the Swann's, and giving the driver their address, told him to go by the Champs-Élysées, at one end of which was the shop of a big dealer in Oriental things, who knew my father. Greatly to my surprise, he offered me there and then not 1,000, but 10,000 francs for the bowl. I took the notes with rapture. Every day for a whole year I could smother Gilbert in roses and lilac. When I left the shop and got into my cab again, the driver, naturally enough since the Swanns lived out by the Bois, instead of taking the ordinary way, began to drive me along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. He had just passed the end of the Rue de Berry, when, in the failing light, I thought I saw, close to the Swann's house, but going in the other direction, going away from it, Gilbert, who was walking slowly, though with a firm step, by the side of a young man with whom she was conversing, but whose face I could not distinguish. I stood up in the cab, meaning to tell the driver to stop, then hesitated. The strolling couple were already some way away, and the parallel lines which their leisurely progress was quietly drawing were on the verge of disappearing in the Elysian gloom. A moment later I had reached Gilbert's door. I was received by Madame Swann. "Oh, she will be sorry," was my greeting. "I can't think why she is in. She came home just now from a lesson, complaining of the heat, and said she was going out for a little fresh air with another girl." "I fancy I passed her in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées." "Oh, I don't think it can have been. Anyhow, don't mention it to her father. He doesn't approve of her going out at this time of night. Must you go? Goodbye." I left her, told my driver to go home the same way, but found no trace of the two walking figures. Where had they been? What were they saying to one another in the darkness, so confidentially? I returned home, desperately clutching my windfall of 10,000 francs, which would have enabled me to arrange so many pleasant surprises for that Gilbert whom now I had made up my mind never to see again. No doubt my call at the dealer's had brought me happiness, by allowing me to expect that in future, whenever I saw my friend, she would be pleased with me and grateful. But if I had not called there, if my cabman had not taken the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, I should not have seen Gilbert with that young man. Thus a single action may have two contradictory effects, and the misfortune that it engenders cancelled the good fortune that it has already brought one. There had befallen me the opposite of what so frequently happens. We desire some pleasure, and the material means of obtaining it are lacking. It is a mistake, La Bruyère tells us, to be in love without an ample fortune. There is nothing for it but to attempt a gradual elimination of our desire for that pleasure. In my case, however, the material means had been forthcoming, but at the same moment, if not by a logical effect, at any rate as a fortuitous consequence of that initial success, my pleasure had been snatched from me. As for that matter, it seems as though it must always be. As a rule, however, not on the same evening on which we have acquired what makes it possible. Usually we continue to struggle and to hope for a little longer, but the pleasure can never be realized. If we succeed in overcoming the force of circumstances, nature at once shifts the battleground, placing it within ourselves, and effects a gradual change in our hearts until it desires something other than what it is going to obtain. And if this transposition has been so rapid that our heart has not had time to change, nature does not, on that account, despair of conquering us, in a manner more gradual, it is true, more subtle, but no less efficacious. It is then, at the last moment, that the possession of our happiness is wrested from us, or rather it is that very possession which nature, with diabolical cleverness, uses to destroy our happiness. After failure in every quarter of the domain of life and action, It is a final incapacity, the mental incapacity for happiness that nature creates in us. The phenomenon of happiness either fails to appear or at once gives way to the bitterest of reactions. I put my 10,000 francs in a drawer, but they were no longer of any use to me. I ran through them, as it happened, even sooner than if I had sent flowers every day to Gilbert, for when evening came I was always too wretched to stay in the house, and used to go and pour out my sorrows upon the bosoms of women whom I did not love. As for seeking to give any sort of pleasure to Gilbert, I no longer thought of that. To visit her house again now could only have added to my sufferings. Even the sight of Gilbert, which would have been so exquisite a pleasure only yesterday, would no longer have sufficed me. For I should have been miserable all the time that I was not actually with her. That is how a woman, by every fresh torture that she inflicts on us, increases, often quite unconsciously, her power over us, and at the same time our demands upon her. With each injury that she does us, she encircles us more and more completely, doubles our chains, but halves the strength of those which hitherto we had thought adequate to bind her in order that we might retain our own peace of mind. Only yesterday, had I not been afraid of annoying Gilbert, I should have been content to ask for no more than occasional meetings, which now would no longer have contented me, and for which I should now have substituted quite different terms. For in this respect love is not like war. After the battle is ended, we renew the fight with keener ardor, which we never cease to intensify the more thoroughly we are defeated, provided always that we are still in a position to give battle. This was not my position with regard to Gilbert. Also, I preferred at first not to see her mother again. I continued, it is true, to assure myself that Gilbert did not love me, that I had known this for ever so long, that I could see her again if I chose, and if I did not choose, forget her in course of time. But these ideas, like a remedy which has no effect upon certain complaints, had no power whatsoever to obliterate those two parallel lines which I kept on seeing, traced by Gilbert and the young man as they slowly disappeared along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. This was a fresh misfortune, which, like the rest, would gradually lose its force, a fresh image which would one day present itself to my mind's eye completely purged of every noxious element that it now contained, like those deadly poisons which one can handle without danger, or like a crumb of dynamite which one can use to light one's cigarette without fear of an explosion. Meanwhile, there was in me another force which was striving with all its might to overpower that unwholesome force which still showed me, without alteration, the figure of Gilbert walking in the dusk. To meet and to break the shock of the renewed assault of memory, I had, toiling effectively on the other side, imagination. The former force did indeed continue to show me that couple walking in the Champs-Élysées, and offered me other disagreeable pictures drawn from the past, as, for instance, Gilbert shrugging her shoulders when her mother asked her to stay and entertain me. But the other force, working upon the canvas of my hopes, outlined a future far more attractively developed than this poor past, which, after all, was so restricted. For 1 minute in which I saw Gilbert's sullen face, how many were there in which I planned to my own satisfaction all the steps that she was to take towards our reconciliation, perhaps even towards our betrothal. It is true that this force, which my imagination was concentrating upon the future, it was drawing, for all that, from the past. I was still in love with her whom, it is true, I believed that I detested. But whenever anyone told me that I was looking well or was nicely dressed, I wished that she could have been there to see me. I was irritated by the desire that many people showed about this time to ask me to their houses, and refused all their invitations. There was a scene at home because I did not accompany my father to an official dinner at which the Bontemps were to be present with their niece, Albertine, a young girl still hardly more than a child. So it is that the different periods of our life overlap one another. We scornfully decline, because of one whom we love, and who will some day be of so little account, to see another who is of no account today, with whom we shall be in love tomorrow, with whom we might, perhaps, had we consented to see her now, have fallen in love a little earlier, and who would thus have put a term to our present sufferings, bringing others, it is true, in their place. Mine were steadily growing less. I had the surprise of discovering in my own heart one sentiment one day, another the next, generally inspired by some hope or some fear relative to Gilbert. To the Gilbert whom I kept within me. I ought to have reminded myself that the other, the real Gilbert, was perhaps entirely different from mine, knew nothing of the regrets that I ascribed to her, was thinking probably less about me, not merely than I was thinking about her, but than I made her be thinking about me when I was closeted alone with my fictitious Gilbert, wondering what really were her feelings with regard to me, and so imagining her attention as constantly directed towards myself. During those periods in which our bitterness of spirit, though steadily diminishing, still persists, a distinction must be drawn between the bitterness which comes to us from our constantly thinking of the person herself, and that which is revived by certain memories, some cutting speech, some word in a letter that we have had from her. The various forms which that bitterness can assume we shall examine when we come to deal with another and later love affair. For the present it must suffice to say that, of these two kinds, the former is infinitely the less cruel. That is because our conception of the person, since it dwells always within ourselves, is there adorned with the halo with which we are bound before long to invest her, and bears the marks, if not of the frequent solace of hope, at any rate of the tranquillity of a permanent sorrow. It must also be observed that the image of a person who makes us suffer counts for little, if anything, in those complications which aggravate the unhappiness of love, prolong it, and prevent our recovery, just as in certain maladies the cause is insignificant beyond comparison with the fever which follows it, and the time that must elapse before our convalescence. But if the idea of the person whom we love catches and reflects a ray of light from a mind which is on the whole optimistic, it is not so with those special memories, those cutting words, that inimical letter. I received only one that could be so described from Gilbert. You would say that the person herself dwelt in those fragments, few and scattered as they were, and dwelt there, multiplied to a power of which she falls ever so far short in the idea which we are accustomed to form of her as a whole. Because the letter has not, as the image of the beloved creature has, been contemplated by us in the melancholy calm of regret. We have read it, devoured it in the fearful anguish with which we were wrung by an unforeseen misfortune. Sorrows of this sort come to us in another way, from without, and it is along the road of the most cruel suffering that they have penetrated to our heart. The picture of our friend in our mind, which we believe to be old, original, authentic, has in reality been refashioned by her many times over. The cruel memory is not itself contemporary with the restored picture. It is of another age. It is one of the rare witnesses to a monstrous past. But inasmuch as this past continues to exist, save in ourself, who have been pleased to substitute for it a miraculous age of gold, a paradise in which all mankind shall be reconciled, those memories, those letters, carry us back to reality, and cannot but make us feel, by the sudden pang they give us, what a long way we have been borne from that reality by the baseless hopes engendered daily while we waited for something to happen. Not that the said reality is bound always to remain the same, though that does indeed happen at times. There are in our life any number of women whom we have never wished to see again, and who have quite naturally responded to our in no way calculated silence with a silence as profound. Only in their case, as we never loved them, we have never counted the years spent apart from them, and this instance, which would invalidate our whole argument, we are inclined to forget when we are considering the healing effect of isolation, just as people who believe in presentiments forget all the occasions on which their own have not come true. But after a time, absence may prove efficacious. The desire, the appetite for seeing us again may after all be reborn in the heart which at present contemns us. Only we must allow time. Now the demands which we ourselves make upon time are no less exorbitant than those of a heart in process of changing. For one thing, time is the very thing that we are least willing to allow, for our own suffering is keen, and we are anxious to see it brought to an end. And then, too, the interval of time which the other heart needs to effect its change, our own heart will have spent in changing itself also. so that when the goal which we had set ourselves becomes attainable, it will have ceased to count as a goal, or to seem worth attaining. This idea, however, that it will be attainable, that when it no longer spells any good fortune to us, we shall ultimately secure is not good fortune, this idea embodies a part, but a part only of the truth. Our good fortune accrues to us when we have grown indifferent to it. But the very fact of our own indifference will have made us less exacting, and allow us in retrospect to feel convinced that we should have been in raptures over our good fortune had it come at a time when, very probably, it would have seemed to us miserably inadequate. People are not very hard to satisfy, nor are they very good judges of matters in which they take no interest. The friendly overtures of a person whom we no longer love, overtures which strike us, in our indifference to her, as excessive, would perhaps have fallen a long way short of satisfying our love. Those tender speeches, that invitation or acceptance, we think only of the pleasure which they would have given us, and not of all those other speeches and meetings by which we should have wished to see them immediately followed, which we should, as likely as not, simply by our avidity for them, have precluded from ever happening. So that we can never be certain that the good fortune which comes to us too late, when we are no longer in love, is altogether the same as that good fortune the want of which made us, at one time, so unhappy. There is only one person who could decide that, our ego of those days. He is no longer with us, and were he to reappear, no doubt that would be quite enough to make our good fortune, whether identical or not, vanish. Pending these posthumous fulfillments of a dream in which I should not, when the time came, be greatly interested, by dint of my having to invent, as in the days when I still hardly knew Gilbert, speeches, letters in which she implored my forgiveness, swore that she had never loved anyone but myself, and besought me to marry her, a series of pleasant images incessantly renewed came by degrees to hold a larger place in my mind than the vision of Gilbert and the young man, which had nothing now to feed upon. At this point I should perhaps have resumed my visits to Madame Swann, but for a dream that came to me, in which one of my friends, who was not, however, one that I could identify, behaved with the utmost treachery towards me, and appeared to believe that I had been treacherous to him. Abruptly awakened by the pain which this dream had given me, and finding that it persisted after I was awake, I turned my thoughts back to the dream, racked my brains to discover who could have been the friend whom I had seen in my sleep. The sound of a name, a Spanish name, was no longer distinct in my ears. Combining Joseph's part with Pharaoh's, I set to work to interpret my dream. I knew that, when one is interpreting a dream, it is often a mistake to pay too much attention to the appearance of the people one saw in it, who may perhaps have been disguised or have exchanged faces, like those mutilated saints on the walls of cathedrals, which ignorant archaeologists have restored, fitting the body of one to the head of another, and confusing all their attributes and names. Those that people bear in a dream are apt to mislead us. The person with whom we are in love is to be recognized only by the intensity of the pain that we suffer. From mine I learned that though transformed while I was asleep into a young man, the person whose recent betrayal still hurt me was Gilbert. I remembered then that the last time I had seen her, on the day when her mother had forbidden her to go out to a dancing lesson, she had, whether in sincerity or in make-believe, declined, laughing in a strange manner, to believe in the genuineness of my feelings for her. And by association this memory brought back to me another. Long before that, it had been Swann who would not believe in my sincerity, nor that I was a suitable friend for Gilbert. In vain I had written to him. Gilbert had brought back my letter and had returned it to me with the same incomprehensible laugh. She had not returned it to me at once. I remembered now the whole of that scene behind the clump of laurels. As soon as one is unhappy, one becomes moral. Gilbert's recent antipathy for me seemed to me a judgment delivered on me by life for my conduct that afternoon. Such judgments one imagines one can escape because one looks out for carriages when one is crossing the street, and avoids obvious dangers. But there are others that take effect within us. The accident comes from the side to which one has not been looking, from inside, from the heart. Gilbert's words, "If you like, we might go on wrestling," made me shudder. I imagined her behaving like that, at home perhaps, in the linen room, with the young man whom I had seen escorting her along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. And so, just as when, a little time back, I had believed myself to be calmly established in a state of happiness, it had been fatuous in me, now that I had abandoned all thought of happiness, to take for granted that at least I had grown and was going to remain calm. For, so long as our heart keeps enshrined with any permanence the image of another person, it is not only our happiness that may at any moment be destroyed. When that happiness has vanished, when we have suffered, and later, when we have succeeded in lulling our sufferings to sleep, the thing then that is as elusive, as precarious as ever our happiness was, is our calm. Mine returned to me in the end, for the cloud which, lowering our resistance, tempering our desires, has penetrated, in the train of a dream, the enclosure of our mind, is bound in course of time to dissolve, permanence and stability being assured to nothing in this world, not even to grief. Besides, those whose suffering is due to love are, as we say of certain invalids, their own physicians. As consolation can come to them only from the person who is the cause of their grief, and as their grief is an emanation from that person, it is there, in their grief itself, that they must in the end find a remedy, which it will disclose to them at a given moment, for the longer they turn it over in their minds, this grief will continue to show them fresh aspects of the loved, the regretted creature, at one moment so intensely hateful that one has no longer the slightest desire to see her, since before finding enjoyment in her company, one would have first to make her suffer, at another so pleasant that the pleasantness in which one has invested her one adds to her own stock of good qualities, and finds in it a fresh reason for hope. But even although the anguish that had reawakened in me did at length grow calm, I no longer wished, except just occasionally, to visit Madame Swann. In the first place, because, among those who love and have been forsaken, the state of incessant, even if unconfessed, expectancy in which they live undergoes a spontaneous transformation, and, while to all appearance unchanged, substitutes for its original elements others that are precisely the opposite. The first were the consequences of a reaction from the painful incidents which had upset us. The tension of waiting for what is yet to come is mingled with fear, all the more since we desire at such moments, should no message come to us from her whom we love, to act for ourselves, and are none too confident of the success of a step which, once we have taken it, we may find it impossible to follow up. But presently, without our having noticed any change, this tension, which still endures, is sustained, we discover, no longer by our recollection of the past, but by anticipation of an imaginary future. From that moment it is almost pleasant. Besides, the first state, by continuing for some time, has accustomed us to living in expectation. The suffering that we felt during those last meetings survives in us still, but is already lulled to sleep. We are in no haste to arouse it, especially as we do not see very clearly what to ask for now. The possession of a little more of the woman whom we love would only make more essential to us the part that we did not yet possess, which is bound to remain, whatever happens, since our requirements are begotten of our satisfactions, an irreducible quantity. Another final reason came later on to reinforce this, and to make me discontinue altogether my visits to Madame Swann. This reason, slow in revealing itself, was not that I had now forgotten Gilbert, but that I must make every effort to forget her as speedily as possible. No doubt, now that the keen edge of my suffering was dulled, my visits to Madame Swann had become once again, for what sorrow remained in me, the sedative and distraction which had been so precious to me at first. But what made the sedative efficacious made the distraction impossible, namely that with these visits the memory of Gilbert was intimately blended. The distraction would be of no avail to me unless it was employed to combat a sentiment which the presence of Gilbert no longer nourished, thoughts, interests, passions in which Gilbert should have no part. These states of consciousness, to which the person whom we love remains a stranger, then occupy a place which, however small it may be at first, is always so much reconquered from the love that has been in unchallenged possession of our whole soul. We must seek to encourage these thoughts, to make them grow, while the sentiment which is no more now than a memory dwindles, so that the new elements introduced into our mind contest with that sentiment, wrest from it an ever-increasing part of our soul, until at last the victory is complete. I decided that this was the only way in which my love could be killed, and I was still young enough, still courageous enough to undertake the attempt, to subject myself to that most cruel grief which springs from the certainty that whatever time one may devote to the effort, it will prove successful in the end. The reason I now gave in my letters to Gilbert for refusing to see her was an allusion to some mysterious misunderstanding, wholly fictitious, which was supposed to have arisen between her and myself, and as to which I had hoped at first that Gilbert would insist upon my furnishing her with an explanation. But, as a matter of fact, never, even in the most insignificant relations in life, does a request for enlightenment come from a correspondent who knows that an obscure, untruthful, incriminating sentence has been written on purpose, so that he shall protest against it, and is only too glad to feel when he reads it that he possesses, and to keep in his own hands, the initiative in the coming operations. For all the more reason is this so in our more tender relations, in which love is endowed with so much eloquence, indifference with so little curiosity. Gilbert, having never appeared to doubt, nor sought to learn more about this misunderstanding, it became for me a real entity, to which I referred anew in every letter. And there is in these baseless situations, in the affectation of coldness, a sort of fascination which tempts one to persevere in them. By dint of writing, now that our hearts are sundered, so that Gilbert might answer, "But they are not. Do explain what you mean," I had gradually come to believe that they were. By constantly repeating, "Life may have changed for us," it will never destroy the feeling that we had for one another. In the hope of hearing myself one day say, "But there has been no change. The feeling is stronger now than ever it was," I was living with the idea that life had indeed changed, that we should keep only the memory of a feeling which no longer existed, as certain neurotics, from having at first pretended to be ill, end by becoming chronic invalids. Now, whenever I had to write to Gilbert, I brought my mind back to this imagined change, which, being now tacitly admitted by the silence which she persevered with regard to it in her replies, would in future subsist between us. Then Gilbert ceased to make a point of ignoring it. She too adopted my point of view, and as in the speeches at official banquets, when the foreign sovereign who is being entertained adopts practically the same expressions as have just been used by the sovereign who is entertaining him, whenever I wrote to Gilbert, "Life may have parted us, the memory of the days when we knew one another will endure," she never failed to respond, "Life may have parted us, it cannot make us forget those happy hours which will always be dear to us both." Though we should have found it hard to say why or how life had parted us, or what change had occurred. My sufferings were no longer excessive. And yet one day when I was telling her in a letter that I had heard of the death of our old barley sugar woman in the Champs-Élysées, as I wrote the words, "I felt at once that this would distress you. In me it awakened a host of memories." I could not restrain myself from bursting into tears when I saw that I was speaking in the past tense, as though it were of some dead friend, now almost forgotten, of this love of which, in spite of myself, I had never ceased to think as of a thing still alive, or one that at least might be born again. Nothing can be more affectionate than this sort of correspondence between friends who do not wish to see one another any more. Gilbert's letters to me had all the delicate refinement of those which I used to write to people who did not matter, and showed me the same apparent marks of affection which it was so pleasant for me to receive from her. End of section 18. Section 19 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Madame Swann at Home, Part 19. But as time went on, every refusal to see her disturbed me less. And as she became less dear to me, my painful memories were no longer strong enough to destroy by their incessant return the growing pleasure which I found in thinking of Florence or of Venice. I regretted at such moments that I had abandoned the idea of diplomacy, and had condemned myself to a sedentary existence, in order not to be separated from a girl whom I should not see again and had already almost forgotten. We construct our house of life to suit another person, and when at length it is ready to receive her, that person does not come. Presently she is dead to us, and we live on, a prisoner within the walls which were intended only for her. If Venice seemed to my parents to be a long way off, and its climate treacherous, it was at least quite easy for me to go, without tiring myself, and settle down at Baalbec. But to do that I should have had to leave Paris, to forego those visits, thanks to which, infrequent as they were, I might sometimes hear Madame Swann telling me about her daughter. Besides, I was beginning to find in them various pleasures in which Gilbert had no part. When spring drew round, and with it the cold weather, during an icy Lent and the hail storms of Holy Week, as Madame Swann began to find it cold in the house, I used often to see her entertaining her guests in her furs, her shivering hands and shoulders hidden beneath the gleaming white carpet of an immense rectangular muff and a cape, both of ermine, which she had not taken off in coming in from her drive, and which suggested the last patches of the snows of winter, more persistent than the rest, which neither the heat of the fire nor the advancing season had succeeded in melting. And the whole truth about these glacial but already flowering weeks was suggested to me in this drawing-room, which soon I should be entering no more, by other more intoxicating forms of whiteness, that, for example, of the guelder roses clustering at the summits of their tall, bare stalks, like the rectilinear trees in pre-Raphaelite paintings, their balls of blossom, divided yet composite, white as annunciating angels, and breathing a fragrance as of lemons. For the mistress of Tansonville knew that April, even an ice-bound April, was not barren of flowers, that winter, spring, summer are not held apart by barriers as hermetic as might be supposed by the town-dweller, who until the first hot day imagines the world as containing nothing but houses that stand naked in the rain. That Madame Swann was content with consignments furnished her by her Combray gardener, that she did not, by the intervention of her own special florist, fill up the gaps left by an insufficiently powerful magic with subsidies borrowed from a precocious Mediterranean shore, I do not for a moment suggest, nor did it worry me at the time. It was enough to fill me with longing for country scenes, that overhanging the loose snowdrifts of the muff in which Madame Swann kept her hands, the guelder rose snowballs, which served very possibly in the mind of my hostess no other purpose than to compose, on the advice of Bergot, a symphony in white with her furniture and her garments, reminded me that what the Good Friday music in Parsifal symbolized was a natural miracle one could see performed every year, if one had the sense to look for it, and assisted by the acid and heady perfume of the other kinds of blossom, which, although their names were unknown to me, had brought me so often to a standstill to gaze at them on my walks round Combray, made Madame Swann's drawing-room as virginal, as candidly in bloom, without the least vestige of greenery, as overladen with genuine scents of flowers as was the little lane by Tansonville. But it was still more than I could endure that these memories should be recalled to me. There was a risk of their reviving what little remained of my love for Gilbert. Besides, albeit I no longer felt the least distress during these visits to Madame Swann, I extended the intervals between them and endeavored to see as little of her as possible. At most, since I continued not to go out of Paris, I allowed myself an occasional walk with her. Fine weather had come at last, and the sun was hot. As I knew that before luncheon Madame Swann used to go out every day for an hour, and would stroll for a little in the Avenue du Bois, near the Étoile, a spot which, at that time, because of the people who used to collect there to gaze at the swells whom they knew only by name, was known as the Shabby Genteel Club, I persuaded my parents on Sundays, for on weekdays I was busy all morning, to let me postpone my luncheon until long after theirs, until 1:15, and go for a walk before it. During May that year I never missed a Sunday, for Gilbert had gone to stay with friends in the country. I used to reach the Arc de Triomphe about noon. I kept watch at the entrance to the avenue, never taking my eyes off the corner of the side street along which Madame Swann, who had only a few yards to walk, would come from her house. As by this time many of the people who had been strolling there were going home to luncheon, those who remained were few in number, and, for the most part, fashionably dressed. Suddenly, on the gravelled path, unhurrying, cool, luxuriant, Madame Swann appeared, displaying around her a toilette which was never twice the same, but which I remember as being typically mauve. Then she hoisted and unfurled at the end of its long stalk, just at the moment when her radiance was most complete, the silken banner of a wide parasol of a shade that matched the showering petals of her gown. A whole troop of people escorted her. Swann himself, 4 or 5 fellows from the club, who had been called upon her that morning, or whom she had met in the street, in their black or gray agglomeration, obedient to her every gesture, performing the almost mechanical movements of a lifeless setting in which Odette was framed, gave to this woman, in whose eyes alone was there any intensity, the air of looking out in front of her, from among all those men, as from a window behind which she had taken her stand, and made her emerge there, frail but fearless, in the nudity of her delicate colors, like the apparition of a creature of a different species, of an unknown race, and of almost martial strength, by virtue of which she seemed by herself a match for all her multiple escort. Smiling, rejoicing in the fine weather, in the sunshine which had not yet become trying, with the air of calm assurance of a creator who has accomplished his task and takes no thought for anything besides. Certain that her clothes, even though the vulgar herd should fail to appreciate them, were the smartest anywhere to be seen, she wore them for herself and for her friends, naturally, without exaggerated attention to them, but also without absolute detachment, not preventing the little bows of ribbon upon her bodice and skirt from floating buoyantly upon the air before her, like separate creatures of whose presence there she was not unconscious, but was indulgent enough to let them play if they chose, keeping their own rhythm, provided that they accompanied her where she led the way, and even upon her mauve parasol, which, as often as not, she had not yet put up when she appeared on the scene. She let fall now and then, as though upon a bunch of Parma violets, a gaze happy and so kindly that when it was fastened no longer upon her friends, but on some inanimate object, her eyes still seemed to smile. She thus kept open. She made her garments occupy that interval of smartness, of which the men with whom she was on the most familiar terms respected both the existence and its necessity, not without showing a certain deference, as of profane visitors to a shrine, an admission of their own ignorance, an interval over which they recognized that their friend had, as we recognize that a sick man has over the special precautions that he has to take, or a mother over her children's education, a complete jurisdiction. No less than by the court which encircled her and seemed not to observe the passers-by, Madame Swann, by the lateness of her appearance there, at once suggested those rooms in which she had spent so long, so leisurely a morning, and to which she must presently return for luncheon. She seemed to indicate their proximity by the unhurrying ease of her progress, like the turn that one takes up and down one's own garden. Of those rooms one would have said that she was carrying about her still the cool, the indoor shade. But for that very reason the sight of her gave me only a stronger sensation of open air and warmth. All the more because, being assured in my own mind that in accordance with the liturgy, with the ritual in which Madame Swann was so profoundly versed, her clothes were connected with the time of year and of day by a bond both inevitable and unique. I felt that the flowers upon the stiff straw brim of her hat, the baby ribbons upon her dress, had been even more naturally born of the month of May than the flowers in gardens and in woods. And to learn what latest change there was in weather or season, I had not to raise my eyes higher than to her parasol, open and outstretched like another, a nearer sky, round, clement, mobile, blue. For these rites, if they were of sovereign importance, subjugated their glory, and consequently Madame Swann her own, in condescending obedience to the day, the spring, the sun, none of which struck me as being sufficiently flattered that so elegant a woman had been graciously pleased not to ignore their existence, and had chosen on their account a gown of a thinner fabric, suggesting to me, by the opening of its collar and sleeves, the moist warmness of the throat and wrists that they exposed. In a word, had taken for them all the pains that a great personage takes, who having gaily condescended to pay a visit to common folk in the country, whom everyone, even the most plebeian, knows, yet makes a point of donning, for the occasion, suitable attire. On her arrival I would greet Madame Swann. She stopped me, and say in English, "Good morning," and smile. We would walk a little way together. And I learned then that these canons, according to which she dressed, it was for her own satisfaction that she obeyed them, as though yielding to a superior wisdom of which she herself was high priestess. For if it should happen that, feeling too warm, she threw open or even took off altogether, and gave me to carry the jacket which she had intended to keep buttoned up, I would discover in the blouse beneath it 1,000 details of execution which had had every chance of remaining there unperceived, like those parts of an orchestral score to which the composer has devoted infinite labor, albeit they may never reach the ears of the public. Or in the sleeves of the jacket that lay folded across my arm I would drink in slowly, for my own pleasure, or from affection for its wearer, some exquisite detail, a deliciously tinted strip, a lining of mauve satinette, which ordinarily concealed from every eye, was yet just as delicately fashioned as the outer parts, like those Gothic carvings on a cathedral, hidden on the inside of a balustrade 80 feet from the ground, as perfect as are the bas-reliefs over the main porch, and yet never seen by any living man, until happening to pass that way upon his travels, an artist obtains leave to climb up there among them, to stroll in the open air, sweeping the whole town with a comprehensive gaze between the soaring towers. What enhanced this impression that Madame Swann was walking in the avenue as though along the paths of her own garden was, for people ignorant of her habit of taking exercise, that she had come there on foot, without any carriage following, she whom, once May had begun, they were accustomed to see, behind the most brilliant turnout, the smartest liveries in Paris, gently and majestically seated like a goddess in the balmy air of an immense victoria on 8 springs. On foot, Madame Swann had the appearance, especially as her pace began to slacken in the heat of the sun, of having yielded to curiosity, of committing an exclusive breach of all the rules of her code, like those crowned heads who, without consulting anyone, accompanied by the slightest scandalized admiration of a suite which dares not venture any criticism, step out of their boxes during a gala performance and visit the lobby of the theater, mingling for a moment or two with the rest of the audience. So between Madame Swann and themselves the crowd felt that there existed those barriers of a certain kind of opulence which seem to them the most insurmountable that there are. The Faubourg Saint-Germain may have its barriers also, but these are less telling to the eyes and imagination of the shabby genteel. These latter, when in the presence of a real personage, more simple, more easily mistaken for the wife of a small professional or businessman, less remote from the people, will not feel the same sense of their own inequality, almost of their unworthiness, as dismays them when they encounter Madame Swann. Of course, women of that sort are not themselves dazzled, as the crowd are, by the brilliance of their apparel. They have ceased to pay any attention to it, but only because they have grown used to it. That is to say, have come to look upon it more and more as natural and necessary, to judge their fellow creatures according as they are more or less initiated into these luxurious ways, so that, the grandeur which they allow themselves to display or discover in others being wholly material, easily verified, slowly acquired, the lack of it hard to compensate, if such women place a passer-by in the lowest rank of society, it is by the same instinctive process that has made them appear to him as in the highest, that is to say, instinctively at first sight and without possibility of appeal. Perhaps that special class of society which included in those days women like Lady Israels, who mixed with the women of the aristocracy, and Madame Swann, who was to get to know them later on, that intermediate class, inferior to the Faubourg Saint-Germain, since it ran after the denizens of that quarter, but superior to everything that was not of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, possessing this peculiarity, that while already detached from the world of the merely rich, it was riches still that it represented, but riches that had been canalized, serving a purpose, swayed by an idea that were artistic, malleable gold, chased with a poetic design, taught to smile. Perhaps that class, in the same form at least, and with the same charm, exists no longer. In any event, the women who were its members would not satisfy today what was the primary condition on which they reigned, since with advancing age they have lost, almost all of them, their beauty. Whereas it was, just as much from the pinnacle of her noble fortune, from the glorious zenith of her ripe and still so fragrant summer, that Madame Swann, majestic, smiling, kind, as she advanced along the Avenue de Bois, saw, like Hypatia, beneath the slow tread of her feet, worlds revolving. Various young men as they passed looked at her anxiously, not knowing whether their vague acquaintance with her, especially since, having been introduced only once, at the most, to Swann, they were afraid that he might not remember them, was sufficient excuse for their venturing to take off their hats. And they trembled to think of the consequences as they made up their minds, asking themselves whether the gesture, so bold, so sacrilegious a tempting of Providence, would not let loose the catastrophic forces of nature or bring down upon them the vengeance of a jealous God. It provoked only, like the winding of a piece of clockwork, a series of gesticulations from little, responsive, bowing figures, who were none other than Odette's escort, beginning with Swann himself, who raised his tall hat lined in green leather with an exquisite courtesy, which he had acquired in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, but to which was no longer wedded the indifference that he would at one time have shown. Its place was now taken, as though he had been to some extent permeated by Odette's prejudices, at once by irritation at having to acknowledge the salute of a person who was none too well dressed, and by satisfaction at his wife's knowing so many people. A mixed sensation to which he gave expression by saying to the smart friends who walked by his side, "What, another? Upon my word, I can't imagine where my wife picks all these fellows up." Meanwhile, having greeted with a slight movement of her head the terrified youth, who had already passed out of sight, though his heart was still beating furiously, Madame Swann turned to me. "Then it's all over?" she put it to me. "You aren't ever coming to see Gilbert again? I'm glad you make an exception of me and are not going to drop me straight away. I like seeing you, but I used to like also the influence you had over my daughter. I'm sure she's very sorry about it, too. However, I mustn't bully you, or you'll make up your mind at once that you never want to set eyes on me again. Odette, Sagan's trying to speak to you." Swann called his wife's attention. And there indeed was the prince, as in some transformation scene at the close of a play, or in a circus, or an old painting, wheeling his horse round so as to face her, in a magnificent heroic pose, and doffing his hat with a sweeping theatrical and, so to speak, allegorical flourish, in which he displayed all the chivalrous courtesy of a great noble bowing in token of his respect for woman, were she incarnate in a woman whom it was impossible for his mother or sister to know. And every moment, recognized in the depths of the liquid transparency and of the luminous glaze of the shadow which her parasol cast over her, Madame Swann was receiving the salutations of the last belated horsemen, who passed as though in a cinematograph taken as they galloped in the blinding glare of the avenue, men from the clubs, the names of whom, which meant only celebrities to the public, Antoine de Castellane, Adalbert de Montmorency, and the rest, were for Madame Swann the familiar names of friends. And as the average span of life, the relative longevity of our memories of poetical sensations is much greater than that of our memories of what the heart has suffered, long after the sorrows that I once felt on Gilbert's account have faded and vanished, there has survived them the pleasure that I still derive, whenever I close my eyes and read, as it were upon the face of a sundial, the minutes that are recorded between 12:15 and 1 o'clock in the month of May, from seeing myself once again strolling and talking thus with Madame Swann beneath her parasol, as though in the colored shade of a wisteria bower. End of section 19. Section 20 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 1. I had arrived at a state almost of complete indifference to Gilbert, when 2 years later I went with my grandmother to Baalbek. When I succumbed to the attraction of a strange face, when it was with the help of some other girl that I hoped to discover Gothic cathedrals, the palaces and gardens of Italy, I said to myself sadly that this love of ours, in so far as it is love for one particular creature, is not perhaps a very real thing, since if the association of pleasant or unpleasant trains of thought can attach it for a time to a woman so as to make us believe that it has been inspired by her, in a necessary sequence of effect to cause, yet when we detach ourselves, deliberately or unconsciously, from those associations, this love, as though it were indeed a spontaneous thing and sprang from ourselves alone, will revive in order to bestow itself on another woman. At the time, however, of my departure for Baalbek, and during the earlier part of my stay there, my indifference was still only intermittent. Often, our life being so careless of chronology, interpolating so many anachronisms in the sequence of our days, I lived still among those far older days than yesterday or last week, in which I loved Gilbert. And at once not seeing her became as exquisite a torture to me as it had been then. The self that had loved her, which another self had already almost entirely supplanted, rose again in me, stimulated far more often by a trivial than by an important event. For instance, if I may anticipate for a moment my arrival in Normandy, I heard someone who passed me on the sea-front at Baalbek refer to the secretary to the Ministry of Posts and his family. Now, seeing that as yet I knew nothing of the influence which that family was to exercise over my life, this remark ought to have passed unheeded. Instead, it gave me at once an acute twinge, which a self that had for the most part long since been outgrown in me felt at being parted from Gilbert. Because I had never given another thought to a conversation which Gilbert had had with her father in my hearing, in which allusion was made to the secretary to the Ministry of Posts and his family. Now, our love memories present no exception to the general rules of memory, which in turn are governed by the still more general rules of habit. And as habit weakens every impression, what a person recalls to us most vividly is precisely what we had forgotten, because it was of no importance and had therefore left in full possession of its strength. That is why the better part of our memory exists outside ourself, in a bladder of rain, in the smell of an unaired room, or of the first crackling brushwood fire in a cold grate. Wherever, in short, we happen upon what our mind, having no use for it, had rejected, the last treasure that the past has in store, the richest, that which when all our flow of tears seems to have dried at the source, can make us weep again. Outside ourself, did I say, rather within ourself, but hidden from our eyes in an oblivion more or less prolonged. It is thanks to this oblivion alone that we can from time to time recover the creature that we were, range ourselves face to face with past events as that creature had to face them, suffer afresh because we are no longer ourself but he, and because he loved what leaves us now indifferent. In the broad daylight of our ordinary memory, the images of the past turn gradually pale and fade out of sight. Nothing remains of them. We shall never find them again. Or rather, we should never find them again had not a few words, such as this, Secretary to the Ministry of Posts, been carefully locked away in oblivion, just as an author deposits in the National Library a copy of a book which might otherwise become unattainable. But this suffering and this recrudescence of my love for Gilbert lasted no longer than such things last in a dream, and this time, on the contrary, because at Baalbek the old habit was no longer there to keep them alive. And if these two effects of habit appear to be incompatible, that is because habit is bound by a diversity of laws. In Paris I had grown more and more indifferent to Gilbert, thanks to habit. The change of habit, that is to say, the temporary cessation of habit, completed habit's task when I started for Baalbek. It weakens, but it stabilizes. It leads to disintegration, but it makes the scattered elements last indefinitely. Day after day, for years past, I had begun by modeling my state of mind, more or less effectively, upon that of the day before. At Baalbec, a strange bed, to the side of which a tray was brought in the morning that differed from my Paris breakfast tray, could not obviously sustain the fancies upon which my love for Gilbert had fed. There are cases, though not, I admit, commonly, in which, one's days being paralyzed by a sedentary life, the best way to save time is to change one's place of residence. My journey to Baalbec was like the first outing of a convalescent who needed only that to convince him that he was cured. The journey was one that would now be made, probably in a motor car, which would be supposed to render it more interesting. We shall see, too, that accomplished in such a way, it would even be in a sense more genuine, since one would be following more nearly, in a closer intimacy, the various contours by which the surface of the earth is wrinkled. But after all, the special attraction of the journey lies not in our being able to alight at places on the way and to stop altogether as soon as we grow tired, but in its making the difference between departure and arrival not as imperceptible but as intense as possible, so that we are conscious of it in its totality, intact as it existed in our mind when imagination bore us from the place in which we were living right to the very heart of a place we longed to see, in a single sweep which seemed miraculous to us, not so much because it covered a certain distance as because it united two distinct individualities of the world, took us from one name to another name, and this difference is accentuated, more than in a form of locomotion in which, since one can stop and alight where one chooses, there can scarcely be said to be any point of arrival, by the mysterious operation that is performed in those peculiar places, railway stations, which do not constitute, so to speak, a part of the surrounding town, but continue the essence of its personality just as upon their signboards they bear its painted name. But in this respect, as in every other, our age is infected with a mania for showing things only in the environment that properly belongs to them, thereby suppressing the essential thing, the act of the mind which isolated them from that environment. A picture is, nowadays, presented in the midst of furniture, ornaments, hangings of the same period, a second-hand scheme of decoration in the composition of which in the houses of today excels that same hostess who but yesterday was so crassly ignorant, but now spends her time poring over records and in libraries. And among these, the masterpiece at which we glance up from the table while we dine does not give us that exhilarating delight which we can expect from it only in a public gallery, which symbolizes far better by its bareness, by the absence of all irritating detail, those innermost spaces into which the artist withdrew to create it. Unhappily, those marvelous places which are railway stations, from which one sets out for a remote destination, are tragic places also. For if in them the miracle is accomplished whereby scenes which hitherto have had no existence save in our minds are to become the scenes among which we shall be living, for that very reason we must, as we emerge from the waiting room, abandon any thought of finding ourselves once again within the familiar walls which, but a moment ago, were still enclosing us. We must lay aside all hope of going home to sleep in our own bed, once we have made up our mind to penetrate into the pestiferous cavern through which we may have access to the mystery, into one of those vast glass-roofed sheds, like that of Saint-Lazare, into which I must go to find the train for Baalbec, and which extended over the rent bowels of the city one of those bleak and boundless skies, heavy with an accumulation of dramatic menaces, like certain skies painted with an almost Parisian modernity by Mantegna or Veronese, beneath which could be accomplished only some solemn and tremendous act, such as the departure by train or the elevation of the cross. So long as I had been content to look out from the warmth of my own bed in Paris at the Persian church of Baalbec, shrouded in driving sleet, no sort of objection to this journey had been offered by my body. Its objections began only when it had gathered that it would have itself to take part in the journey, and that on the evening of my arrival I should be shown to my room, to which my body would be unknown. Its revolt was all the more deep-rooted in that on the very eve of my departure I learned that my mother would not be coming with us. My father, who would be kept busy at the ministry until it was time for him to start for Spain with Monsieur de Norpois, having preferred to take a house in the neighborhood of Paris. On the other hand, the spectacle of Baalbek seemed to me none the less desirable because I must purchase it at the price of a discomfort which, on the contrary, I felt to indicate and to guarantee the reality of the impression which I was going there to seek. An impression the place of which no spectacle of professedly equal value, no panorama, which I might have gone to see without being thereby precluded from returning home to sleep in my own bed, could possibly have filled. It was not for the first time that I felt that those who love and those who find pleasure are not always the same. I believed myself to be longing fully as much for Baalbek as the doctor who was treating me, when he said to me, surprised, on the morning of our departure, to see me look so unhappy, "I don't mind telling you that if I could only manage a week to go down and get a blow by the sea, I shouldn't wait to be asked twice. You'll be having races, regattas, you don't know what all." But I had already learned the lesson, long before I was taken to hear Berma, that whatever it might be that I loved, it would never be attained save at the end of a long and heart-rending pursuit, in the course of which I should have first to sacrifice my own pleasure to that paramount good instead of seeking it there. My grandmother, naturally enough, looked upon our exodus from a somewhat different point of view, and, for she was still as anxious as ever that the presents which were made me should take some artistic form, had planned, so that she might be offering me of this journey a print that was at least in parts old, that we should repeat, partly by rail and partly by road, the itinerary that Madame de Sévigné followed when she went out, from Paris to Lorient, by way of Chaulnes and the Pont à Doumer. But my grandmother had been obliged to abandon this project, at the instance of my father, who knew, whenever she organized any expedition with a view to extracting from it the utmost intellectual benefit that it was capable of yielding, what a tale there would be to tell of missed trains, lost luggage, sore throats, and broken rules. She was free at least to rejoice in the thought that never, when the time came for us to sally forth to the beach, should we be exposed to the risk of being kept indoors by the sudden appearance of what her beloved Sévigné calls a beast of a coach-load, since we should know not a soul at Baalbek, La Grandine having refrained from offering us a letter of introduction to his sister. This abstention had not been so well appreciated by my aunts Céline and Flora, who, having known as a child that lady, of whom they had always spoken until then, to commemorate this early intimacy as Renée de Camembert, and having had from her and still possessing a number of those little presents which continue to ornament a room or a conversation, but to which the feeling between the parties no longer corresponds, imagined that they were avenging the insult offered to us by never uttering again, when they called upon Madame La Grandine, the name of her daughter, confining themselves to a mutual congratulations once they were safely out of the house. I made no reference to you know whom. I think that went home. And so, we were simply to leave Paris by that 1:22 train which I had too often beguiled myself by looking out in the railway time-table, where its itinerary never failed to give me the emotion, almost the illusion of starting by it, not to feel that I already knew it. As the delineation in our mind of the features of any form of happiness depends more on the nature of the longings that it inspires in us than on the accuracy of the information which we have about it, I felt that I knew this train in all its details, nor did I doubt that I should feel, sitting in one of its compartments, a special delight as the day began to cool, should be contemplating this or that view as the train approached one or another station. So much so that this train, which always brought to my mind's eye the images of the same towns, which I bathed in the sunlight of those post-meridian hours through which it sped, seemed to me to be different from every other train. And I had ended, as we are apt to do with a person whom we have never seen but of whom we like to believe that we have won his friendship, by giving a distinct and unalterable cast of countenance to the traveller, artistic, golden-haired, who would thus have taken me with him upon his journey, and to whom I should bid farewell beneath the cathedral of Saint-Lô, before he has hastened to overtake the setting sun. As my grandmother could not bring herself to do anything so stupid as to go straight to Baalbek, she was to break the journey halfway, staying the night with one of her friends, from whose house I was to proceed the same evening, so as not to be in the way there, and also in order that I might arrive by daylight and see Baalbek church, which we had learned was at some distance from Baalbek plage, so that I might not have a chance to visit it later on, when I had begun my course of baths. And perhaps it was less painful for me to feel that the desirable goal of my journey stood between me and that cruel first night on which I should have to enter a new habitation, and consent to dwell there. But I had first to leave the old. My mother had arranged to move in that afternoon at St. Cloud, and had made or pretended to make all the arrangements for going there directly after she had seen us off at the station, without needing to call again at our own house, to which she was afraid that I might otherwise feel impelled at the last moment, instead of going to Baalbec, to return with her. In fact, on the pretext of having so much to see to in the house which she had just taken, and of being pressed for time, but in reality so as to spare me the cruel ordeal of a long-drawn parting, she had decided not to wait with us until that moment of the signal to start at which, concealed hitherto among ineffective comings and goings, and preparations that led to nothing definite, separation is made suddenly manifest, impossible to endure when it is no longer possibly to be avoided, concentrated in its entirety in one enormous instant of impotent and supreme lucidity. For the first time I began to feel that it was possible that my mother might live without me, otherwise than for me, a separate life. She was going to stay with my father, whose existence it may have seemed to her that my feeble health, my nervous excitability, complicated somewhat and saddened. This separation made me all the more wretched because I told myself that it probably marked for my mother an end of the successive disappointments which I had caused her, of which she had never said a word to me, but which had made her realize the difficulty of our taking our holidays together, and perhaps also the first trial of a form of existence to which she was beginning, now, to resign herself for the future, as the years crept on for my father and herself, an existence in which I should see less of her, in which, a thing that not even in my nightmares had yet been revealed to me, she would already have become something of a stranger, a lady who might be seen going home by herself to a house in which I should not be, asking the porter whether there was not a letter for her from me. I could scarcely answer the man in the station who offered to take my bag. My mother, to comfort me, tried the methods which seemed to her most efficacious. Thinking it to be useless to appear not to notice my unhappiness, she gently teased me about it. Well, and what would Baalbec Church say if it knew that people pulled long faces like that when they were going to see it? Surely this is not the enraptured tourist Ruskin speaks of. Besides, I shall know if you rise to the occasion. Even when we are miles apart, I shall still be with my little man. You shall have a letter tomorrow from Mamma. My dear, said my grandmother, I picture you like Madame de Sévigné, your eyes glued to the map and never losing sight of us for an instant. Then Mamma sought to distract my mind, asked me what I thought of having for dinner, drew my attention to François, complimented her on a hat and cloak which she did not recognize, in spite of their having horrified her long ago when she first saw them, new upon my great aunt, one with an immense bird towering over it, the other decorated with a hideous pattern and jet beads. But the cloak having grown too shabby to wear, François had it turned, exposing an inside of plain cloth and quite a good color. As for the bird, it had long since come to grief and been thrown away. And just as it is disturbing sometimes to find the effects which the most conscious artists attain only by an effort occurring in a folk song, on the wall of some peasant's cottage where above the door, at the precisely right spot in the composition, blooms a white or yellow rose, so the velvet band, the loop of ribbon which would have delighted one in a portrait by Chardin or Whistler, François had set with a simple but unerring taste upon the hat, which was now charming. To take a parallel from an earlier age, the modesty and integrity which often gave an air of nobility to the face of our old servant, having spread also to the garments which, as a woman reserved but not humbled, who knew how to hold her own and to keep her place, she had put on for the journey so as to be fit to be seen in our company, without at the same time seeming or wishing to make herself conspicuous. François, in the cherry-colored cloth, now faded, of her cloak, and the discreet nap of her fur collar, brought to mind one of those miniatures of Anne of Brittany painted in books of hours by an old master, in which everything is so exactly in the right place, the sense of the whole is so evenly distributed throughout the parts, that the rich and obsolete singularity of the costume expresses the same pious gravity as the eyes, lips, and hands. Of thought, in relation to François, one could hardly speak. She knew nothing, in that absolute sense in which to know nothing means to understand nothing, save the rare truths to which the heart is capable of directly attaining. The vast world of ideas existed not for her. But when one studied the clearness of her gaze, the lines of nose and lips, all those signs lacking from so many people of culture in whom they would else have signified a supreme distinction, the noble detachment of a chosen spirit, one was disquieted, as one is by the frank, intelligent eyes of a dog, to which, nevertheless, one knows that all our human concepts must be alien, and was led to ask oneself whether there might not be, among those other humble brethren, our peasant countrymen, creatures who were, like the great ones of the earth, of simple mind, or rather, doomed by a harsh fate to live among the simple-minded, deprived of heavenly light, were yet more naturally, more instinctively akin to the chosen spirits than most educated people were, so to speak, all members, though scattered, straying, robbed of their heritage of reason, of the celestial family, kinsfolk that have been lost in infancy, of the loftiest minds to whom, as is apparent from the unmistakable light in their eyes, although they can concentrate that light on nothing, there has been lacking to endow them with talent, knowledge only. My mother, seeing that I had difficulty in keeping back my tears, said to me, "Regulus was in the habit when things looked grave. Besides, isn't it nice for your mamma? What does Madame de Savigny say? Your grandmother will tell you. I shall be obliged to draw upon all the courage that you lack." And remembering that affection for another distracts one's selfish griefs, she endeavored to beguile me by telling me that she expected the removal to St. Cloud to go without a hitch, that she liked the cab, which she had kept waiting, that the driver seemed civil and the seats comfortable. I made an effort to smile at these trifles, and bowed my head with an air of acquiescence and satisfaction. But they helped me only to depict to myself with more accuracy mamma's imminent departure, and it was with an agonized heart that I gazed at her as though she were already torn from me, beneath that wide-brimmed straw hat which she had bought to wear in the country, in a flimsy dress which she had put on view of the long drive through the sweltering midday heat, hat and dress making her someone else, someone who belonged already to the Villa Montréteau, in which I should not see her. End of section 20. Section 21 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 2. To prevent the choking fits which the journey might otherwise give me, the doctor had advised me to take, as we started, a good stiff dose of beer or brandy, so as to begin the journey in a state of what he called euphoria, in which the nervous system is for a time less vulnerable. I had not yet made up my mind whether I should do this, but I wished at least that my grandmother should admit that, if I did so decide, I should have wisdom and authority on my side. I spoke, therefore, as if my hesitation were concerned only with where I should go for my drink, to the bar on the platform or to the restaurant car on the train. But immediately, at the air of reproach which my grandmother's face assumed, an air of not wishing even to entertain such an idea for a moment. "What?" I said to myself, suddenly determining upon this action of going out to drink, the performance of which became necessary as a proof of my independence, since the verbal announcement of it had not succeeded in passing unchallenged. "What? You know how ill I am. You know what the doctor ordered, and you treat me like this." When I had explained to my grandmother how unwell I felt, her distress, her kindness were so apparent as she replied, "Run along then, quickly. Get yourself some beer or a liqueur if it will do you any good," that I flung myself upon her, almost smothering her in kisses. And if after that I went and drank a great deal too much in the restaurant car of the train, that was because I felt that otherwise I should have a more violent attack than usual, which was just what would vex her most. When at the first stop I clambered back into our compartment, I told my grandmother how pleased I was to be going to Baalbek, that I felt that everything would go off splendidly, that after all I should soon grow used to being without mamma, that the train was most comfortable, the steward and attendants in the bar so friendly that I should like to make the journey often so as to have opportunities of seeing them again. My grandmother, however, did not appear to feel the same joy as myself at all these good tidings. She answered, without looking me in the face, "Why don't you try to get a little sleep?" and turned her gaze to the window, the blind of which, though we had drawn it, did not completely cover the glass, so that the sun could and did slip in over the polished oak of the door and the cloth of the seat, like an advertisement of a life shared with nature far more persuasive than those posted higher upon the walls of the compartment by the railway company, representing places in the country, the names of which I could not make out from where I sat. The same warm and slumberous light which lies along a forest glade. But when my grandmother thought that my eyes were shut, I could see her, now and again, from among the large black spots on her veil, steal a glance at me, then withdraw it, and steal back again, like a person trying to make himself, so as to get into the habit, perform some exercise that hurts him. Thereupon I spoke to her, but that seemed not to please her either. And yet to myself the sound of my own voice was pleasant, as were the most imperceptible, the most internal movements of my body. And so I endeavored to prolong it. I allowed each of my inflections to hang lazily upon its word. I felt each glance from my eyes arrive just at the spot to which it was directed, and stay there beyond the normal period. Now, sit still and rest," said my grandmother. "If you can't manage to sleep, read something." And she handed me a volume of Madame de Sévigné, which I opened, while she buried herself in the Memoirs de Madame de Beausergent. She never traveled anywhere without a volume of each. They were her two favorite authors. With no conscious movement of my head, feeling a keen pleasure in maintaining a posture after I had adopted it, I lay back, holding in my hands the volume of Madame de Sévigné, which I had allowed to close, without lowering my eyes to it, or indeed letting them see anything but the blue window blind. But the contemplation of this blind appeared to be an admirable thing, and I should not have troubled to answer anyone who might have sought to distract me from contemplating it. The blue color of this blind seemed to me, not perhaps by its beauty, but by its intense vivacity, to efface so completely all the colors that had passed before my eyes from the day of my birth up to the moment in which I had gulped down the last of my drink, and it had begun to take effect, that when compared with this blue, they were as drab, as void as must be retrospectively the darkness in which he has lived to a man born blind, whom a subsequent operation has at length enabled to see and to distinguish colors. An old ticket collector came to ask for our tickets. The silvery gleam that shone from the metal buttons of his jacket charmed me in spite of my absorption. I wanted to ask him to sit down beside us, but he passed on to the next carriage, and I thought with longing of the life led by railway men, for whom, since they spent all their time on the line, hardly a day could pass without their seeing this odd collector. The pleasure that I found in staring at the blind, and in feeling that my mouth was half open, began at length to diminish. I became more mobile. I even moved in my seat. I opened the book that my grandmother had given me, and turned its pages casually, reading whatever caught my eye. And as I read, I felt my admiration for Madame de Sévigné grow. It is a mistake to let oneself be taken in by the purely formal details, idioms of the period, or social conventions, the effect of which is that certain people believe that they have caught the Sévigné manner when they have said, "Tell me, my dear," or "That Count struck me as being a man of parts," or "Haymaking is the sweetest thing in the world." Madame de Sévigné imagines already that she is being like her grandmother because she can write, "Monsieur de la Bouille is bearing wonderfully, sir, and is in excellent condition to hear the news of his death." Or, "Oh, my dear Marquis, how your letter enchanted me. What can I do but answer it?" Or, "Meseems, sir, that you owe me a letter, and I owe you some boxes of bergamot. I discharge my debts to the number of 8. Others shall follow. Never has the soil borne so many. Apparently for your gratification." And she writes in this style also her letter on bleeding, on lemons, and so forth, supposing it to be typical of the letters of Madame de Sévigné. But my grandmother, who had approached that lady from within, attracted to her by her own love of kinsfolk and of nature, had taught me to enjoy the real beauties of her correspondence, which are altogether different. They were presently to strike me all the more forcibly inasmuch as Madame de Sévigné is a great artist of the same school as a painter whom I was to meet at Balbec, where his influence on my way of seeing things was immense. I realized at Balbec that it was in the same way as he that she presented things to her readers, in the order of our perception of them, instead of first having to explain them in relation to their several causes. But already that afternoon in the railway carriage, as I read over again that letter in which the moonlight comes, I cannot resist the temptation. I put on all my bonnets and veils, though there is no need of them. I walk along this mall where the air is as sweet as in my chamber. I find 1,000 phantasms, monks white and black, sisters gray and white, linen cast here and there on the ground, men enshrouded upright against the tree trunks. I was enraptured by what, a little later, I should have described, for does she not draw landscapes in the same way as he draws characters? As the Dostoevsky side of Madame de Sévigné's letters. When, that evening, after having accompanied my grandmother to her destination and spent some hours in her friend's house, I had returned by myself to the train, at any rate I found nothing to distress me in the night which followed. This was because I had not to spend it in a room of the somnolence of which would have kept me awake. I was surrounded by the soothing activity of all those movements of the train which kept me company, offered to stay and converse with me if I could not sleep, lulled me with their sounds which I wedded, as I had often wedded the chime of the Cambrai bells, now to one rhythm, now to another, hearing as the whim took me first 4 level and equivalent semiquavers, then 1 semiquaver furiously dashing against a crochet. They neutralized the centrifugal force of my insomnia by exercising upon it a contrary pressure which kept me in equilibrium, and on which my immobility and presently my drowsiness felt themselves to be borne with the same sense of refreshment that I should have had I been resting under the protecting vigilance of powerful forces, on the breast of nature and of life, had I been able for a moment to incarnate myself in a fish that sleeps in the sea, driven unheeding by the currents and the tides, or in an eagle outstretched upon the air with no support but the storm. Sunrise is a necessary concomitant of long railway journeys, just as are hard-boiled eggs, illustrated papers, packs of cards, rivers upon which boats strain but make no progress. At a certain moment, when I was counting over the thoughts that had filled my mind, in the preceding minutes, so as to discover whether I had just been asleep or not, and when the very uncertainty which made me ask myself the question was to furnish me with an affirmative answer, in the pale square of the window, over a small black wood, I saw some ragged clouds whose fleecy edges were of a fixed dead pink, not liable to change, like the color that dyes the wing which has grown to wear it, or the sketch upon which the artist's fancy has washed it. But I felt that, unlike them, this color was due neither to inertia nor to caprice, but to necessity and life. Presently there gathered behind it reserves of light. It brightened, the sky turned to a crimson which I strove, gluing my eyes to the window, to see more clearly, for I felt that it was related somehow to the most intimate life of nature. But the course of the line altering, the train turned, the morning scene gave place in the frame of the window to a nocturnal village, its roofs still blue with moonlight, its pond encrusted with the opalescent nacre of night, beneath a firmament still powdered with all its stars. And I was lamenting the loss of my strip of pink sky, when I caught sight of it afresh, but red this time, in the opposite window which it left at a second bend in the line, so that I spent my time running from one window to the other to reassemble, to collect on a single canvas, the intermittent, antipodean fragments of my fine, scarlet, ever-changing morning, and to obtain a comprehensive view of it and a continuous picture. The scenery became broken. Abrupt, the train stopped at a little station between 2 mountains. Far down the gorge, on the edge of a hurrying stream, one could see only a solitary watch-house, deep planted in the water which ran past on a level with its windows. If a person can be the product of a soil the peculiar charm of which one distinguishes in that person, more even than the peasant girl whom I had so desperately longed to see appear, when I wandered by myself along the Méséglise way, in the woods of Ruchionville, such a person must be the big girl whom I now saw emerge from the house, and climbing a path lighted by the first slanting rays of the sun, come towards the station carrying a jar of milk. In her valley, from which its congregated limits hid the rest of the world, she could never see anyone save in these trains which stopped for a moment only. She passed down the line of windows, offering coffee and milk to a few awakened passengers. Purpled with the glow of morning, her face was rosier than the sky. I felt in her presence that desire to live which is reborn in us whenever we become conscious anew of beauty and of happiness. We invariably forget that these are individual qualities, and substituting for them in our mind a conventional type at which we arrive by striking a sort of mean amongst the different faces that have taken our fancy, the pleasures we have known, we are left with mere abstract images which are lifeless and dull because they are lacking in precisely that element of novelty, different from anything we have known, that element which is proper to beauty and to happiness. And we deliver on life a pessimistic judgment which we suppose to be fair, for we believed that we were taking into account when we formed it happiness and beauty, whereas in fact we left them out and replaced them by syntheses in which there is not a single atom of either. So it is that a well-read man will at once begin to yawn with boredom when anyone speaks to him of a new good book, because he imagines a sort of composite of all the good books that he has read and knows already, whereas a good book is something special, something incalculable, and is made up not of the sum of all previous masterpieces, but of something which the most thorough assimilation of every one of them would not enable him to discover, since it exists not in their sum, but beyond it. Once he has become acquainted with this new work, the well-read man, till then apathetic, feels his interest awaken in the reality which it depicts. So, alien to the models of beauty which my fancy was wont to sketch when I was by myself, this strapping girl gave me at once the sensation of a certain happiness, the sole form, always different, in which we may learn the sensation of happiness. Of a happiness that would be realized by my staying and living there by her side. But in this again the temporary cessation of habit played a great part. I was giving the milk girl the benefit of what was really my own entire being, ready to taste the keenest joys, which now confronted her. As a rule, it is with our being reduced to a minimum that we live. Most of our faculties lie dormant because they can rely upon habit, which knows what there is to be done and has no need of their services. But on this morning of travel, the interruption of the routine of my existence, the change of place and time, had made their presence indispensable. My habits, which were sedentary and not matutinal, played me false, and all my faculties came hurrying to take their place, vying with one another in their zeal, rising each of them like waves in a storm, to the same unaccustomed level, from the basest to the most exalted, from breath, appetite, the circulation of my blood, to receptivity and imagination. I cannot say whether, so as to make me believe that this girl was unlike the rest of women, the rugged charm of these barren tracts had been added to her own, but if so, she gave it back to them. Life would have seemed an exquisite thing to me if only I had been free to spend it, hour after hour, with her, to go with her to the stream, to the cow, to the train, to be always at her side, to feel that I was known to her, had my place in her thoughts. She would have initiated me into the delights of country life and of the first hours of the day. I signaled to her to give me some of her coffee. I felt that I must be noticed by her. She did not see me. I called to her. Above her body, which was of massive build, the complexion of her face was so burnished and so ruddy that she appeared almost as though I were looking at her through a lighted window. She had turned and was coming towards me. I could not take my eyes from her face, which grew larger as she approached, like a sun which it was somehow possible to arrest in its course and draw towards one, letting itself be seen at close quarters, blinding the eyes with its blaze of red and gold. She fastened on me her penetrating stare, but while the porters ran along the platform shutting doors, the train had begun to move. I saw her leave the station and go down the hill to her home. It was broad daylight now. I was speeding away from the dawn. Whether my exultation had been produced by this girl, or had, on the other hand, been responsible for most of the pleasure that I had found in the sight of her, in the sense of her presence, in either event she was so closely associated with it that my desire to see her again was really not so much a physical as a mental desire, not to allow this state of enthusiasm to perish utterly, not to be separated forever from the person who, although quite unconsciously, had participated in it. It was not only because this state was a pleasant one. It was principally because, just as increased tension upon a cord of accelerated vibration of a nerve produces a different sound or color, it gave another tonality to all that I saw, introduced me as an actor upon the stage of an unknown and infinitely more interesting universe. That handsome girl, whom I still could see, while the train gathered speed, was like part of a life other than the life that I knew, separated from it by a clear boundary in which the sensations that things produced in me were no longer the same, from which to return now to my old life would be almost suicide. To procure myself the pleasure of feeling that I had at least an attachment to this new life, it would suffice that I should live near enough to the little station to be able to come to it every morning for a cup of coffee from the girl. But alas, she must be forever absent from the other life towards which I was being borne with ever-increasing swiftness, a life to the prospect of which I resigned myself only by weaving plans that would enable me to take the same train again some day, and to stop at the same station. A project which would have the further advantage of providing with subject matter the selfish, active, practical, mechanical, indolent, centrifugal tendency which is that of the human mind. For our mind turns readily aside from the effort which it is required if it is to analyze in itself, in a general and disinterested manner, a pleasant impression which we have received. And as, on the other hand, we wish to continue to think of that impression, the mind prefers to imagine it in the future tense, which, while it gives us no clue as to the real nature of the thing, saves us the trouble of recreating it in our own consciousness, and allows us to hope that we may receive it afresh from without. End of section 21. Section 22 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place names the place. Part 3. Certain names of towns, Vézelay or Chartres, Bourges or Beauvais, serve to indicate, by abbreviation, the principal church in those towns. This partial acceptation, in which we are so accustomed to take the word, comes at length, if the names in question are those of places that we do not yet know, to fashion for us a mold of the name as a solid whole, which from that time onwards, whenever we wish it to convey the idea of the town, of that town which we have never seen, will impose on it, as on a cast, the same carved outlines, and the same style of art will make of the town a sort of vast cathedral. It was nevertheless in a railway station above the door of a refreshment room that I read the name, almost Persian in style, of Baalbek. I strode buoyantly through the station and across the avenue that led past it. I asked my way to the beach so as to see nothing in the place but its church and the sea. People seemed not to understand what I meant. Old Baalbek, Baalbek en Terre, at which I had arrived, had neither beach nor harbor. It was most certainly in the sea that the fishermen had found, according to the legend, the miraculous Christ, of which a window in the church that stood a few yards from where I now was recorded the discovery. It was indeed from cliffs battered by the waves that had been quarried the stone of its nave and towers. But this sea, which for those reasons I had imagined as flowing up to die at the foot of the window, was 12 miles away and more, at Balbec Plage, and rising beside its cupola, that steeple, which, because I had read that it was itself a rugged Norman cliff on which seeds were blown and spouted, round which the seabirds wheeled, I had always pictured to myself as receiving at its base the last drying foam of the uplifted waves, stood on a square from which 2 lines of tramway diverged, opposite a café which bore, written in letters of gold, the word billiards. It stood out against a background of houses with the roofs of which no upstanding mast was blended. And the church, entering my mind with the café, with the passing stranger of whom I had had to ask my way, with the station to which presently I should have to return, made part of the general whole, seemed an accident, a by-product of this summer afternoon in which its mellow and distended dome against the sky was like a fruit of which the same light that bathed the chimneys of the houses was ripening the skin, pink, glowing, melting soft. But I wished only to consider the eternal significance of the carvings when I recognized the apostles, which I had seen in casts in the Trocadero Museum, and which on either side of the Virgin, before the deep bay of the porch, were awaiting me as though to do me reverence. With their benign, blunt, mild faces and bowed shoulders, they seemed to be advancing upon me with an air of welcome, singing the Alleluia of a fine day. But it was evident that their expression was unchanging as that on a dead man's face, and could be modified only by my turning about to look at them in different aspects. I said to myself, here I am. This is the church of Balbec. This square, which looks as though it were conscious of its glory, is the only place in the world that possesses Balbec Church. All that I have seen so far have been photographs of this church, and of these famous apostles, this Virgin of the Porch, mere casts only. Now it is the church itself, the statue itself. These are they, the unique things. This is something far greater. It was something less, perhaps, also. As a young man on the day of an examination or of a duel feels the question that he has been asked, the shot that he has fired, to be a very little thing when he thinks of the reserves of knowledge and of valor that he possesses and would like to have displayed, so my mind, which had exalted the Virgin of the Porch far above the reproductions that I had had before my eyes, inaccessible by the vicissitudes which had power to threaten them, intact although they were destroyed, ideal, endowed with universal value, was astonished to see the statue which it had carved 1,000 times, reduced now to its own apparent form in stone, occupying, on the radius of my outstretched arm, a place in which it had for rivals an election placard and the point of my stick fettered to the square, inseparable from the head of the main street, powerless to hide from the gaze of the café and of the omnibus office, receiving on its face half of that ray of the setting sun, half presently in a few hours' time of the light of the street lamp, of which the bank building received the other half, tainted simultaneously with that branch office of a money-lending establishment by the smells from the pastry cook's oven, subjected to the tyranny of the individual to such a point that if I had chosen to scribble my name upon that stone, it was she, the illustrious Virgin, whom until then I had endowed with a general existence and an intangible beauty, the Virgin of Balbec, the unique, which meant, alas, the only one, who, on her body coated with the same soot as defiled the neighboring houses, would have displayed, powerless to rid herself of them, to all the admiring strangers come there to gaze upon her, the marks of my piece of chalk and the letters of my name. It was she, indeed, the immortal work of art so long desired, whom I found transformed, as was the church itself, into a little old woman in stone whose height I could measure and count her wrinkles. But time was passing. I must return to the station, where I was to wait for my grandmother and Francois, so that we should all arrive at Balbec Plage together. I reminded myself of what I had read about Balbec, of Swann's saying, "It is exquisite, as fine as Siena." and casting the blame for my disappointment upon various accidental causes, such as the state of my health, my exhaustion after the journey, my incapacity for looking at things properly, I endeavored to console myself with the thought that other towns remained still intact for me, that I might soon perhaps be making my way as into a shower of pearls, into the cool pattering sound that dripped from Quimperle, across that green water lit by a rosy glow in which Pont Aven was bathed. But as for Baalbec, no sooner had I set foot in it than it was as though I had broken open a name which ought to have been kept hermetically closed, and into which, seizing at once the opportunity that I had imprudently given them when I expelled all the images that had been living in it until then, a tramway, a cafe, people crossing the square, the local branch of a bank, irresistibly propelled by some external pressure, by a pneumatic force, had come crowding into the interior of those two syllables, which, closing over them, let them now serve as a border to the porch of the Persian church, and would never henceforward cease to contain them. In the little train of the local railway company which was to take us to Baalbec Plage, I found my grandmother, but found her alone. For, imagining that she was sending Francois on ahead of her, so as to have everything ready before we arrived, but having mixed up her instructions, she had succeeded only in packing off Francois in the wrong direction, who at that moment was being carried down all unsuspectingly, at full speed, to Nantes, and would probably wake up next morning at Bordeaux. No sooner had I taken my seat in the carriage, filled with the fleeting light of sunset and with the lingering heat of the afternoon, the former enabling me, alas, to see written clearly upon my grandmother's face how much the latter had tired her, then she began, "Well, and Baalbec?" with a smile so brightly illuminated by her expectation of the great pleasure which she supposed me to have been enjoying, that I dared not at once confess to her my disappointment. Besides, the impression on which my mind had been seeking occupied it steadily less as the place drew nearer to which my body would have to become accustomed. At the end, still more than an hour away, of this journey, I was trying to form a picture of the manager of the hotel at Baalbec, to whom I, at that moment, did not exist, and I should have liked to be going to present myself to him in more impressive company than that of my grandmother, who would be certain to ask for a reduction of his terms. The only thing positive about him was his haughty condescension. His lineaments were still vague. Every few minutes the little train brought us to a standstill in one of the various stations which came before Baalbec Plage, stations the mere names of which, Incarville, Marcouville, Deauville, Pont à Couleuvre, Aramboville, Saint-Marc-les-Vieux, Hermonville, Mainville, seemed to me outlandish, whereas if I had come upon them in a book, I should at once have been struck by their affinity to the names of certain places in the neighborhood of Combray. But to the trained ear, two musical airs, consisting each of so many notes, several of which are common to them both, will present no similarity whatever if they differ in the color of their harmony and orchestration. So it was that nothing could have reminded me less than these dreary names, made up of sand, of space too airy and empty, and of salt, out of which the termination ville always escaped, as the fly seems to spring out from the end of the word butterfly. Nothing could have reminded me less of those other names, Roussillonville or Martinville, which, because I had heard them pronounced so often by my great-aunt at table in the dining-room, had acquired a certain sombre charm in which were blended perhaps extracts of the flavor of preserves, the smell of the fire of logs, and of the pages of one of Bergot's books, the color of the stony front of the house opposite, all of which things still today, when they rise like a gaseous bubble from the depths of my memory, preserve their own specific virtue, through all the successive layers of rival interests which must be traversed before they reach the surface. These were, commanding the distant sea from the crests of their several dunes, or folding themselves already for the night beneath hills of a crude green color and uncomfortable shape, like that of the sofa in one's bedroom in an hotel at which one has just arrived, each composed of a cluster of villas whose line was extended to include a lawn tennis court, and now and then a casino, over which a flag would be snapping in the freshening breeze. Like a hollow cough, a series of watering places which now let me see for the first time their regular visitors, but let me see only the external features of those visitors. Lawn tennis players in white hats, the station master spending all his life there on the spot among his tamarisks and roses. A lady in a straw boater, who, following the everyday routine of an existence which I should never know, was calling to her dog, which had stopped to examine something in the road before going into her bungalow, where the lamp was already lighted for her return, which, with these strangely usual and slightingly familiar sights, stung my ungreeted eyes and stabbed my exiled heart. But how much were my sufferings increased when we had finally landed in the hall of the Grand Hotel at Baalbek, and I stood there in front of the monumental staircase that looked like marble, while my grandmother, regardless of the growing hostility of the strangers among whom we should have to live, discussed terms with the manager, a sort of nodding mandarin whose face and voice were alike covered with scars, left by the excision of countless pustules from one and from the other of the diverse accents acquired from an alien ancestry and in a cosmopolitan upbringing, who stood there in a smart dinner jacket, with the air of an expert psychologist, classifying, whenever the omnibus discharged a fresh load, the nobility and gentry as guessers, and the hotel crooks as nobility and gentry. Forgetting probably that he himself was not drawing 500 francs a month, he had a profound contempt for people to whom 500 francs, or as he preferred to put it, 25 louis, was a lot of money, and regarded them as belonging to a race of pariahs for whom the Grand Hotel was certainly not intended. It is true that even within its walls there were people who did not pay very much and yet had not forfeited the manager's esteem, provided that he was assured that they were watching their expenditure not from poverty so much as from avarice. For this could in no way lower their standing, since it is a vice and may consequently be found at every grade of social position. Social position was the one thing by which the manager was impressed. Social position, or rather the signs which seemed to him to imply that it was exalted, such as not taking one's hat off when one came into the hall, wearing knickerbockers, or an overcoat with a waist, and taking a cigar with a band of purple and gold out of a crushed morocco case. To none of which advantages could I, alas, lay claim. He would also adorn his business conversation with choice expressions, to which, as a rule, he gave a wrong meaning. While I heard my grandmother, who showed no sign of annoyance at his listening to her with his hat on his head and whistling through his teeth at her, ask him in an artificial voice, "And what are your charges?" "Oh, far too high for my little budget." Waiting upon a bench, I sought refuge in the innermost depths of my own consciousness, strove to migrate to a plane of eternal thoughts, to leave nothing of myself, nothing that lived and felt on the surface of my body, anesthetized as are those of animals which by inhibition feign death when they are attacked, so as not to suffer too keenly in this place, with which my total unfamiliarity was made all the more evident to me when I saw the familiarity that seemed at the same moment to be enjoyed by a smartly dressed lady, for whom the manager showed his respect by taking liberties with the little dog that followed her across the hall, the young blood with a feather in his hat who asked, as he came in, "Any letters?" All these people to whom it was an act of homecoming to mount those stairs of imitation marble. And at the same time the triple frown of Minos, Aeschylus, and Rhadamanthus, beneath which I plunged my naked soul as into an unknown element where there was nothing now to protect it, was bent sternly upon me by a group of gentlemen, who, though little versed perhaps in the art of receiving, yet bore the title reception clerks, while beyond them again, through a closed wall of glass, were people sitting in a reading room for the description of which I should have had to borrow from Dante alternately the colors in which he paints paradise and hell, according as I was thinking of the happiness of the elect who had the right to sit and read there undisturbed, or of the terror which my grandmother would have inspired in me, if in her insensibility to this sort of impression, she had asked me to go in there and wait for her by myself. My sense of loneliness was further increased a moment later, when I had confessed to my grandmother that I did not feel well, that I thought that we should be obliged to return to Paris. She had offered no protest, saying merely that she was going out to buy a few things which would be equally useful whether we left or stayed. for which I afterwards learned were all for my benefit, Francois having gone off with certain articles which I might need. While I waited for her, I had taken a turn through the streets, packed with a crowd of people who imparted to them a sort of indoor warmth, streets in which were still open the hairdresser's shop and the pastry cook's, the latter filled with the customers eating ices opposite the statue of Duguay Trouin. This crowd gave me just about as much pleasure as a photograph of it in one of the illustrateds might give a patient who was turning its pages in the surgeon's waiting room. I was astonished to find that there were people so different from myself that this stroll through town had actually been recommended to me by the manager as a distraction, and also that the torture chamber which a new place of residence is could appear to some people a continuous amusement, to quote the hotel prospectus, which might, it was true, exaggerate, but was, for all that, addressed to a whole army of clients to whose tastes it must appeal. True, it invoked, to make them come to the Grand Hotel, Balbec, not only the exquisite fare and the fairy-like view across the casino gardens, but also the ordinances of Her Majesty Queen Fashion, which no one may break with impunity or without being taken for a Boeotian, a charge that no well-bred man would willingly incur. The need that I now had of my grandmother was enhanced by my fear that I had shattered another of her illusions. She must be feeling discouraged, feeling that if I could not stand the fatigue of this journey, there was no hope that any change of air could ever do me good. I decided to return to the hotel and to wait for her there. The manager himself came forward and pressed a button, and a person whose acquaintance I had not yet made, labeled Lift, who at that highest point in the building, which corresponded to the lantern in a Norman church, was installed like a photographer in his dark room or an organist in his loft, came rushing down towards me with the agility of a squirrel, tamed, active, caged. Then sliding upwards again along a steel pillar, he bore me aloft in his train towards the dome of this temple of Mammon. On each floor, on either side of a narrow communicating stair, opened out fan-wise a range of shadowy galleries, along one of which, carrying a bolster, a chambermaid came past. I leant to her face, which the gathering dusk made featureless, the mask of my most impassioned dreams of beauty, but read in her eyes as they turned towards me the horror of my own nonentity. Meanwhile, to dissipate, in the course of this interminable ascent, the mortal anguish which I felt in penetrating thus in silence the mystery of this chiaroscuro, so devoid of poetry, lighted by a single vertical line of little windows which were those of the solitary water-closet on each landing, I addressed a few words to the young organist, artificer of my journey and my partner in captivity, who continued to manipulate the registers of his instrument and to finger the stops. I apologized for taking up so much room, for giving him so much trouble, and asked whether I was not obstructing him in the practice of an art to which, so as to flatter the performer, I did more than display curiosity. I confessed my strong attachment. But he vouchsafed no answer, whether from astonishment at my words, preoccupation with what he was doing, regard for convention, hardness of hearing, respect for holy ground, fear of danger, slowness of understanding, or by the manager's orders. There is perhaps nothing that gives us so strong an impression of the reality of the external world as the difference in the positions, relative to ourself, of even a quite unimportant person before we have met him and after. I was the same man who had taken, that afternoon, the little train from Balbec to the coast. I carried in my body the same consciousness. But on that consciousness, in the place where, at 6 o'clock, there had been, with the impossibility of forming any idea of the manager, the Grand Hotel or its occupants, a vague and timorous impatience for the moment at which I should reach my destination, were to be found now the pustules excised from the face of the cosmopolitan manager. He was, as a matter of fact, a naturalized Monegasque, although, as he himself put it, for he was always using expressions which he thought distinguished, without noticing that they were incorrect, of Romanian originality. His action in ringing for the lift boy himself, a whole frieze of puppet show characters issuing from that Pandora's box which was the Grand Hotel, undeniable, irremovable, and like everything that is realized, sterilizing. But at least this change, which I had done nothing to bring about, proved to me that something had happened which was external to myself, however devoid of interest that thing might be, and I was like a traveler, who, having had the sun in his face when he started, concludes that he has been for so many hours on the road when he finds the sun behind him. I was half dead with exhaustion. I was burning with fever. I would gladly have gone to bed, but I had no night things. I should have liked at least to lie down for a little while on the bed, but what good would that have done me, seeing that I should not have been able to find any rest there for that mass of sensations which is for each of us his sentient, if not his material body, and that the unfamiliar objects which encircled that body, forcing it to set its perceptions on the permanent footing of a vigilant and defensive guard, would have kept my sight, my hearing, all my senses in a position as cramped and comfortless, even if I had stretched out my legs, as that of Cardinal La Balue in the cage in which he could neither stand nor sit. It is our noticing them that puts things in a room, our growing used to them that takes them away again and clears a space for us. Space there was none for me in my bedroom, mine in name only, at Balbec. It was full of things which did not know me, which flung back at me the distrustful look that I had cast at them, and without taking any heed of my existence, showed that I was interrupting the course of theirs. The clock, whereas at home I heard my clock tick only a few seconds in a week, when I was coming out of some profound meditation, continued without a moment's interruption to utter, in an unknown tongue, a series of observations which must have been most uncomplimentary to myself, for the violet curtains listened to them without replying, but in an attitude such as people adopt who shrug their shoulders to indicate that the sight of a third person irritates them. They gave to this room with its lofty ceiling a semi-historical character, which might have made it a suitable place for the assassination of the Duc de Guise, and afterwards for parties of tourists personally conducted by one of Messrs. Thomas Cook and Sons guides. But for me to sleep in? No. I was tormented by the presence of some little bookcases with glass fronts which ran along the walls, but especially by a large mirror with feet which stood across one corner. For I felt that until it had left the room there would be no possibility of rest for me there. I kept raising my eyes, which the things in my room in Paris disturbed no more than did my eyelids themselves, for they were merely extensions of my organs, an enlargement of myself, towards the fantastically high ceiling of this belvedere planted upon the summit of the hotel which my grandmother had chosen for me, and in that region more intimate than those in which we see and hear, that region in which we test the quality of odors, almost in the very heart of my inmost self, the smell of flowering grasses next launched its offensive against my last feeble line of trenches, where I stood up to it, not without tiring myself still further, with the futile incessant defense of an anxious sniffing. Having no world, no room, no body now that was not menaced by the enemies thronging round me, invaded to the very bones by fever, I was utterly alone. I longed to die. Then my grandmother came in, and to the expansion of my ebbing heart there opened at once an infinity of space. She was wearing a loose cambric gown, which she put on at home whenever any of us was ill, because she felt more comfortable in it, she used to say, for she always ascribed to her actions a selfish motive, and which was for tending us, for watching by our beds, her servant's livery, her nurse's uniform, her religious habit. But whereas the trouble that servants, nurses, religious take, their kindness to us, the merits that we discover in them, and the gratitude that we owe them all, go to increase the impression that we have of being, in their eyes, someone different, of feeling that we are alone, keeping in our own hands a control over our thoughts, our will to live, I knew, when I was with my grandmother, that however great the misery that there was in me, it would be received by her with a pity still more vast, that everything that was mine, my cares, my wishes, would be, in my grandmother, supported upon a desire to save and prolong my life stronger than was my own, and my thoughts were continued in her without having to undergo any deflection, since they passed from my mind into hers without change of atmosphere or of personality. And, like a man who tries to fasten his necktie in front of a glass and forgets that the end which he sees reflected is not on the side to which he raises his hand, or like a dog that chases along the ground the dancing shadow of an insect in the air, misled by her appearance in the body as we are apt to be in this world where we have no direct perception of people's souls, I threw myself into the arms of my grandmother and clung with my lips to her face as though I had access thus to that immense heart which she opened to me. And when I felt my mouth glued to her cheeks, to her brow, I drew from them something so beneficial, so nourishing, that I lay in her arms as motionless, as solemn, as calmly gluttonous as a babe at the breast. At last I let go and lay and gazed, and could not tire of gazing at her large face, as clear in its outline as a fine cloud, glowing and serene, behind which I could discern the radiance of her tender love. And everything that received, in however slight a degree, any share of her sensations, everything that could be said to belong in any way to her, was at once so spiritualized, so sanctified, that with outstretched hands I smoothed her dear hair, still hardly gray, with as much respect, precaution, comfort, as if I had actually been touching her goodness. She found a similar pleasure in taking any trouble that saved me one, and in a moment of immobility and rest for my weary limbs, something so delicious that when, having seen that, she wished to help me with my undressing and to take my boots off, I made as though to stop her and began to undress myself. With an imploring gaze she arrested my hands as they fumbled with the top buttons of my coat and boots. "Oh, do let me," she begged. "It is such a joy for you, Granny. And be sure you knock on the wall if you want anything in the night. My bed is just on the other side, and the partition is quite thin. Just give a knock now as soon as you are ready, so that we shall know where we are." And sure enough, that evening I gave 3 knocks, a signal which, the week after, when I was ill, I repeated every morning for several days, because my grandmother wanted me to have some milk early. Then, when I thought that I could hear her stirring, so that she should not be kept waiting, but might, the moment she had brought me the milk, go to sleep again, I ventured on 3 little taps, timidly, faintly, but for all that distinctly. For if I was afraid of disturbing her, supposing that I had been mistaken and that she was still asleep, I should not have wished her either to lie awake listening for a summons which she had not at once caught, and which I should not have the courage to repeat. And scarcely had I given my taps than I heard 3 others, in a different intonation from mine, stamped with a calm authority, repeated twice over so that there should be no mistake, and saying to me plainly, "Don't get excited. I heard you. I shall be with you in a minute." And shortly afterwards my grandmother appeared. I explained to her that I had been afraid that she would not hear me, or might think that it was someone in the room beyond who was tapping, at which she smiled. Mistake my poor chick's knocking for anyone else? Why, Granny could tell it among 1,000. Do you suppose there's anyone else in the world who's such a silly Billy, with such feverish little knuckles, so afraid of waking me up and of not making me understand? Even if he gave just the least scratch, Granny could tell her mouse's sound at once, especially such a poor, miserable little mouse as mine is. I could hear it just now, trying to make up its mind, and rustling the bedclothes, and going through all its tricks. She pushed open the shutters, where a wing of the hotel jutted out at right angles to my window. The sun was already installed upon the roof, like a slater who is up betimes, and starts early and works quietly so as not to rouse the sleeping town, whose stillness seems to enhance his activity. She told me what o'clock, what sort of day it was, that it was not worth while my getting up and coming to the window, that there was a mist over the sea, if the baker's shop had opened yet, what the vehicle was that I could hear passing. All that brief, trivial curtain raiser, that negligible introit of a new day, performed without any spectator, a little scrap of life which was only for our 2 selves, which I should have no hesitation in repeating later on to Francois or even to strangers, speaking of the fog which you could have cut with a knife at 6 o'clock that morning, with the ostentation of one who was boasting not of a piece of knowledge that he had acquired, but of a mark of affection shown to himself alone. Dear morning moment, opened like a symphony by the rhythmical dialogue of my 3 taps, to which the thin wall of my bedroom, steeped in love and joy, grown melodious, immaterial, singing like the angelic choir, responded with 3 other taps, eagerly awaited, repeated once and again, in which it contrived to waft to me the soul of my grandmother, whole and perfect, and the promise of her coming with a swiftness of enunciation and melodic accuracy. But on this first night after our arrival, when my grandmother had left me, I began again to feel as I had felt the day before in Paris at the moment of leaving home. Perhaps this fear that I had, and shared with so many of my fellow men, of sleeping in a strange room, perhaps this fear is only the most humble, obscure, organic, almost unconscious form of that great and desperate resistance set up by the things that constitute the better part of our present life towards our mentally assuming, by accepting it as true, the formula of a future in which those things are to have no part. A resistance which was at the root of the horror that I had so often been made to feel by the thought that my parents must one day die, that the stern necessity of life might oblige me to live remote from Gilbert, or simply to settle permanently in a place where I should never see any of my old friends. A resistance which was also at the root of the difficulty that I found in imagining my own death, or a survival such as Bergot used to promise to mankind in his books, a survival in which I should not be allowed to take with me my memories, my frailties, my character, which did not easily resign themselves to the idea of ceasing to be, and desired for me neither annihilation nor an eternity in which they would have no part. End of section 22. Section 23 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 4. When Swann had said to me, in Paris one day when I felt particularly unwell, "You ought to go off to one of those glorious islands in the Pacific. You'd never come back again if you did," I should have liked to answer, "But then I shall not see your daughter any more. I shall be living among people and things she has never seen." And yet my better judgment whispered, "What difference can that make, since you are not going to be affected by it? When Monsieur Swann tells you that you will not come back, he means by that you will not want to come back. And if you don't want to, that is because you will be happier out there." For my judgment was aware that habit which was even now setting to work to make me like this unfamiliar lodging, to change the position of the mirror, the shade of the curtains, to stop the clock, undertakes as well to make dear to us the companions whom we at first disliked, to give another appearance to their faces, to make attractive the sound of their voices, to modify the inclinations of their hearts. It is true that these new friendships for places and people are based upon forgetfulness of the old, but what my better judgment was thinking was simply that I could look without apprehension along the vista of a life in which I should be forever separated from people, all memory of whom I should lose. And it was by way of consolation that my mind was offering to my heart a promise of oblivion, which succeeded only in sharpening the edge of its despair. Not that the heart also is not bound in time, when separation is complete, to feel the anodyne effect of habit, but until then it will continue to suffer. And our dread of a future in which we must forego the sight of faces, the sound of voices that we love, friends from whom we derive today our keenest joys, this dread, far from being dissipated, is intensified, if to the grief of such a privation we reflect that there will be added what seems to us now in anticipation an even more cruel grief, not to feel it as a grief at all, to remain indifferent, for if that should occur, our ego would have changed. It would then be not merely the attractiveness of our family, our mistress, our friends that had ceased to environ us, but our affection for them. It would have been so completely eradicated from our heart, in which today it is a conspicuous element, that we should be able to enjoy that life apart from them, the very thought of which today makes us recoil in horror. So that it would be, in a real sense, the death of ourself, a death followed, it is true, by resurrection, but in a different ego, the life, the love of which are beyond the reach of those elements of the existing ego that are doomed to die. It is they, even the meanest of them, such as our obscure attachments to the dimensions, to the atmosphere of a bedroom, that grow stubborn and refuse, in acts of rebellion which we must recognize to be a secret, partial, tangible, and true aspect of our resistance to death, of the long resistance, desperate and daily renewed, to a fragmentary and gradual death, such as interpolates itself throughout the whole course of our life, tearing away from us at every moment a shred of ourself, dead matter on which new cells will multiply and grow. And for a neurotic nature such as mine, one, that is to say, in which the intermediaries, the nerves, perform their functions badly, fail to arrest on its way to the consciousness, allow indeed to penetrate there, distinct, exhausting, innumerable, agonizing, the plaint of those most humble elements of the personality which are about to disappear, the anxiety and alarm which I felt as I lay outstretched beneath that strange and too lofty ceiling, were but the protest of an affection that survived in me for a ceiling that was familiar and low. Doubtless this affection too would disappear, and another have taken its place, when death, and then another life, would, in the guise of habit, have performed their double task. But until its annihilation, every night it would suffer afresh, and on this first night especially, confronted with a future already realized in which there would no longer be any place for it, it rose in revolt. It tortured me with the sharp sound of its lamentations, whenever my straining eyes, powerless to turn from what was wounding them, endeavored to fasten their gaze upon that inaccessible ceiling. But next morning, after a servant had come to call me, and had brought me hot water, and while I was washing and dressing myself and trying in vain to find the things that I wanted in my trunk, from which I extracted, pell-mell, only a lot of things that were of no use whatever, what a joy it was to me, thinking already of the delights of luncheon and of a walk along the shore, to see in the window and in all the glass fronts of the bookcases, as in the portholes of a ship's cabin, the open sea, naked, unshadowed, and yet with half of its expanse in shadow, bounded by a thin and fluctuant line, and to follow with my eyes the waves that came leaping towards me, one behind another, like divers along a springboard. Every other moment, holding in one hand the starched, unyielding towel, with the name of the hotel printed upon it, with which I was making futile efforts to dry myself, I returned to the window to gaze once more upon that vast amphitheater, dazzling, mountainous, and upon the snowy crests of its emerald waves, here and there polished and translucent, which, with a placid violence, a leonine bending of the brows, let their steep fronts, to which the sun now added a smile without face or features, run forward in their goal, totter and melt and be no more. Window in which I was, henceforward, to plant myself every morning, as at the pane of a mail coach in which one has slept, to see whether in the night a long-sought mountain chain has come nearer or withdrawn. Only here it was those hills of the sea, which before they come dancing back towards us, are apt to retire so far that often it was only at the end of a long and sandy plain that I would distinguish, miles it seemed away, their first undulations upon a background transparent, vaporous, bluish like the glaciers that one sees in the backgrounds of the Tuscan primitives. On other mornings it was quite close at hand that the sun was smiling upon those waters of a green as tender as that preserved in alpine pastures, among mountains on which the sun spreads himself here and there like a lazy giant who may at any moment come leaping gaily down their craggy sides, less by the moisture of their soil than by the liquid mobility of their light. Anyhow, in that breach which shore and water between them drive through all the rest of the world, for the passage, the accumulation there of light, it is light above all, according to the direction from which it comes and along which our eyes follow it. It is light that shifts and fixes the undulations of the sea. Difference of lighting modifies no less the orientation of a place, constructs no less before our eyes new goals which it inspires in us the yearning to attain, than would a distance in space actually traversed in the course of a long journey. When, in the morning, the sun came from behind the hotel, disclosing to me the sands bathed in light as far as the first bastions of the sea, it seemed to be showing me another side of the picture, and to be engaging me on the pursuit, along the winding path of its rays, of a journey motionless but ever varied amid all the fairest scenes of the diversified landscape of the hours. And on this first morning, the sun pointed out to me far off with a jovial finger those blue peaks of the sea, which bear no name upon any geographer's chart, until, dizzy with its sublime excursion over the thundering and chaotic surface of their crests and avalanches, it came back to take shelter from the wind in my bedroom, swaggering across the unmade bed and scattering its riches over the splashed surface of the basin stand, and into my open trunk, where by its very splendor and ill-matched luxury it added still further to the general effect of disorder. Alas, that wind from the sea, an hour later in the great dining room, while we were having our luncheon, and from the leathern gourd of a lemon were sprinkling a few golden drops onto a pair of soles, which presently left on our plates the plumes of their picked skeletons, curled like stiff feathers and resonant as citherns. It seemed to my grandmother a cruel deprivation not to be able to feel its life-giving breath on her cheek, on account of the window, transparent but closed, which, like the front of a glass case in a museum, divided us from the beach while allowing us to look out upon its whole extent, and into which the sky entered so completely that its azure had the effect of being the color of the windows, and its white clouds only so many flaws in the glass. Imagining that I was seated upon the mole, or at rest in the boudoir of which Baudelaire speaks, I asked myself whether his sun's rays upon the sea were not a very different thing from the evening ray, simple and superficial as the wavering stroke of a golden pencil. Just what at that moment was scorching the sea topaz brown, fermenting it, turning it pale and milky like foaming beer, like milk, while now and then there hovered over it great blue shadows which some god seemed, for his pastime, to be shifting to and fro by moving a mirror in the sky. Unfortunately, it was not only in its outlook that it differed from our room at Combray, giving upon the houses over the way, this dining room at Baalbec, bare-walled, filled with a sunlight green as the water in a marble font, while a few feet away the full tide and broad daylight erected as though before the gates of the heavenly city an indestructible and moving rampart of emerald and gold. At Combray, since we were known to everyone, I took heed of no one. In life at the seaside one knows only one's own party. I was not yet old enough. I was still too sensitive to have outgrown the desire to find favor in the sight of other people and to possess their hearts. Nor had I acquired the more noble indifference which a man of the world would have felt, with regard to the people who were eating their luncheon in the room, nor to the boys and girls who strolled past the window, with whom I was pained by the thought that I should never be allowed to go on expeditions, though not so much pained as if my grandmother, contemptuous of social formalities and concerned about nothing but my health, had gone to them with the request, humiliating for me to overhear, that they would consent to let me accompany them. Whether they were returning to some villa beyond my ken, or had emerged from it, racket in hand, on their way to some lawn tennis court, or were mounted on horses whose hoofs trampled and tore my heart, I gazed at them with a passionate curiosity, in that blinding light of the beach by which social distinctions are altered. I followed all their movements through the transparency of that great bay of glass which allowed so much light to flood the room. But it intercepted the wind, and this seemed wrong to my grandmother, who, unable to endure the thought that I was losing the benefit of an hour in the open air, surreptitiously unlatched a pane and at once set flying, with the bills of fare, the newspapers, veils, and hats of all the people at the other tables. She herself, fortified by the breath of heaven, remained calm and smiling like Saint Blandina, amid the torrent of invective, which, increasing my sense of isolation and misery, those scornful, disheveled, furious visitors combined to pour on us. To a certain extent, and this at Baalbec gave to the population, as a rule monotonously rich and cosmopolitan, of that sort of smart and exclusive hotel, a quite distinctive local character. They were composed of eminent persons from the departmental capitals of that region of France, a chief magistrate from Cayenne, a leader of the Cherbourg bar, a big solicitor from Le Mans, who annually, when the holidays came round, starting from the various points over which, throughout the working year, they were scattered like snipers in a battle or draftsmen upon a board, concentrated their forces upon this hotel. They always reserved the same rooms, and with their wives, who had pretensions to aristocracy, formed a little group, which was joined by a leading barrister and a leading doctor from Paris, who on the day of their departure would say to the others, "Oh yes, of course, you don't go by our train. You are fortunate you will be home in time for luncheon." "Fortunate, do you say? You who live in the capital? In Paris, the great town? While I have to live in a wretched county town of 100,000 souls? It is true, we managed to muster 102,000 at the last census, but what is that compared to your 2.5 millions? Going back, too, to asphalt streets and all this bustle and gaiety of Paris life." They said this with a rustic burring of their R's, but without bitterness, for they were leading lights each in his own province, who could, like other people, have gone to Paris had they chosen. The chief magistrate of Cayenne had several times been offered a judgeship in the Court of Appeal, but had preferred to stay where they were, from love of their native towns, or of obscurity, or of fame, or because they were reactionaries and enjoyed being on friendly terms with the country houses of the neighborhoods. Besides, several of them were not going back at once to their county towns. For inasmuch as the Bay of Baalbec was a little world apart in the midst of a great world, a basket full of the seasons in which were clustered in a ring good days and bad, and the months in their order, so that not only on days when one could make out Rivebelle, which was in itself a sign of coming storms, could one see the sunlight on the houses there while Baalbec was plunged in darkness. But later on, when the cold weather had reached Baalbec, one could be certain of finding on that opposite shore 2 or 3 supplementary months of warmth, those of the regular visitors to the Grand Hotel whose holidays began late or lasted long, gave orders, when rain and fog came and autumn was in the air, for their boxes to be packed, and embarked and set sail across the bay to find summer again at Rivebelle or Costa d'Or. This little group in the Baalbec Hotel looked with distrust upon each new arrival, and while affecting to take not the least interest in him, hastened all of them to ply with questions their friend the head waiter. For it was the same head waiter, Jaime, who returned every year for the season, and kept their tables for them, and their good ladies, having heard that his wife was expecting, would sit after meals working each at one of the little things, stopping only to put up their glasses and stare at us, my grandmother and myself, because we were eating hard-boiled eggs in salad, which was considered common, and was not, in fact, not done, in the best society of Alencon. They affected an attitude of contemptuous irony with regard to a Frenchman who was called His Majesty, and had indeed proclaimed himself king of a small island in the South Seas, inhabited by a few savages. He was staying in the hotel with his pretty mistress, whom, as she crossed the beach to bathe, the little boys would greet with 3 cheers for the Queen, because she would reward them with a shower of small silver. The chief magistrate and the barrister went so far as to pretend not to see her, and if any of their friends happened to look at her, felt bound to warn him that she was only a little shop girl. "But I was told that at Ostend they use the royal bathing machine." "Well, and why not? It's on hire for 20 francs. You can take it yourself if you care for that sort of thing. Anyhow, I know for a fact that the fellow asked for an audience when he was there with the king, who sent back word that he took no cognizance of any pantomime princes." "Really, that's interesting. What queer people there are in the world, to be sure." And I dare say it was all quite true, but it was also from resentment of the thought that to many of their fellow visitors they were themselves simply respectable, but rather common people who did not know this king and queen so prodigal with their small change, that the solicitor, the magistrate, the barrister, when what they were pleased to call the carnival went by, felt so much annoyance, and expressed aloud an indignation that was quite understood by their friend, the head waiter, who, obliged to show proper civility to these generous, if not authentic, sovereigns, still, while he took their orders, would dart from afar at his old patrons a covert but speaking glance. Perhaps there was also something of the same resentment at being erroneously supposed to be less and unable to explain that they were more smart, underlining the fine specimen with which they qualified a young blood, the consumptive and dissipated son of an industrial magnate, who appeared every day in a new suit of clothes with an orchid in his buttonhole, drank champagne at luncheon, and then strolled out of the hotel, pale, impassive, a smile of complete indifference on his lips, to the casino to throw away at the baccarat table enormous sums, which he could ill afford to lose, as the solicitor said with a resigned air to the chief magistrate, whose wife had it on good authority that this detrimental young man was bringing his parents' grey hair in sorrow to the grave. On the other hand, the barrister and his friends could not exhaust their flow of sarcasm on the subject of a wealthy old lady of title, because she never moved anywhere without taking her whole household with her. Whenever the wives of the solicitor and the magistrate saw her in the dining-room at meal-times, they put up their glasses and gave her an insolent scrutiny, as minute and distrustful as if she had been some dish with a pretentious name but a suspicious appearance, which, after the negative result of a systematic study, must be sent away with a lofty wave of the hand and a grimace of disgust. No doubt by this behavior they meant only to show that if there were things in the world which they themselves lacked, in this instance certain prerogatives which the old lady enjoyed and the privilege of her acquaintance, it was not because they could not, but because they did not choose to acquire them. But they had succeeded in convincing themselves that this really was what they felt, and it was the suppression of all desire, of all curiosity as to forms of life which were unfamiliar, of all hope of pleasing new people, for which in the women had been substituted a feigned contempt, an artificial brightness, that had the awkward result of obliging them to label their discontent satisfaction, and lie everlastingly to themselves, for which they were greatly to be pitied. But everyone else in the hotel was no doubt behaving in a similar fashion, though his behavior might take a different form, and sacrificing, if not to self-importance, at any rate to certain inculcated principles and mental habits, the thrilling delight of mixing in a strange kind of life. Of course, the atmosphere of the microcosm in which the old lady isolated herself was not poisoned with virulent bitterness, as was that of the group in which the wives of the solicitor and magistrate sat chattering with impotent rage. It was indeed embalmed with a delicate and old-world fragrance, which, however, was none the less artificial. For at heart the old lady would probably have found in attaching herself, and, with that object, recreating herself, the mysterious sympathy of new friends, a charm which is altogether lacking from the pleasure that is to be derived from mixing only with the people of one's own world, and reminding oneself that one's own being the best of all possible worlds, the ill-informed contempt of outsiders may be disregarded. Perhaps she felt that were she to arrive incognito at the Grand Hotel, Balbec, she would, in her black stuff gown and old-fashioned bonnet, bring a smile to the lips of some old reprobate, who from the depths of his rocking-chair would glance up and murmur, "What a scarecrow!" Or still worse, to those of some man of repute, who had, like the magistrate, kept between his pepper and salt whiskers a rosy complexion and a pair of sparkling eyes such as she liked to see, and would at once bring the magnifying lens of the conjugal glasses to bear upon so quaint a phenomenon. And perhaps it was an unconfessed dread of those first few minutes, which, though one knows that they will be but a few minutes, are none the less terrifying, like the first plunge of one's head under water, that this old lady sent down in advance a servant, who would inform the hotel of the personality and habits of his mistress, and cutting short the manager's greetings, made, with an abruptness in which there was more timidity than pride, for her room, where her own curtains substituted for those that draped the hotel windows, her own screens and photographs set up so effectively between her and the outside world, to which otherwise she would have had to adapt herself, the barrier of her private life, that it was her home, in which she had comfortably stayed, that travelled rather than herself. End of section 23. Section 24 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place names the place. Part 5. Thenceforward, having placed between herself on the one hand, and the staff of the hotel and its decorators on the other, the servants who bore instead of her the shock of contact with all this strange humanity, and kept up around their mistress her familiar atmosphere, Having set her prejudices between herself and the other visitors, indifferent whether or not she gave offense to people whom her friends would not have had in their houses, it was in her own world that she continued to live, by correspondence with her friends, by memories, by her intimate sense of and confidence in her own position, the quality of her manners, the competence of her politeness. And every day when she came downstairs to go for a drive in her own carriage, the lady's maid who came after her carrying her wraps, the footmen who preceded her, seemed like sentries who, at the gate of an embassy, flying the flag of the country to which she belonged, assured to her upon foreign soil the privilege of extraterritoriality. She did not leave her room until late in the afternoon on the day following our arrival, so that we did not see her in the dining room, into which the manager, since we were strangers there, conducted us, taking us under his wing, as a corporal takes a squad of recruits to the master tailor to have them fitted. We did see, however, a moment later, a country gentleman and his daughter, of an obscure but very ancient Breton family, Monsieur and Mademoiselle de Stermaria, whose table had been allotted to us, in the belief that they had gone out and would not be back until the evening. Having come to Balbec only to see various country magnates whom they knew in that neighborhood, they spent in the hotel dining-room what, with the invitations they accepted and the visits they paid, only such time as was strictly unavoidable. It was their stiffness that preserved them intact from all human sympathy, from interesting at all the strangers seated round about them, among whom Monsieur de Stermaria kept up the glacial, preoccupied, distant, rude, punctilious, and distrustful air that we assume in a railway refreshment-room, among fellow-passengers whom we have never seen before and will never see again, and with whom we can conceive of no other relations than to defend from their onslaught our portion of cold chicken and our corner seat in the train. No sooner had we begun our luncheon than we were asked to leave the table on the instructions of Monsieur de Stermaria, who had just arrived, and, without the faintest attempt at an apology to us, requested the head waiter, in our hearing, to see that such a mistake did not occur again, for it was repugnant to him that people whom he did not know should have taken his table. And certainly into the feeling which impelled a young actress, better known though for her smart clothes, her smart sayings, her collection of German porcelain, than in the occasional parts that she had played at the Odeon, her lover, an immensely rich young man for whose sake she had acquired her culture, and two sprigs of aristocracy at that time much in the public eye, to form a little band apart, to travel only together, to come down to luncheon, when at Balbec, very late, after everyone had finished, to spend the whole day in their sitting-room playing cards, there entered no sort of ill humor against the rest of us, but simply the requirements of the taste that they had formed for a certain type of conversation, for certain refinements of good living, which made them find pleasure in spending their time, in taking their meals only by themselves, and would have rendered intolerable a life in common with people who had not been initiated into those mysteries. Even at a dinner or a card table, each of them had to be certain that in the diner or partner who sat opposite to him, there was, latent and not yet made use of, a certain brand of knowledge which would enable him to identify the rubbish with which so many houses in Paris were littered as genuine medieval or Renaissance pieces, and, whatever the subject of discussion, to apply the critical standards common to all their party, whereby they distinguished good work from bad. Probably it was only at such moments, by some infrequent amusing interruption flung into the general silence of meal or game, or by the new and charming frock which the young actress had put on for luncheon or for poker, that the special kind of existence in which these four friends desired above all things to remain plunged was made apparent. But by engulfing them thus in a system of habits which they knew by heart, it sufficed to protect them from the mystery of the life that was going on all round them. All the long afternoon the sea was suspended there before their eyes, only as a canvas of attractive coloring might hang on the wall of a wealthy bachelor's flat, and it was only in the intervals between the hands that one of the players, finding nothing better to do, raised his eyes to it to seek from it some indication of the weather or the time, and to remind the others that tea was ready. And at night they did not dine in the hotel, where, hidden springs of electricity flooding the great dining room with light, it became as it were an immense and wonderful aquarium against whose wall of glass the working population of Baalbek, the fishermen and also the tradesmen's families, clustering invisibly in the outer darkness, pressed their faces to watch, gently floating upon the golden eddies within, the luxurious life of its occupants. A thing as extraordinary to the poor as the life of strange fishes or mollusks. An important social question, this, whether the wall of glass will always protect the wonderful creatures at their feasting, whether the obscure folk who watch them hungrily out of the night will not break in some day to gather them from their aquarium and devour them. Meanwhile, there may have been, perhaps, among the gazing crowd, a motionless, formless mass, there in the dark, some writer, some student of human ichthyology, who, as he watched the jaws of old feminine monstrosities close over a mouthful of food which they proceeded then to absorb, was amusing himself by classifying them according to their race, by their innate characteristics, as well as by those acquired characteristics which bring it about that an old Serbian lady whose buccal protuberance is that of a great sea fish, because from her earliest years she has moved in the fresh waters of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, eats her salad for all the world like a la Rochefoucauld. At that hour one could see the 3 young men in dinner jackets waiting for the young woman, who was as usual late, but presently, wearing a dress that was almost always different in one of a series of scarves, chosen to gratify some special instinct in her lover, after having from her landing rung for the lift, would emerge from it like a doll coming out of its box. And then all 4, because they found that the international phenomenon of the palace, planted on Baalbek soil, had blossomed there in material splendor rather than in food that was fit to eat, bundled into a carriage and went to dine, a mile off, in a little restaurant that was well spoken of, where they held with the cook himself endless discussions of the composition of their meal and the cooking of its various dishes. During their drive, the road bordered with apple trees that led out of Baalbek was no more to them than the distance that must be traversed, barely distinguishable in the darkness from that which separated their homes in Paris from the Café Anglais or the Tour de Gent, before they could arrive at the fashionable little restaurant where, while the young man's friends envied him because he had such a smartly dressed mistress, the latter's scarves were spread about the little company like a fragrant flowering veil, but one that kept it apart from the outer world. Alas, for my peace of mind, I had none of the detachment that all these people showed. To many of them I gave constant thought. I should have liked not to pass unobserved by a man with a receding brow and eyes that dodged between the blinkers of his prejudices and his education, the great nobleman of the district, who was none other than the brother-in-law of Legrandin, and came every now and then to see somebody at Baalbek, and on Sundays, by reason of the weekly garden party that his wife and he gave, robbed the hotel of a large number of its occupants, because 1 or 2 of them were invited to these entertainments, and the others, so as not to appear to have been not invited, chose that day for an expedition to some distant spot. He had had, as it happened, an exceedingly bad reception at the hotel on the first day of the season, when the staff, freshly imported from the Riviera, did not yet know who or what he was. Not only was he not wearing white flannels, but, with old-fashioned French courtesy, and in his ignorance of the ways of smart hotels, on coming into the hall in which there were ladies sitting, he had taken off his hat at the door, the effect of which had been that the manager did not so much as raise a finger to his own in acknowledgment, concluding that this must be some one of the most humble extraction, what he called sprung from the ordinary. The solicitor's wife alone had felt herself attracted by the stranger, who exhaled all the starched vulgarity of the really respectable, and had declared, with the unerring discernment and the indisputable authority of a person from whom the highest society of Le Monde had no secrets, that one could see at a glance that one was in the presence of a gentleman of great distinction, of perfect breeding, a striking contrast to the sort of people one usually saw at Baalbek, whom she condemned as impossible to know so long as she did not know them. This favorable judgment which she had pronounced on Legrandine's brother-in-law was based, perhaps, on the spiritless appearance of a man about whom there was nothing to intimidate anyone. Perhaps also she had recognized in this gentleman farmer with the gait of a sacristan the Masonic signs of her own inveterate clericalism. It made no difference, my knowing that the young fellows who went past the hotel every day on horseback were the sons of the questionably solvent proprietor of a linen drapery, to whom my father would never have dreamed of speaking. The glamour of seaside life exalted them in my eyes to equestrian statues of demigods. And the best thing that I could hope for was that they would never allow their proud gaze to fall upon the wretched boy who was myself, who left the hotel dining-room only to sit humbly upon the sands. I should have been glad to arouse some response even from the adventurer who had been king of a desert island in the South Seas, even of the young consumptive, of whom I liked to think that he was hiding beneath his insolent exterior a shy and tender heart, which would perhaps have lavished on me, and on me alone, the treasures of its affection. Besides, unlike what one generally says of the people one meets when traveling, just as being seen in certain company can invest us, in a watering place to which we shall return another year, with a coefficient that has no equivalent in our true social life, so there is nothing, not which we keep so resolutely at a distance, but which we cultivate with such assiduity after our return to Paris as the friendships that we have formed by the sea. I was anxious about the opinion that might be held of me by all these temporary or local celebrities, whom my tendency to put myself in the place of other people, and to reconstruct what was in their minds, had made me place not in their true rank that which they would have held in Paris, for instance, and which would have been quite low, but in that which they must imagine to be, and which indeed was their rank at Baalbec, where the want of common denominator gave them a sort of relative superiority and an individual interest. Alas, none of these people's contempt for me was so unbearable as that of Monsieur de Stermaria. For I had noticed his daughter the moment she came into the room, her pretty features, her pallid, almost blue complexion, what there was peculiar in the carriage of her tall figure, in her gait, which suggested to me, and rightly, her long descent, her aristocratic upbringing, all the more vividly because I knew her name, like those expressive themes composed by musicians of genius, which paint in splendid colors the glow of fire, the rush of water, the peace of fields and woods, to audiences who, having first let their eyes run over the program, have their imaginations trained in the right direction. The label Centuries of Breeding, by adding to Mademoiselle de Stermaria's charms the idea of their origin, made them more desirable also. Advertising their rarity as a high price enhances the value of a thing that has already taken our fancy. And its stock of heredity gave to her complexion, in which so many selected juices had been blended, the savor of an exotic fruit or of a famous vintage. And then mere chance put into our hands, my grandmother's and mine, the means of giving ourselves an immediate distinction in the eyes of all the other occupants of the hotel. On that first afternoon, at the moment when the old lady came downstairs from her room, producing, thanks to the footman who preceded her, the maid who came running after her with a book and a rug that had been left behind, a marked effect upon all who beheld her, and arousing in each of them a curiosity from which it was evident that none was so little immune as Monsieur de Stermaria. The manager leaned across to my grandmother and said, from pure kindness of heart, as one might point out the Shah or Queen Ranavalo to an obscure onlooker, who could obviously have no sort of connection with so mighty a potentate, but might be interested all the same to know that he had been standing within a few feet of one, whispered in her ear the Marquise de Villeparisis, while at the same moment the old lady, catching sight of my grandmother, could not repress a start of pleased surprise. It may be imagined that the sudden appearance in the guise of a little old woman, of the most powerful of fairies, would not have given me so much pleasure, destitute as I was of any means of access to Mademoiselle de Stermaria, in a strange place where I knew no one. No one, that is to say, for any practical purpose. Aesthetically, the number of types of humanity is so restricted that we must constantly, wherever we may be, have the pleasure of seeing people we know, even without looking for them in the works of the old masters, like Swann. Thus it happened that in the first few days of our visit to Balbec, I had succeeded in finding Legrandin, Swann's hall porter, and Madame Swann herself, transformed into a waiter, a foreign visitor whom I never saw again, and a bathing superintendent. And a sort of magnetism attracts and retains so inseparably, one after another, certain characteristics, facial and mental, that when nature thus introduces a person into a new body she does not mutilate him unduly. Legrandin turned waiter kept intact his stature, the outline of his nose, part of his chin. Madame Swann, in the masculine gender and the calling of a bathing superintendent, had been accompanied not only by familiar features, but even by the way she had of speaking. Only, she could be of little, if any more use to me, standing upon the beach there in the red sash of her office, and hoisting at the first gust of wind the flag which forbade us to bathe. For these superintendents are prudent men, and seldom know how to swim. Than she would have been in that fresco of the life of Moses, in which Swann had long ago identified her in the portrait of Jethro's daughter. Whereas this Madame de Villaparisis was her real self. She had not been the victim of an enchantment which had deprived her of her power, but was capable, on the contrary, of putting at the service of my power an enchantment which would multiply it 100-fold, and thanks to which, as though I had been swept through the air on the wings of a fabulous bird, I was to cross in a few moments the indefinitely wide, at least at Balbec, social gulf which separated me from Mademoiselle de Sturmaria. Unfortunately, if there was one person in the world who, more than anyone else, lived shut up in a little world of her own, it was my grandmother. She would not indeed have despised me. She would simply not have understood what I meant had she been told that I attached importance to the opinions, that I felt an interest in the persons of people, the very existence of whom she had never noticed, and would, when the time came to leave Balbec, retain no impression of their names. I dared not confess to her that if these same people had seen her talking to Madame de Villaparisis, I should have been immensely gratified, because I felt that the Marquise counted for much in the hotel, and that her friendship would have given us a position in the eyes of Mademoiselle de Sturmaria. Not that my grandmother's friend represented to me, in any sense of the word, a member of the aristocracy. I was too well used to her name, which had been familiar to my ears before my mind had begun to consider it, when as a child I had heard it occur in conversation at home, while her title added to it only a touch of quaintness, as some uncommon Christian name would have done, or as in the names of streets, among which we can see nothing more noble in the Rue Lord Byron, in the plebeian and even squalid Rue Rocher-Chouart, or in the Rue Grammont, than in the Rue Léonce Reynaud, or the Rue Hippolyte Labas. Madame de Villaparisis no more made me think of a person who belonged to a special world than did her cousin MacMahon, whom I did not clearly distinguish from Monsieur Carnot, likewise President of the Republic, or from Raspail, whose photograph Francois had bought with that of Pius IX. It was one of my grandmother's principles that when away from home one should cease to have any social intercourse, that one did not go to the seaside to meet people, having plenty of time for that sort of thing in Paris, that they would make one waste on being merely polite, in pointless conversation, the precious time which ought all to be spent in the open air, beside the waves. And finding it convenient to assume that this view was shared by everyone else, and that it authorized, between old friends whom chance brought face to face in the same hotel, the fiction of a mutual incognito, on hearing her friend's name from the manager, she merely looked the other way and pretended not to see Madame de Villaparisis, who, realizing that my grandmother did not want to be recognized, looked also into the void. She went past, and I was left in my isolation like a shipwrecked mariner who has seen a vessel apparently coming towards him, which has then, without lowering a boat, vanished under the horizon. She, too, had her meals in the dining room, but at the other end of it. She knew none of the people who were staying in the hotel, or who came there to call, not even Monsieur de Cambremer. In fact, I noticed that he gave her no greeting, one day when, with his wife, he had accepted an invitation to take luncheon with the barrister, who, drunken with the honor of having the nobleman at his table, avoided his friends of every day, and confined himself to a distant twitch of the eyelid, so as to draw their attention to this historic event, but so discreetly that his signal could not be interpreted by them as an invitation to join the party. "Well, I hope you've got on your best clothes. I hope you feel smart enough," was the magistrate's wife's greeting to him that evening. "Smart? Why should I?" asked the barrister, concealing his rapture in an exaggerated astonishment. "Because of my guests, do you mean?" he went on, feeling that it was impossible to keep up the farce any longer. "But what is there smart about having a few friends in to luncheon? After all, they must feed somewhere." "But it is smart. They are the de Camemberts, aren't they? I recognize them at once. She is a marquise, and quite genuine too, not through the females." "Oh, she is a very simple soul. She is charming, no standoffishness about her. I thought you were coming to join us. I was making signals to you. I would have introduced you," he asserted, tempering with a hint of irony the vast generosity of the offer, like Ahasuerus when he says to Esther, "Of all my kingdom must I give you half?" "No, no, no, no. We lie hidden like the modest violet." "But you were quite wrong, I assure you," replied the barrister, growing bolder now that the danger point was passed. "They weren't going to eat you. I say, aren't we going to have our little game of bezique?" "Why, of course. We were afraid to suggest it, now that you go about entertaining marquesses." "Oh, get along with you. There's nothing so very wonderful about them. Why, I'm dining there tomorrow. Would you care to go instead of me? I mean it. Honestly, I'd just as soon stay here." "No, no. I should be removed from the bench as a reactionary," cried the chief magistrate, laughing till the tears stood in his eyes at his own joke. "But you go to the Faterne too, don't you?" he went on, turning to the solicitor. "Oh, I go there on Sundays, in at one door and out at the other. But I don't have them here to luncheon like the leader." Monsieur de Stermaria was not at Balbec that day, to the barrister's great regret. But he managed to say a word in season to the head waiter. "Jaime, you can tell Monsieur de Stermaria that he's not the only nobleman you've had in here. You saw the gentleman who was with me today at luncheon, eh? A small mustache, looked like a military man? Well, that was the Marquis de Cambremer." "Was it indeed? I'm not surprised to hear it." "That will show him that he's not the only man who's got a title. That will teach him. It's not a bad thing to take 'em down a peg or two, those noblemen. I say, Jaime, don't say anything to him unless you like. I mean to say, it's no business of mine. Besides, they know each other already." And next day, Monsieur de Stermaria, who remembered that the barrister had once held a brief for one of his friends, came up and introduced himself. "Our friends in common, the de Cambremers, were anxious that we should meet. The days didn't fit. I don't know quite what went wrong," stammered the barrister, who, like most liars, imagined that other people do not take the trouble to investigate an unimportant detail which, for all that, may be sufficient, if chance puts you in possession of the humble facts of the case, and they contradict it, to show the liar in his true colors and to inspire a lasting mistrust. Then, as at all times, but more easily now that her father had left her and was talking to the barrister, I was gazing at Mademoiselle de Stermaria. No less than the bold and always graceful originality of her attitudes, as when, leaning her elbows on the table, she raised her glass in both hands over her outstretched arms, the dry flame of a glance at once extinguished, the ingrained congenital hardness that one could feel, ill-concealed by her own personal inflections, in the sound of her voice, which had shocked my grandmother. A sort of atavistic starting point to which she recoiled whenever, by glance or utterance, she had succeeded in expressing a thought of her own. All of these qualities carry the mind of him who watched her back to the line of ancestors who had bequeathed to her that inadequacy of human sympathy, those blanks in her sensibility, that short measure of humanity which was at every moment running out. But from a certain look which flooded for a moment the wells, instantly dry again, of her eyes, a look in which I could discern that almost obsequious docility which the predominance of a taste for sensual pleasures gives to the proudest of women, who will soon come to recognize but one form of personal distinction, that namely which any man enjoys who can make her feel those pleasures, an actor, an acrobat even, for whom perhaps she will one day leave her husband, from a certain rosy tint, warm and sensual, which flushed her pallid cheeks, like the color that stained the hearts of the white water lilies in the Vivant, I thought I could discern that she would readily have consented to my coming to seek her in the savor of that life of poetry and romance which she led in Brittany, a life to which, whether from over-familiarity or from innate superiority, or from disgust at the penury or the avarice of her family, she seemed not to attach any great value, but which, for all that, she held enclosed in her body. In the meager stock of willpower that had been transmitted to her, and gave an element of weakness to her expression, she would not perhaps have found the strength to resist. And, crowned by a feather that was a trifle old-fashioned and pretentious, the gray felt hat which she invariably wore at meals made her all the more attractive to me, not because it was in harmony with her pearly or rosy complexion, but because, by making me suppose her to be poor, it brought her closer to myself. Obliged by her father's presence to adopt a conventional attitude, but already bringing to the perception and classification of the people who passed before her eyes other principles than his, perhaps she saw in me not my humble rank, but the right sex and age. If one day Monsieur de Sturmaria had gone out leaving her behind, if above all Madame de Villaparisis, by coming to sit at our table, had given her an opinion of me which might have emboldened me to approach her, perhaps then we might have contrived to exchange a few words, to arrange a meeting, to form a closer tie. And for a whole month during which she would be left alone, without her parents, in her romantic Breton castle, we should perhaps have been able to wander by ourselves at evening, she and I together in the dusk which would show in a softer light above the darkening water pink briar roses, beneath oak trees beaten and stunted by the hammering of the waves. Together we should have roamed that isle impregnated with so intense a charm for me, because it had enclosed the everyday life of Mademoiselle de Sturmaria, and lay at rest in her remembering eyes. For it seemed to me that I should not really have possessed her save there, when I should have traversed those regions which enveloped her in so many memories, a veil which my desire sought to tear apart, one of those veils which nature interposes between woman and her pursuers, with the same intention as when, for all of us, she places the act of reproduction between ourselves and our keenest pleasure, and for insects places before the nectar the pollen in which they must carry away with them, in order that, tricked by the illusion of possessing her thus more completely, they may be forced to occupy first the scenes among which she lives, and which, of more service to their imagination than sensual pleasure can be, yet would not without that pleasure have had the power to attract them. End of section 24. Section 25 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 6. But I was obliged to take my eyes from Mademoiselle de Sturmaria, for already, considering no doubt that making the acquaintance of an important person was a brief, inquisitive act which was sufficient in itself, and to bring out all the interest that was latent in it required only a handshake and a penetrating stare, without either immediate conversation or any subsequent relations, her father had taken leave of the barrister and returned to sit down facing her, rubbing his hands like a man who has just made a valuable acquisition. As for the barrister, once the first emotion of this interview had subsided, Then, as on other days, he could be heard every minute addressing the head waiter. "But I am not a king, I may. Go and attend to the king. I say, chief, those little trout don't look at all bad, do they? We must ask I may to let us have some. I may, that little fish you have over there looks to me highly commendable. Will you bring us some, please, I may, and don't be sparing with it." He would repeat the name I may all day long, one result of which was that when he had anyone to dinner, the guest would remark, "I can see you are quite at home in this place," and would feel himself obliged to keep on saying I may, also, from that tendency, combining elements of timidity, vulgarity, and silliness, which many people have, to believe that it is smart and witty to copy to the letter what is said by the company in which they may happen to be. The barrister repeated the name incessantly, but with a smile, for he felt that he was exhibiting at once the good terms on which he stood with the head waiter and his own superior station. And the head waiter, whenever he caught the sound of his own name, smiled too, as though touched and at the same time proud, showing that he was conscious of the honor and could appreciate the pleasantry. Terrifying as I always found these meals, in the vast restaurant, generally full of the Mammoth Hotel, they became even more terrifying when there arrived for a few days the proprietor, or he may have been only the general manager, appointed by a board of directors, not only of this palace, but of 7 or 8 more besides, situated at all the 4 corners of France, in each of which, traveling continuously, he would spend a week now and again. Then, just after dinner had begun, there appeared every evening in the doorway of the dining-room this small man with white hair and a red nose, astonishingly neat and impassive, who was known, it appeared, as well in London as at Monte Carlo, as one of the leading hotel-keepers in Europe. Once when I had gone out for a moment at the beginning of dinner, as I came in again I passed close by him, and he bowed to me, but with a coldness in which I could not distinguish whether it should be attributed to the reserve of a man who could never forget what he was, or to his contempt for a customer of so little importance. To those whose importance was considerable, the managing director would bow, with quite as much coldness, but more deeply, lowering his eyelids with a reverence that was almost offended modesty, as though he had found himself confronted at a funeral with the father of the deceased or with the Blessed Sacrament. Except for these icy and infrequent salutations, he made not the slightest movement, as if to show that his glittering eyes, which appeared to be starting out of his head, saw everything, controlled everything, assured to us in the hotel dinner perfection in every detail as well as a general harmony. He felt, evidently, that he was more than the producer of a play, than the conductor of an orchestra, nothing less than a general in supreme command. Having decided that a contemplation carried to its utmost intensity would suffice to assure him that everything was in readiness, that no mistake had been made which could lead to disaster, to invest him, in a word, with full responsibility, he abstained not merely from any gesture, but even from moving his eyes, which, petrified by the intensity of their gaze, took in and directed everything that was going on. I felt that even the movements of my spoon did not escape him, and were he to vanish after the soup, for the whole dinner the review that he had held would have taken away my appetite. His own was exceedingly good, as one could see at luncheon, which he took like an ordinary guest of the hotel, at a table that anyone else might have had in the public dining-room. His table had this peculiarity only, that by his side, while he was eating, the other manager, the resident one, remained standing all the time to make conversation. For being subordinate to this managing director, he was anxious to please a man of whom he lived in constant fear. My fear of him diminished during these luncheons, for being then lost in the crowd of visitors, he would exercise the discretion of a general sitting in a restaurant, where there are also private soldiers, in not seeming to take any notice of them. Nevertheless, when the porter, from among a cluster of pages, announced to me, "He leaves tomorrow morning for Dinard, then he's going down to Biarritz, and after that to Cannes," I began to breathe more freely. My life in the hotel was rendered not only dull because I had no friends there, but uncomfortable because Francois had made so many. It might be thought that they would have made things easier for us in various respects. Quite the contrary. The proletariat, if they succeeded only with great difficulty in being treated as people she knew by Francois, and could not succeed at all unless they fulfilled the condition of showing the utmost politeness to her, were, on the other hand, once they had reached the position, the only people who counted. Her time-honored code taught her that she was in no way bound to the friends of her employers, that she might, if she was busy, shut the door without ceremony in the face of a lady who had come to call on my grandmother. But towards her own acquaintance, that is to say, the select handful of the lower orders whom she admitted to an unconquerable intimacy, her actions were regulated by the most subtle and most stringent of protocols. Thus, Francois, having made the acquaintance of the man in the coffee shop, and of a little maid who did dressmaking for a Belgian lady, no longer came upstairs immediately after luncheon to get my grandmother's things ready, but came an hour later, because the coffee man had wanted to make her a cup of coffee or a tisane in his shop, or the maid had invited her to go and watch her sew, and to refuse either of them would have been impossible, and one of the things that were not done. Moreover, particular attention was due to the little sewing maid, who was an orphan that had been brought up by strangers, to whom she still went occasionally for a few days' holiday. Her unusual situation aroused Francois's pity, and also a benevolent contempt. She, who had a family, a little house that had come to her from her parents, with a field in which her brother kept his cows, how could she regard so uprooted a creature as her equal? And since this girl hoped, on Assumption Day, to be allowed to pay her benefactors a visit, Francois kept on repeating, "She does make me laugh. She says, 'I hope to be going home for the Assumption.' 'Home?' says she. 'It isn't just that it's not her own place. There are people who took her in from nowhere, and the creature says home just as if it really was her home.' Poor girl! What a wretched state she must be in, not to know what it is to have a home." Still, if Francois had associated only with the ladies' maids brought to the hotel by other visitors, who fed with her in the service quarters, and seeing her grand lace cap and her handsome profile, took her perhaps for some lady of noble birth, whom reduced circumstances or a personal attachment had driven to serve as a companion to my grandmother, if, in a word, Francois had known only people who did not belong to the hotel, no great harm would have been done, since she could not have prevented them from doing us any service, for the simple reason that in no circumstances, even without her knowledge, would it have been possible for them to serve us at all. But she had formed connections also with one of the wine waiters, with the man in the kitchen, and with the head chambermaid of our landing. And the result of this in our everyday life was that Francois, who on the day of her arrival, when she still did not know anyone, would set all the bells jangling for the slightest thing, at an hour when my grandmother and I would never have dared to ring, and if we offered some gentle admonition, answered, "Well, we're paying enough for it, aren't we?" As though it were she herself that would have to pay. Nowadays, since she had made friends with the personage in the kitchen, which had appeared to us to augur well for our future comfort, were my grandmother or I to complain of cold feet, Francois, even at an hour that was quite normal, dared not ring. She assured us that it would give offense, because they would have to light the furnace again, or because it would interrupt the servants' dinner, and they would be annoyed. And she ended with a formula that, in spite of the ambiguous way in which she uttered it, was none the less clear, and put us plainly in the wrong. The fact is, we did not insist, for fear of bringing upon ourselves another far more serious "it's a matter." So that it amounted to this, that we could no longer have any hot water because Francois had become a friend of the man who would have to heat it. In the end, we too formed a connection, in spite of, but through, my grandmother, for she and Madame de Villaparisis came in collision one morning in a doorway, and were obliged to accost each other, not without having first exchanged gestures of surprise and hesitation, performed movements of recoil and uncertainty, and finally uttered protestations of joy and greeting, as in some of Molière's plays, where two actors who have been delivering long soliloquies from opposite sides of the stage, a few feet apart, are supposed not to have seen each other yet, and then suddenly catch sight of each other, cannot believe their eyes, break off what they are saying, and finally address each other, the chorus having meanwhile kept the dialogue going, and fall into each other's arms. Madame de Villaparisis was tactful, and made as if to leave my grandmother to herself after the first greetings. But my grandmother insisted on her staying to talk to her until luncheon, being anxious to discover how her friend managed to get her letters sent up to her earlier than we got ours, and to get such nice grilled things. For Madame de Villaparisis, a great epicure, had the poorest opinion of the hotel kitchen which served us with meals that my grandmother, still quoting Madame de Sévigné, described as of a magnificence to make you die of hunger. And the Marquise, forming the habit of coming every day, until her own meal was ready, to sit down for a moment at our table in the dining room, insisting that we should not rise from our chairs or in any way put ourselves out. At the most, we would linger, as often as not, in the room after finishing our luncheon to talk to her, at that sordid moment when the knives are left littering the tablecloth among crumpled napkins. For my own part, so as to preserve, in order that I might be able to enjoy Balbec, the idea that I was on the uttermost promontory of the earth, I compelled myself to look farther afield, to notice only the sea, to seek in it the effects described by Baudelaire, and to let my gaze fall upon our table only on days when there was set on it some gigantic fish, some marine monster, which, unlike the knives and forks, was contemporary with the primitive epochs in which the ocean first began to teem with life, in the Cimmerian's time. A fish whose body, with its numberless vertebrae, its blue veins and red, had been constructed by nature, but according to an architectural plan, like a polychrome cathedral of the deep. As a barber, seeing an officer whom he is accustomed to shave with special deference and care recognize a customer who has just entered the shop and stop for a moment to talk to him, rejoices in the thought that these are two men of the same social order, and cannot help smiling as he goes to fetch the bowl of soap, for he knows that in his establishment, to the vulgar routine of a mere barber's shop are being added social, not to say aristocratic pleasures. So I may, seeing that Madame de Villaparisis had found in us old friends, went to fetch our finger bowls with precisely the smile, proudly modest and knowingly discreet, of a hostess who knows when to leave her guests to themselves. He suggested also a pleased and loving father who looks on without interfering at the happy pair who have plighted their troth at his hospitable board. Besides, it was enough merely to utter the name of a person of title for Aimée to appear pleased, unlike Francois, before whom you could not mention Count So-and-so without her face darkening and her speech becoming dry and sharp, all of which meant that she worshipped the aristocracy not less than Aimée, but far more. But then Francois had that quality which in others she condemned as the worst possible fault. She was proud. She was not of that friendly and good-humored race to which Aimée belonged. They exhibit an intense delight when you tell them a piece of news which may be more or less sensational, but is at any rate new, and not to be found in the papers. Francois declined to appear surprised. You might have announced in her hearing that the Archduke Rudolph, not that she had the least suspicion of his having ever existed, was not, as was generally supposed, dead, but alive and kicking, she would have answered only yes, as though she had known it all the time. It may, however, have been that if even from our own lips, from us whom she so meekly called her masters, who had so nearly succeeded in taming her, she could not, without having to check an angry start, hear the name of a noble, that was because the family from which she had sprung occupied in its own village a comfortable and independent position, and was not to be threatened in the consideration which it enjoyed save by those same nobles, in whose households, meanwhile, from his boyhood, and Aimée would have been domiciled as a servant, if not actually brought up by their charity. Of Francois, then, Madame de Villaparisis must ask pardon first for her nobility. But, in France at any rate, that is precisely the talent, in fact the sole occupation of our great gentlemen and ladies. Francois, following the common tendency of servants, who pick up incessantly from the conversation of their masters with other people fragmentary observations from which they are apt to draw erroneous inductions, as the human race generally does with respect to the habits of animals, was constantly discovering that somebody had failed us, a conclusion to which she was easily led, not so much perhaps by her extravagant love for us, as by the delight that she took in being disagreeable to us. But having once established, without possibility of error, the endless little attentions paid to us, and paid to herself also by Madame de Villeparisis, Francois forgave her for being a marquess, and, as she had never ceased to be proud of her because she was one, preferred her thenceforward to all our other friends. It must be added that no one else took the trouble to be so continually nice to us. Whenever my grandmother remarked on a book that Madame de Villeparisis was reading, or said she had been admiring the fruit which someone had just sent to our friend, within an hour the footman would come to our rooms with a book or fruit. And the next time we saw her, in response to our thanks, she would only say, seeming to seek some excuse for the meagreness of her present in some special use to which it might be put, "It's nothing wonderful, but the newspapers come so late here, one must have something to read." Or, "It is always wiser to have fruit one can be quite certain of at the seaside." "But I don't believe I've ever seen you eating oysters," she said to us, increasing the sense of disgust which I felt at that moment, for the living flesh of the oyster revolted me even more than the gumminess of the stranded jellyfish defiled for me the beach at Balbec. "They are delicious down here. Oh, let me tell my maid to fetch your letters when she goes for mine." "What? Your daughter writes every day? But what on earth can you find to say to each other?" My grandmother was silent, but it may be assumed that her silence was due to scorn, in her who used to repeat, when she wrote to mamma, the words of Madame de Sévigné: "As soon as I have received a letter, I want another at once. I cannot breathe until it comes. There are few who are worthy to understand what I mean." And I was afraid of her applying to Madame de Villeparisis the conclusion, "I seek out those who are of the chosen few, and I avoid the rest." She fell back upon praise of the fruit which Madame de Villeparisis had sent us the day before. And this had been indeed so fine that the manager, in spite of the jealousy aroused by our neglect of his official offerings, has said to me, "I am like you. I am madder about fruit than any other kind of dessert." My grandmother told her friend that she enjoyed them all the more because the fruit which we got in the hotel was generally horrid. "I cannot," she went on, "say, like Madame de Sévigné, that if we should take a sudden fancy for bad fruit, we should be obliged to order it from Paris." "Oh, yes, of course you read Madame de Sévigné. I saw you with her letters the day you came." She forgot she had never officially seen my grandmother in the hotel until their collision in the doorway. "Don't you find it rather exaggerated, her constant anxiety about her daughter? She refers to it too often to be really sincere. She is not natural." My grandmother felt that any discussion would be futile, and so as not to be obliged to speak of the things she loved to a person incapable of understanding them, concealed by laying her bag upon them the Memoirs de Mademoiselle de Beausergent. Were she to encounter Francois at the moment, which Francois called the noon, when, wearing her fine cap and surrounded with every mark of respect, she was coming downstairs to feed with the service, Madame Villeparisis would stop her to ask after us. And Francois, when transmitting to us the Marquess's message, "She said to me, 'You'll be sure and bid them good day,' she said," counterfeited the voice of Madame de Villeparisis, whose exact words she imagined herself to be quoting textually, whereas she was really corrupting them no less than Plato corrupts the words of Socrates, or St. John the words of Jesus. Francois, as was natural, was deeply touched by these attentions. Only she did not believe my grandmother, but supposed that she must be lying in the interest of her class, the rich always combining thus to support one another, when she assured us that Madame de Villeparisis had been lovely as a young woman. It was true that of this loveliness only the faintest trace remained, from which no one, unless he happened to be a great deal more of an artist than Francois, would have been able to restore her ruined beauty. For in order to understand how beautiful an elderly woman can once have been, one must not only study, but interpret every line of her face. I must remember some time to ask her whether I'm not right, after all, in thinking that there is some connection with the Guermantes, said my grandmother, to my great indignation. How could I be expected to believe in a common origin uniting two names which had entered my consciousness, one through the low and shameful gate of experience, the other by the golden gate of imagination? We had several times in the last few days seen driving past us in a stately equipage, tall, auburn, handsome, with a rather prominent nose, the Princesse de Luxembourg, who was staying in the neighborhood for a few weeks. Her carriage had stopped outside the hotel. A footman had come in and spoken to the manager, had gone back to the carriage, and had reappeared with a most amazing armful of fruit, which combined in a single basket, like the bay itself, different seasons, with a card, La Princesse de Luxembourg, on which were scrawled a few words in pencil. For what princely traveller sojourning here incognito could they be intended, those glaucous plums, luminous and spherical as was at that moment the circumfluent sea, transparent grapes clustering on a shriveled stick like a fine day in autumn, pears of a heavenly ultramarine? For it could not be on my grandmother's friend that the princess had meant to pay a call. And yet on the following evening Madame de Villaparisis sent us the bunch of grapes, cool, liquid, golden, plums, too, and pears, which we remembered, though the plums had changed, like the sea at our dinner hour, to a dull purple, and on the ultramarine surface of the pears there floated the forms of a few rosy clouds. A few days later we met Madame de Villaparisis as we came away from the symphony concert that was given every morning on the beach. Convinced that the music to which I had been listening, the prelude to Lohengrin, the overture to Tannhauser, and such like, expressed the loftiest of truths, I was trying to elevate myself as far as I could, so as to attain to a comprehension of them. I was extracting from myself so as to understand them, and was attributing to them all that was best and most profound in my own nature at that time. Well, as we came out of the concert, and on our way back to the hotel, had stopped for a moment on the front, my grandmother and I, for a few words with Madame de Villaparisis, who told us that she had ordered some croquettes monsieurs and a dish of creamed eggs for us at the hotel. I saw, a long way away, coming in our direction, the Princesse de Luxembourg, half leaning upon a parasol, in such a way as to impart to her tall and wonderful form that slight inclination, to make it trace that arabesque dear to the women who had been beautiful under the Empire, and knew how, with drooping shoulders, arched backs, concave hips, and bent legs, to make their bodies float as gently as a silken scarf about the rigidity of the invisible stem which might be supposed to have been passed diagonally through them. She went out every morning for a turn on the beach, almost at the time when everyone else, after bathing, was climbing home to luncheon, and as hers was not until 1:30, she did not return to her villa until long after the hungry bathers had left the scorching front a desert. Madame de Villaparisis presented my grandmother and would have presented me, but had first to ask me my name, which she could not remember. She had perhaps never known it, or if she had, must have forgotten years ago to whom my grandmother had married her daughter. My name, when she did hear it, appeared to impress Madame de Villaparisis considerably. Meanwhile, the Princesse de Luxembourg had given us her hand, and now and again, while she conversed with the Marquess, turned to bestow a kindly glance on my grandmother and myself, with that embryonic kiss which we put into our smiles when they are addressed to a baby out with its nana. Indeed, in her anxiety not to appear to be a denizen of a higher sphere than ours, she had probably miscalculated the distance there was indeed between us, for by an error in adjustment she made her eyes beam with such benevolence that I could see the moment approaching when she would put out her hand and stroke us, as if we were two nice beasts and had poked our heads out at her through the bars of our cage in the gardens. And immediately as it happened, this idea of caged animals and the Bois de Boulogne received striking confirmation. It was the time of day at which the beach is crowded by itinerant and clamorous vendors, hawking cakes and sweets and biscuits. Not knowing quite what to do to show her affection for us, the princess hailed the next that came by. He had nothing left but one rye cake, of the kind one throws to the ducks. The princess took it and said to me, "For your grandmother," and yet it was to me that she held it out, saying with a friendly smile, "You shall give it to her yourself." Thinking that my pleasure would thus be more complete if there were no intermediary between myself and the animals. Other vendors came up. She stuffed my pockets with everything that they had, tied up in packets, comfits, sponge cakes, sugar sticks. "You will eat some yourself," she told me, "and give some to your grandmother." And she had the vendors paid by the little Negro page, dressed in red satin, who followed her everywhere and was a 9 days' wonder upon the beach. Then she said good-bye to Madame de Villaparisis, and held out her hand to us with the intention of treating us in the same way as she treated her friend, as people whom she knew, and of bringing herself within our reach. But this time she must have reckoned our level as not quite so low on the scale of creation, for her and our equality was indicated by the princess to my grandmother by that tender and maternal smile which a woman gives a little boy when she says good-bye to him as though to a grown-up person. By a miraculous stride in evolution, my grandmother was no longer a duck or an antelope, but had already become what the Anglophile Madame Swann would have called a baby. Finally, having taken leave of us all, the princess resumed her stroll along the basking front, curving her splendid shape, which like a serpent coiled about a wand, was interlaced with the white parasol patterned in blue which Madame de Luxembourg held, unopened, in her hand. She was my first royalty. I say my first, for strictly speaking Princess Matilda did not count. The second, as we shall see in due course, was to astonish me no less by her indulgence. One of the ways in which our great nobles, kindly intermediaries between commoners and kings, can befriend us, was revealed to me next day when Madame de Villaparisis reported, "She thought you quite charming. She is a woman of the soundest judgment, the warmest heart, not like so many queens and people. She has real merit." And Madame de Villaparisis went on in a tone of conviction, and quite thrilled to be able to say it to us, "I am sure she would be delighted to see you again." But on that previous morning, after we had parted from the Princess de Luxembourg, Madame de Villaparisis said a thing which impressed me far more, and was not prompted merely by friendly feeling. "Are you," she had asked me, "the son of the permanent secretary at the ministry?" "Indeed. I am told your father is a most charming man. He is having a splendid holiday just now." A few days earlier we had heard, in a letter from Mamma, that my father and his friend Monsieur de Norpois had lost their luggage. "It has been found, as a matter of fact. It was never really lost. I can tell you what happened," explained Madame de Villaparisis, who, without our knowing how, seemed to be far better informed than ourselves of the course of my father's travels. "I think your father is now planning to come home earlier, next week, in fact, as he will probably give up the idea of going to Algeciras. But he is anxious to devote a day longer to Toledo. It seems he is an admirer of a pupil of Titian, I forget the name, whose work can only be seen properly there." I asked myself by what strange accident, in the impartial glass through which Madame de Villaparisis considered, from a safe distance, the bustling, tiny, purposeless agitation of the crowd of people whom she knew, there had come to be inserted at the spot through which she observed my father a fragment of prodigious magnifying power, which made her see in such high relief and in the fullest detail everything there was attractive about him, the contingencies that were obliging him to return home, his difficulties with the customs, his admiration for El Greco, and, altering the scale of her vision, showed her this one man so large among the rest quite small, like that Jupiter to whom Gustave Moreau gave, when he portrayed him by the side of a weak mortal, a superhuman stature. My grandmother bade Madame de Villaparisis good-bye, so that we might stay and imbibe the fresh air for a little while longer outside the hotel, until they signaled to us through the glazed partition that our luncheon was ready. There were sounds of tumult. The young mistress of the king of the cannibal island had been down to bathe and was now coming back to the hotel. "Really and truly, it's a perfect plague. It's enough to make one decide to emigrate," cried the barrister, who had happened to cross her path in a towering rage. Meanwhile, the solicitor's wife was following the bogus queen with eyes that seemed ready to start from their sockets. "I can't tell you how angry Madame Blondet makes me when she stares at those people like that," said the barrister to the chief magistrate. "I feel I want to slap her. That is just the way to make the wretches appear important, and of course that's the very thing they want, that people should take an interest in them. Do ask her husband to tell her what a fool she's making of herself. I swear I won't go out with them again if they stop and gape at those masqueraders." As to the coming of the Princess de Luxembourg, whose carriage, on the day on which she left the fruit, had drawn up outside the hotel, it had not passed unobserved by the little group of wives, the solicitors, the barristers, and the magistrates, who had for some time past been most concerned to know whether she was a genuine marquise and not an adventuress, that Madame de Villaparisis, whom everyone treated with so much respect, which all these ladies were burning to hear that she did not deserve. Whenever Madame de Villaparisis passed through the hall, the chief magistrate's wife, who scented irregularities everywhere, would raise her eyes from her work and stare at the intruder in a way that made her friends die with laughter. "Oh, well, you know," she explained with lofty condescension, "I always begin by believing the worst. I will never admit that a woman is properly married until she has shown me her birth certificate and her marriage lines. But there's no need to alarm yourselves. Just wait till I have finished my little investigation." And so, day after day, the ladies would come together and laughingly ask one another, "Any news?" But on the evening after the Princess de Luxembourg's call, the magistrate's wife laid a finger on her lips. "I've discovered something." "Oh, isn't Madame Poncine simply wonderful? I never saw anyone. But do tell us, what has happened?" "Just listen to this. A woman with yellow hair and 6 inches of paint on her face and a carriage like you could smell it a mile off, which only a creature like that would dare to have, came here today to call on the Marquess by way of—" "Oh, yow, yow! Tut, 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 tut! Did you ever? Why, it must be that woman we saw. You remember, leader, we said at the time we didn't like at all the look of her, but we didn't know that it was the Marquess she'd come to see. A woman with a nigger boy, you mean?" "That's the one." "Do you mean to say so? You don't happen to know her name?" "Yes. I made a mistake on purpose. I picked up her card. She trades under the name of the Princess de Luxembourg. Wasn't I right to have my doubts about her? It's a nice thing to mix promiscuously with a Baron d'Angers like that." The barrister quoted Mathurin Regnier's Macette to the chief magistrate. It must not, however, be supposed that this misunderstanding was merely temporary, like those that occur in the second act of a farce to be cleared up before the final curtain. Madame de Luxembourg, a niece of the King of England and of the Emperor of Austria, and Madame de Villaparisis, when one called to take the other for a drive, did look like nothing but 2 old trots of the kind one has always such difficulty in avoiding at a watering place. 9/10 of the men in the Faubourg Saint-Germain appear to the average man of the middle class simply as alcoholic wasters, which individually they not infrequently are, whom, therefore, no respectable person would dream of asking to dinner. The middle class fixes its standards in this respect too high, for the failings of these men would never prevent their being received with every mark of esteem in houses which it, the middle class, may never enter. And so sincerely do they believe that the middle class knows this, that they affect a simplicity in speaking of their own affairs and a tone of disparagement of their friends, especially when they are at the coast, which make the misunderstanding complete. If by any chance a man of the fashionable world is kept in touch with business people, because, having more money than he knows what to do with, he finds himself elected chairman of all sorts of important financial concerns, the businessman who at last sees a nobleman worthy, he considers, to rank with big business, would take his oath that such a man can have no dealings with the Marquis, ruined by gambling, whom the said businessman supposes to be all the more destitute of friends the more friendly he makes himself. And he cannot get over his surprise when the Duke, chairman of the board of directors of the colossal undertaking, arranges a marriage for his son with the daughter of that very Marquis, who may be a gambler, but who bears the oldest name in France, just as a sovereign would sooner see his son marry the daughter of a dethroned king than that of a president still in office. That is to say, the two worlds take as fantastic a view of one another as the inhabitants of a town situated at one end of Baalbec Bay have of the town at the other end. From Rivebelle you can just see Marcouville-la-Orgueille's, but even that is deceptive, for you imagine that you are seen from Marcouville, where, as a matter of fact, the splendors of Rivebelle are almost wholly invisible. End of section 25. Section 26 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names, The Place, Part 7. The Balbec doctor, who had been called in to cope with a sudden feverish attack, having given the opinion that I ought not to stay out all day on the beach, in the blazing sun without shelter, and having written out various prescriptions for my use, my grandmother took his prescriptions with a show of respect in which I could at once discern her firm resolve not to have any of them made up, but did pay attention to his advice on the matter of hygiene, and accepted an offer from Madame de Villeparis's to take us for drives in her carriage. After this I would spend the mornings until luncheon going to and fro between my own room and my grandmother's. Hers did not look out directly upon the sea as mine did, but was lighted from 3 of its 4 sides, with views of a strip of the front, of a well inside the building, and of the country inland, and was furnished differently from mine, with armchairs upholstered in a metallic tissue with red flowers, from which seemed to emanate the cool and pleasant odor that greeted me when I entered the room. And at that hour, when the sun's rays, coming from different aspects and, as it were, from different hours of the day, broke the angles of the wall, thrust in a reflection of the beach, made of the chest of drawers a festal altar, variegated as a bank of field flowers, attached to the wall the wings, folded, quivering, warm, of a radiance that would at any moment resume its flight, warmed like a bath a square of provincial carpet before the window overlooking the well, which the sun festooned and patterned like a climbing vine, added to the charm and complexity of the room's furniture by seeming to pluck and scatter the petals of the silken flowers on the chairs, and to make their silver threads stand out from the fabric. This room in which I lingered for a moment before going to get ready for our drive suggested a prism in which the colors of the light that shone outside were broken up, or a hive in which the sweet juices of the day which I was about to taste were distilled, scattered, intoxicating, visible, a garden of hope which dissolved in a quivering haze of silver threads and rose leaves. But before all this I had drawn back my own curtains, impatient to know what sea it was that was playing that morning by the shore, like a Nereid. For none of those seas ever stayed with us longer than a day. On the morrow there would be another, which sometimes resembled its predecessor, but I never saw the same one twice. There were some that were of so rare a beauty that my pleasure on catching sight of them was enhanced by surprise. By what privilege, on one morning rather than another, did the window on being uncurtained disclose to my wondering eyes the nymph Glauconome, whose lazy beauty, gently breathing, had the transparence of a vaporous emerald beneath whose surface I could see teeming the ponderable elements that colored it. She made the sun join in her play, with a smile rendered languorous by an invisible haze which was naught but a space kept vacant about her translucent face, which, thus curtailed, became more appealing, like those goddesses whom the sculptor carves in relief upon a block of marble, the rest of which he leaves unchiseled. So, in her matchless color, she invited us out over those rough terrestrial roads, from which, seated beside Madame de Villeparis in her barouche, we should see, all day long, and without ever reaching it, the coolness of her gentle palpitation. Madame de Villeparis used to order her carriage early, so that we should have time to reach Saint-Mars-le-Vêtu, or the rocks of Quetelhome, or some other goal which, for a somewhat lumbering vehicle, was far enough off to require the whole day. In my joy at the long drive we were going to take, I would be humming some tune that I had heard recently as I strolled up and down until Madame de Villeparis was ready. If it was Sunday, hers would not be the only carriage drawn up outside the hotel. Several hired flies would be waiting there, not only for the people who had been invited to Fêterène by Madame de Camembert, but for those who, rather than stay at home all day like children in disgrace, declared that Sunday was always quite impossible at Balbec, and started off immediately after luncheon to hide themselves in some neighboring watering place, or to visit one of the sights of the district. And indeed whenever, which was often, anyone asked Madame Blondet if she had been to the Camemberts, she would answer peremptorily, "No, we went to the Falls of the Bec," as though that were the sole reason for her not having spent the day at Fêterène. And the barrister would be charitable and say, "I envy you. I wish I had gone there instead. They must be well worth seeing." Beside the row of carriages in front of the porch in which I stood waiting was planted, like some shrub of a rare species, a young page who attracted the eye no less by the unusual and effective coloring of his hair than by his plant-like epidermis. Inside in the hall, corresponding to the narthex, or church of the catechumens, in a primitive basilica, through which persons who were not staying in the hotel were entitled to pass, the comrades of this outside page did not indeed work much harder than he, but did at least execute certain drilled movements. It is probable that in the early morning they helped with the cleaning, but in the afternoon they stood there only like a chorus, who, even when there is nothing for them to do, remain upon the stage in order to strengthen the cast. The general manager, the same who had so terrified me, reckoned on increasing their number considerably next year, for he had big ideas. And this prospect greatly afflicted the manager of the hotel, who found that all these boys about the place only created a nuisance, by which he meant that they got in the visitors' way and were of no use to anyone. But between luncheon and dinner at least, between the exits and entrances of the visitors, they did fill an otherwise empty stage, like those pupils of Madame de Maintenon, who, in the garb of young Israelites, carry on the action whenever Esther or Joad goes off. But the outside page, with his delicate tints, his tall, slender, fragile trunk, in proximity to whom I stood waiting for the Marquise to come downstairs, preserved an immobility into which a certain melancholy entered, for his elder brothers had left the hotel for more brilliant careers elsewhere, and he felt keenly his isolation upon this alien soil. At last Madame de Villaparisis appeared. To stand by her carriage and to help her into it ought perhaps to have been part of the young page's duties. But he knew, on the one hand, that a person who brings her own servants to a hotel expects them to wait on her, and is not, as a rule, lavish with her tips, and that, generally speaking, this was true also of the nobility of the old Faubourg Saint-Germain. Madame de Villaparisis was included in both these categories. The arborescent page concluded, therefore, that he need expect nothing from her, and leaving her own maid and footman to pack her and her belongings into the carriage, he continued to dream sadly of the enviable lot of his brothers, and preserved his vegetable immobility. We would start off. Some time after rounding the railway station, we came into a country road which soon became as familiar to me as the roads round Combray, from the bend where, like a fish hook, it was baited with charming orchards, to the turning at which we left it, with tilled fields upon either side. Among these we could see here and there an apple tree, stripped, it was true, of its blossom, and bearing no more now than a fringe of pistils, but sufficient even so to enchant me, since I could imagine, seeing those inimitable leaves, how broad their expanse, like the ceremonial carpet spread for a wedding that was now over, had been but the other day swept by the white satin train of their blushing flowers. How often in Paris, during the May of the following year, was I to bring home a branch of apple blossom from the florist, and to stay all night long before its flowers, in which bloomed the same creamy essence that powdered besides and whitened the green unfolding leaves, flowers between whose snowy cups it seemed almost as though it had been the salesman who had, in his generosity towards myself, out of his wealth of invention too, and as an effective contrast, added on either side the supplement of a becoming crimson bud. I sat gazing at them. I grouped them in the light of my lamp, for so long that I was often still there when the dawn brought to their whiteness the same flush with which it must at that moment have been tinging their sisters on the Balbec road. And I sought to carry them back in my imagination to that roadside, to multiply them, to spread them out, so as to fill the frame prepared for them, on the canvas already of those closes the outline of which I knew by heart, which I so longed to see, which one day I must see again, at the moment when, with the exquisite fervor of genius, spring was covering their canvas with its colors. Before getting into the carriage I had composed the seascape for which I was going to look out, which I had hoped to see with the sun radiant upon it, and which at Balbec I could distinguish only in too fragmentary a form, broken by so many vulgar intermissions, that had no place in my dream: bathers, dressing-boxes, pleasure yachts. But when Madame de Villaparisis' carriage, having reached high ground, I caught a glimpse of the sea through the leafy boughs of trees, Then, no doubt, at such a distance, those temporal details which had set the sea, as it were, apart from nature and history, disappeared, and I could, as I looked down towards its waves, make myself realize that they were the same in which Leconte de Lisle describes for us in his Oreste, where, like a flight of birds of prey before the dawn of day, the long-haired warriors of heroic Hellas, with oars and 100,000 sweep the huge resounding deep. But on the other hand, I was no longer near enough to the sea, which seemed to me not a living thing now, but fixed. I no longer felt any power beneath its colors, spread like those of a picture among the leaves, through which it appeared as inconsistent as the sky, and only of an intenser blue. Madame de Villaparisis, seeing that I was fond of churches, promised me that we should visit one day, and another, and especially the church at Carqueville, quite buried in all its old ivy, as she said with a wave of the hand which seemed tastefully to be clothing the absent front in an invisible and delicate screen of foliage. Madame de Villaparisis would often, with this little descriptive gesture, find just the right word to define the attraction and the distinctive features of an historic building, always avoiding technical terms, but incapable of concealing her thorough understanding of the things to which she referred. She appeared to seek an excuse for this erudition in the fact that one of her father's country houses, the one in which she had lived as a girl, was situated in a district in which there were churches similar in style to those round Baalbec, so that it would have been unaccountable if she had not acquired a taste for architecture, this house being, incidentally, one of the finest examples of that of the Renaissance. But as it was also a regular museum, as moreover Chopin and Liszt had played there, Lamartine recited poetry, all the most famous artists for fully a century had inscribed sentiments, scored melodies, made sketches in the family album, Madame de Villaparisis ascribed, whether from delicacy, good breeding, true modesty, or want of intelligence, only this purely material origin to her acquaintance with all the arts, and had come, apparently, to regard painting, music, literature, and philosophy as the appanage of a young lady brought up on the most aristocratic lines in an historic building that was catalogued and starred. You would have said, listening to her, that she knew of no pictures that were not heirlooms. She was pleased that my grandmother liked a necklace which she wore, and which fell over her dress. It appeared in the portrait of an ancestress of her own by Titian, which had never left the family, so that one would be certain of its being genuine. She would not listen to a word about pictures bought, heaven knew where, by a Croesus. She was convinced before you spoke that they were forgeries, and had no desire to see them. We knew that she herself painted flowers in watercolor, and my grandmother, who had heard these praised, spoke to her of them. Madame de Villaparisis modestly changed the subject, but without showing either surprise or pleasure more than would an artist whose reputation was established and to whom compliments meant nothing. She said merely that it was a delightful pastime, because, even if the flowers that sprang from the brush were nothing wonderful, at least the work made you live in the company of real flowers, of the beauty of which, especially when you were obliged to study them closely in order to draw them, you could never grow tired. But at Baalbec, Madame de Villaparisis was giving herself a holiday, so as to spare her eyes. We were astonished, my grandmother and I, to find out how much more liberal she was than even the majority of the middle class. She did not understand how anyone could be scandalized by the expulsion of the Jesuits, saying that it had always been done, even under the monarchy, in Spain even. She took up the defense of the Republic, and against its anti-clericalism had no more to say than, I should be equally annoyed whether they prevented me from hearing Mass when I wanted to, or forced me to hear it when I didn't, and even startled us with such utterances as, "Oh, the aristocracy in these days, what does it amount to? To my mind, a man who doesn't work doesn't count." Perhaps only because she felt that they gained point and flavor, became memorable in fact on her lips. When we heard these advanced opinions, though never so far advanced as to amount to socialism, which Madame de Villaparisis held in abhorrence, expressed so frequently and with so much frankness, precisely by one of those people in consideration of whose intelligence our scrupulous and timid impartiality would refuse to condemn outright the ideas of the conservatives, we came very near, my grandmother and I, to believing that in the pleasant companion of our drives was to be found the measure and the pattern of truth in all things. We took her word for it, when she appreciated her Titians, the colonnade of her country house, the conversational talent of Louis Philippe. But, like those minds of learning who hold us spellbound when we get them upon Egyptian paintings or Etruscan inscriptions, and yet talk so tediously about modern work that we ask ourselves whether we have not been overestimating the interest of the sciences in which they are versed, since there is not apparent in their treatment of them the mediocrity of mind which they must have brought to those studies just as much as to their fatuous essays on Baudelaire. Madame de Villeparissis, questioned by me about Chateaubriand, about Balzac, about Victor Hugo, each one of whom had in his day been the guest of her parents, and had been seen and spoken to by her, smiled at my reverence, told amusing anecdotes of them, such as she had a moment ago been telling us of dukes and statesmen, and severely criticized those writers simply because they had been lacking in that modesty, that self-effacement, that sober art which is satisfied with a single right line, and lays no stress on it, which avoids more than anything else the absurdity of grandiloquence, in that opportuneness, those qualities of moderation, of judgment and simplicity to which she had been taught that real greatness aspired and attained. It was evident that she had no hesitation in placing above them men who might, after all, perhaps, by virtue of those qualities, have had the advantage of a Balzac, a Hugo, a Vignay, in a drawing-room, an academy, a cabinet council, men like Mole, Fontaine, Vitrolles, Berceau, Pasquier, Lebrun, Salvandi, or Daru. Like those novels of Stendhal which you seem to admire. You would have given him a great surprise, I assure you, if you had spoken to him in that tone. My father, who used to meet him at Monsieur Mérimées, now he was a man of talent if you like, often told me that Bayle, that was his real name, was appallingly vulgar, but quite good company at dinner, and never in the least conceited about his books. Why, you can see for yourself how he just shrugged his shoulders at the absurdly extravagant compliments of Monsieur de Balzac. There, at least, he showed that he knew how to behave like a gentleman. She possessed the autographs of all these great men, and seemed, when she put forward the personal relations which her family had had with them, to assume that her judgment of them must be better founded than that of young people who, like myself, had had no opportunity of meeting them. I am sure I have a right to speak, for they used to come to my father's house, and as Monsieur Sainte-Beuve, who was a most intelligent man, used to say, in forming an estimate you must take the word of people who saw them close, and were able to judge more exactly of their real worth. Sometimes as the carriage labored up a steep road through tilled country, making the fields more real, adding to them a mark of authenticity like the precious flower with which certain of the old masters used to sign their pictures, a few hesitating cornflowers, like the Combray cornflowers, would stream in our wake. Presently the horses outdistanced them, but a little way on we would catch sight of another which, while it stayed our coming, had pricked up to welcome us amid the grass its azure star. Some made so bold as to come and plant themselves by the side of the road, and the impression left in my mind was a nebulous blend of distant memories and of wild flowers grown tame. We began to go downhill, and then met, climbing on foot, on a bicycle, in a cart or carriage, one of those creatures, flowers of a fine day, but unlike the flowers of the field, for each of them secretes something that is not to be found in another, with the result that we can never satisfy upon any of her fellows the desire which she has brought to birth in us. A farm girl driving her cow or half lying along a wagon, a shopkeeper's daughter taking the air, a fashionable young lady erect in the back seat of a landau, facing her parents. Certainly Bloch had been the means of opening a new era, and had altered the value of life for me on the day when he had told me that the dreams which I had entertained on my solitary walks along the Meglier way, when I hoped that some peasant girl might pass whom I could take in my arms, were not a mere fantasy which corresponded to nothing outside myself, but that all the girls one met, whether villagers or young ladies, were alike ready and willing to give ear to such prayers. And even if I were fated, now that I was ill and did not go out by myself, never to be able to make love to them, I was happy all the same, like a child born in a prison or a hospital, who, having always supposed that the human organism was capable of digesting only dry bread and physic, has learned suddenly that peaches, apricots, and grapes are not simply part of the decoration of the country scene, but delicious and easily assimilated food. Even if his jailer or his nurse does not allow him to pluck those tempting fruits, still the world seems to him a better place and existence in it more clement. For a desire seems to us more attractive, we repose on it with more confidence, when we know that outside ourselves there is a reality which conforms to it, even if, for us, it is not to be realized. And we think with more joy of a life in which, on condition that we eliminate for a moment from our mind the tiny obstacle, accidental and special, which prevents us personally from doing so, we can imagine ourselves to be assuaging that desire. As to the pretty girls who went past, from the day on which I had first known that their cheeks could be kissed, I had become curious about their souls, and the universe had appeared to me more interesting. Madame de Villeparis's carriage moved fast. Scarcely had I time to see the girl who was coming in our direction, and yet, as the beauty of people is not like the beauty of things, as we feel that it is that of a unique creature, endowed with consciousness and free will, as soon as her individuality, a soul still vague, a will unknown to me, presented a tiny picture of itself, enormously reduced but complete, in the depths of her indifferent eyes, at once, by a mysterious response of the pollen ready in me for the pistols that should receive it, I felt surging through me the embryo, as vague, as minute, of the desire not to let this girl pass without forcing her mind to become conscious of my person, without preventing her desires from wandering to someone else, without coming to fix myself in her dreams and to seize and occupy her heart. Meanwhile, our carriage rolled away from her. The pretty girl was already left behind, and she had of me none of those notions which constitute a person in one's mind. Her eyes, which had barely seen me, had forgotten me already. Was it because I had caught but a fragmentary glimpse of her that I had found her so attractive? It may have been. In the first place, the impossibility of stopping when I came to her, the risk of not meeting her again another day, gave at once to such a girl the same charm as a place derives from the illness or poverty that prevents us from visiting it, or so the unadventurous days through which we should otherwise have to live from the battle in which we shall doubtless fall. So that, if there were no such thing as habit, life must appear delightful to those of us who would at every moment be threatened with death, that is to say, to all mankind. Then, if our imagination is set going by the desire for what we may not possess, its flight is not limited by a reality completely perceived in these casual encounters in which the charms of the passing stranger are generally in direct ratio to the swiftness of our passage. If only night is falling and the carriage is moving fast, whether in town or country, there is not a female torso, mutilated like an antique marble by the speed that tears us away and the dusk that drowns it, but aims at our heart, from every turning in the road, from the lighted interior of every shop, the arrows of beauty, that beauty of which we are sometimes tempted to ask ourselves whether it is, in this world, anything more than the complementary part that is added to a fragmentary and fugitive stranger by our imagination, overstimulated by regret. Had I been free to stop, to get down from the carriage and to speak to the girl whom we were passing, should I perhaps have been disillusioned by some fault in her complexion which from the carriage I had not distinguished? After which every effort to penetrate into her life would have seemed suddenly impossible. For beauty is a sequence of hypotheses which ugliness cuts short when it bars the way that we could already see opening into the unknown. Perhaps a single word which she might have uttered, a smile would have furnished me with a key, a clue that I had not expected, to read the expression of her face, to interpret her bearing, which would at once have ceased to be of any interest. It is possible, for I have never in real life met any girls so desirable as on days when I was with some serious person from whom, despite the myriad pretexts that I invented, I could not tear myself away. Some years after that in which I went for the first time to Balbec, as I was driving through Paris with a friend of my father, and had caught sight of a woman walking quickly along the dark street, I felt that it was unreasonable to forfeit, for a purely conventional scruple, my share of happiness in what may very well be the only life there is, and jumping from the carriage without a word of apology, I followed in quest of the stranger, lost her where 2 streets crossed, caught her up again in a third, and arrived at last, breathless, beneath a street lamp, face to face with old Madame Verdurin, whom I had been carefully avoiding for years, and who, in her delight and surprise, exclaimed, "But how very nice of you to have run all this way just to say how do you do to me." That year at Baalbec, at the moments of such encounters, I would assure my grandmother and Madame de Villeparissus that I had so severe a headache that the best thing for me would be to go home alone on foot. But they would never let me out of the carriage. And I must add that the pretty girl, far harder to find again than an historic building, for she was nameless and had the power of locomotion, to the collection of all those whom I promised myself that I would examine more closely at a later date. One of them, however, happened to pass more than once before my eyes in circumstances which allowed me to believe that I should be able to get to know her when I chose. This was a milk girl who came from a farm with an additional supply of cream for the hotel. I fancied that she had recognized me also, and she did in fact look at me with an attentiveness which was perhaps due only to the surprise which my attentiveness caused her. And next day, a day on which I had been resting all morning, when Francois came in about noon to draw my curtains, she handed me a letter which had been left for me downstairs. I knew no one at Baalbec. I had no doubt the letter was from the milk girl. Alas, it was only from Bergot, who, as he happened to be passing, had tried to see me, but on hearing that I was asleep had scribbled a few charming lines for which the lift boy had addressed an envelope which I had supposed to have been written by the milk girl. I was bitterly disappointed, and the thought that it was far more difficult and more flattering to myself to get a letter from Bergot did not in the least console me for this particular letter's not being from her. As for the girl, I never came across her again any more than I came across those whom I had seen only from Madame de Villeparissus's carriage. Seeing and then losing them, all thus increased the state of agitation in which I was living, and I found a certain wisdom in the philosophers who recommend us to set a limit to our desires, if that it is, they refer to our desire for people, for that is the only kind that ends in anxiety, having for its object a being at once unknown and unconscious. To suppose that philosophy could refer to the desire for wealth would be too silly. At the same time, I was inclined to regard this wisdom as incomplete, for I said to myself that these encounters made me find even more beautiful a world which thus caused to grow along all the country roads flowers at once rare and common, fleeting treasures of the day, windfalls of the drive, of which the contingent circumstances that would never perhaps recur had alone prevented me from taking advantage, and which gave a new zest to life. But perhaps in hoping that one day, with greater freedom, I should be able to find on other roads girls much the same, I was already beginning to falsify and corrupt what there is exclusively individual in the desire to live in the company of a woman whom one has found attractive, and by the mere fact that I admitted the possibility of making this desire grow artificially, I had implicitly acknowledged my illusion. The day on which Madame de Villeparissus took us to Carcassonne, where there was that church covered in ivy of which she had spoken to us, a church that, built upon rising ground, dominated both its village and the river that flowed beneath it, and had kept its own little bridge from the Middle Ages. My grandmother, thinking that I would like to be left alone to study the building at my leisure, suggested to her friend that they should go on and wait for me at the pastry cook's, in the village square which was clearly visible from where we were, and, in its mellow bloom in the sunshine, seemed like another part of a whole that was all mediaeval. It was arranged that I should join them there later. In the mass of verdure before which I was left standing, I was obliged, if I was to discover the church, to make a mental effort which involved my grasping more intensely the idea church. In fact, as happens to schoolboys who gather more fully the meaning of a sentence when they are made, by translating or by paraphrasing it, to divest it of the forms to which they are accustomed, this idea of church which as a rule I scarcely needed when I stood beneath steeples that were recognizable in themselves, I was obliged perpetually to recall so as not to forget, here that the arch in this clump of ivy was that of a pointed window, there that the projection of the leaves was due to the swelling underneath of a capital. Then came a breath of wind and sent a tremor through the mobile porch, which was overrun by eddies that shot and quivered like a flood of light. The pointed leaves opened one against another, and shuddering, the arboreal front drew after it green pillars, undulant, caressed, and fugitive. As I came away from the church, I saw by the old bridge a cluster of girls from the village, who, probably because it was Sunday, were standing about in their best clothes, rallying the young men who went past. Not so well dressed as the others, but seeming to enjoy some ascendancy over them, for she scarcely answered when they spoke to her. With a more serious and a more determined air, there was a tall one, who, hoisted upon the parapet of the bridge with her feet hanging down, was holding on her lap a small vessel full of fish, which she had presumably just been catching. She had a tanned complexion, gentle eyes, but with a look of contempt for her surroundings, a small nose, delicately and attractively modeled. My eyes rested upon her skin, and my lips, had the need arisen, might have believed that they had followed my eyes. But it was not only to her body that I should have liked to attain. There was also her person, which abode within her, and with which there is but one form of contact, namely to attract its attention, but one sort of penetration, to awaken an idea in it. And this inner self of the charming fisher girl seemed to be still closed to me. I was doubtful whether I had entered it, even after I had seen my own image furtively reflect itself in the twin mirrors of her gaze, following an index of refraction that was as unknown to me as if I had been placed in the field of vision of a deer. But just as it would not have sufficed that my lips should find pleasure in hers without giving pleasure to them also, so I should have wished that the idea of me which was to enter this creature, was to fasten itself in her, should attract to me not merely her attention, but her admiration, her desire, and should compel her to keep me in her memory until the day when I should be able to meet her again. Meanwhile I could see, within a stone's throw, the square in which Madame de Villeparis's carriage must be waiting for me. I had not a moment to lose, and already I could feel that the girls were beginning to laugh at the sight of me thus held suspended before them. I had a 5-franc piece in my pocket. I drew it out, and before explaining to the girl the errand on which I proposed to send her, so as to have a better chance of her listening to me, I held the coin for a moment before her eyes. "Since you seem to belong to the place," I said to her, "I wonder if you would be so good as to take a message for me. I want you to go to a pastry cook's, which is apparently in a square, but I don't know where that is, where there is a carriage waiting for me. One moment. To make quite sure, will you ask if the carriage belongs to the Marquess de Villeparis? But you can't miss it. It's a carriage and pair." That was what I wished her to know, so that she should regard me as someone of importance. But when I had uttered the words Marquise and carriage and pair, suddenly I had a great sense of calm. I felt that the fisher girl would remember me, and I felt vanishing, with my fear of not being able to meet her again, part also of my desire to meet her. It seemed to me that I had succeeded in touching her person with invisible lips, and that I had pleased her. And this assault and capture of her mind, this immaterial possession, had taken from her part of her mystery, just as physical possession does. End of section 26. Section 27 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 8. We came down towards Udimesnil. Suddenly I was overwhelmed with that profound happiness which I had not often felt since Combray. Happiness analogous to that which had been given me by, among other things, the steeples of Martinville. But this time it remained incomplete. I had just seen, standing a little way back from the steep ridge over which we were passing, 3 trees, probably marking the entrance to a shady avenue, which made a pattern at which I was looking now not for the first time. I could not succeed in reconstructing the place from which they had been, as it were, detached, but I felt that it had been familiar to me once, so that my mind, having wavered between some distant year and the present moment, Baalbec and its surroundings began to dissolve, and I asked myself whether the whole of this drive were not a make-believe. Baalbec, a place to which I had never gone save in imagination, Madame de Villeparis's, a character in a story, and the 3 old trees, the reality which one recaptures on raising one's eyes from the book which one has been reading, and which describes an environment into which one has come to believe that one has been bodily transported. I looked at the 3 trees. I could see them plainly, but my mind felt that they were concealing something which it had not grasped, as when things are placed out of our reach, so that our fingers, stretched out at arm's length, can only touch for a moment their outer surface, and can take hold of nothing. Then we rest for a little while before thrusting out our arm with refreshed vigor, and trying to reach an inch or 2 farther. But if my mind was thus to collect itself, to gather strength, I should have to be alone. What would I not have given to be able to escape as I used to do on those walks along the Guermantes way, when I detached myself from my parents? It seemed indeed that I ought to do so now. I recognized that kind of pleasure which requires, it is true, a certain effort on the part of the mind, but in comparison with which the attractions of the inertia which inclines us to renounce that pleasure seem very slight. That pleasure, the object of which I could but dimly feel, that pleasure which I must create for myself, I experienced only on rare occasions. But on each of these it seemed to me that the things which had happened in the interval were of but scant importance, and that in attaching myself to the reality of that pleasure alone, I could at length begin to lead a new life. I laid my hand for a moment across my eyes, so as to be able to shut them without Madame de Villeparis's noticing. I sat there, thinking of nothing. Then, with my thoughts collected, compressed, and strengthened, I sprang farther forward in the direction of the trees, or rather in that inverse direction at the end of which I could see them growing within myself. I felt again behind them the same object, known to me and yet vague, which I could not bring nearer. And yet all 3 of them, as the carriage moved on, I could see coming towards me. Where had I looked at them before? There was no place near Combray where an avenue opened off the road like that. The sight which they recalled to me, there was no room for it either in the scenery of the place in Germany where I had gone one year with my grandmother to take the waters. Was I to suppose, then, that they came from years already so remote in my life that the landscape which accompanied them had been entirely obliterated from my memory, and that, like the pages which, with sudden emotion, we recognize in a book which we imagined that we had never read, they surged up by themselves out of the forgotten chapter of my earliest infancy? Were they not rather to be numbered among those dream landscapes, always the same, at least for me, in whom their unfamiliar aspect was but the objectivation in my dreams of the efforts that I had been making while awake, either to penetrate the mystery of a place beneath the outward appearance of which I was dimly conscious of there being something more, as had so often happened to me on the Guermantes way, or to succeed in bringing mystery back to a place which I had longed to know, and which, from the day on which I had come to know it, had seemed to me to be wholly superficial, like Baalbec? Or were they but an image freshly extracted from a dream of the night before, but already so worn, so altered, that it seemed to me to come from somewhere far more distant? Or had I indeed never seen them before? Did they conceal beneath their surface, like the trees, like the tufts of grass that I had seen beside the Guermantes way, a meaning as obscure, as hard to grasp as is a distant past? So that, whereas they were pleading with me that I would master a new idea, I imagined that I had to identify something in my memory? Or again, were they concealing no hidden thought, and was it simply my strained vision that made me see them double in time as one occasionally sees things double in space? I could not tell, and yet all the time they were coming towards me. Perhaps some fabulous apparition, a ring of witches or of Norns who would propound their oracles to me. I chose rather to believe that they were phantoms of the past, dear companions of my childhood, vanished friends who recalled our common memories. Like ghosts, they seemed to be appealing to me to take them with me, to bring them back to life. In their simple, passionate gesticulation, I could discern the helpless anguish of a beloved person who has lost the power of speech and feels that he will never be able to say to us what he wishes to say, and we can never guess. Presently, at a crossroads, the carriage left them. It was bearing me away from what alone I believed to be true, what would have made me truly happy. It was like my life. I watched the trees gradually withdraw, waving their despairing arms, seeming to say to me, "What you failed to learn from us today, you will never know. If you allow us to drop back into the hollow of this road from which we sought to raise ourselves up to you, a whole part of yourself which we were bringing to you will fall forever into the abyss." And indeed, if, in the course of time, I did discover the kind of pleasure and of disturbance which I had just been feeling once again, and if one evening, too late, but then for all time, I fastened myself to it, of those trees themselves I was never to know what they had been trying to give me, nor where else I had seen them. And when, the road having forked and the carriage with it, I turned my back on them and ceased to see them, with Madame de Villeparis's asking me what I was dreaming about, I was as wretched as though I had just lost a friend, had died myself, had broken faith with the dead, or had denied my God. It was time to be thinking of home. Madame de Villeparis, who had a certain feeling for nature, colder than that of my grandmother, but capable of recognizing, even outside museums and noblemen's houses, the simple and majestic beauty of certain old and venerable things, told her coachman to take us back by the old Balbec road, a road little used but planted with old elm trees, which we thought quite admirable. Once we had got to know this road, for a change we would return, that is, if we had not taken it on the outward journey, by another which ran through the woods of Chantereine and Canteleu. The invisibility of the numberless birds that took up one another's song close beside us in the trees gave me the same sense of being at rest that one has when one shuts one's eyes. Chained to my back seat like Prometheus on his rock, I listened to my Oceanides. And when it so happened that I caught a glimpse of one of those birds as it passed from one leaf to another, there was so little apparent connection between it and the songs that I heard that I could not believe that I was beholding their cause in that little body, fluttering, startled, and unseeing. This road was like many others of the same kind which are to be found in France, climbing on a fairly steep gradient to its summit, and then gradually falling for the rest of the way. At the time, I found no great attraction in it. I was only glad to be home. But it became for me, later on, a frequent source of joy by remaining in my memory as a lodestone to which all the similar roads that I was to take, on walks or drives or journeys, would at once attach themselves without breach of continuity, and would be able, thanks to it, to communicate directly with my heart. For as soon as the carriage or the motor car turned into one of these roads that seemed to be merely the continuation of the road along which I had driven with Madame de Villeparis, the matter to which I found my consciousness directly applying itself, as to the most recent event in my part, would be, all the intervening years being quietly obliterated, the impressions that I had had on those bright summer afternoons and evenings, driving round Balbec, when the leaves smelt good, a mist rose from the ground, and beyond the village close at hand one could see through the trees the sun setting as though it had been merely some place farther along the road, a forest place and distant, which we should not have time to reach that evening. Harmonized with what I was feeling now in another place, on a similar road, surrounded by all the accessory sensations of breathing deep draughts of air, of curiosity, indolence, appetite, lightness of heart, which were common to them both, and excluding all others, these impressions would be reinforced, would take on the consistency of a particular type of pleasure, and almost of a setting of life which, as it happened, I rarely had the luck to come across, but in which these awakened memories placed, amid the reality that my senses could perceive, no small part of a reality suggested, dreamed, unseizable, to give me, among those regions through which I was passing, more than an aesthetic feeling, a transient but exalted ambition to stay there and to live always. How often since then, simply because I could smell green leaves, has not being seated on a back seat opposite Madame de Villeparis, meeting the Princesse de Luxembourg, who waved a greeting to her from her own carriage, Coming back to dinner at the Grand Hotel appeared to me as one of those indescribable happinesses which neither the present nor the future can restore to us, which we may taste only once in a lifetime. Often dusk would have fallen before we reached the hotel. Timidly I would quote to Madame de Villeparis's, pointing to the moon in the sky, some memorable expression of Chateaubriand or Vignay or Victor Hugo, shedding abroad that ancient secret of melancholy, or weeping like Diana by the brink of her streams, or the shadows nuptial, solemn and august. "And so you think that good, do you?" she would ask. "Inspired, as you call it? I must confess that I am always surprised to see people taking things seriously nowadays, which the friends of those gentlemen, while doing ample justice to their merits, were the first to laugh at. People weren't so free then with the word inspired as they are now, when if you say to a writer that he has mere talent, he thinks you're insulting him. You quote me a fine line from Monsieur de Chateaubriand about moonlight. You shall see that I have my own reasons for being refractory. Monsieur de Chateaubriand used constantly to come see my father. He was quite a pleasant person when you were alone with him, because then he was simple and amusing, but the moment he had an audience he would begin to pose, and then he became absurd. When my father was in the room, he pretended that he had flung his resignation in the king's face, and that he had controlled the voting in the conclave, forgetting that it was my father whom he had asked to beg the king to take him back, and that my father had heard him make the most idiotic forecasts of the papal election. You ought to have heard Monsieur de Blacas on that famous conclave. He was a very different kind of man from Monsieur de Chateaubriand. As to his fine phrases about the moon, they became part of our regular program for entertaining our guests. Whenever there was any moonlight about the house, if there was anyone staying with us for the first time, he would be told to take Monsieur de Chateaubriand for a stroll after dinner. When they came in, my father would take his guest aside and say, "Well, and was Monsieur de Chateaubriand very eloquent?" "Oh, yes." "He's been talking about the moon." "Yes, how did you know?" "One moment, didn't he say—" And then my father would quote the passage. "He did, but how in the world?" "And he spoke to you of the moonlight on the Roman Campagna?" "But my dear sir, you're a magician." My father was no magician, but Monsieur de Chateaubriand had the same little speech about the moon, which he served up every time. At the mention of Vignay, she laughed. The man who said, "I am the Comte Alfred de Vignay." One is either a comte or one isn't. It is not of the slightest importance. And then perhaps she discovered that it was after all of some slight importance, for she went on. "For one thing, I am by no means sure that he was, and in any case he was of the humblest origin, that gentleman who speaks in his verses of his esquire's crest. In such charming taste, is it not, and so interesting to his readers. Like Musset, a plain Paris cit, who laid so much stress on the golden falcon that surmounts my helm. As if you would ever hear a real gentleman say a thing like that. And yet Musset had some talent as a poet. But except Cinq-Mars, I have never been able to read a thing by Monsieur de Vignay. I get so bored that the book falls from my hands. Monsieur Molé, who had all the cleverness and tact that were wanting in Monsieur de Vignay, put him properly in his place when he welcomed him to the Academy. Do you mean to say you don't know the speech? It is a masterpiece of irony and impertinence. She found fault with Balzac, whom she was surprised to see her nephews admire, for having pretended to describe a society in which he was never received, and of which his descriptions were wildly improbable. As for Victor Hugo, she told us that Monsieur de Bouillon, her father, who had friends among the young leaders of the Romantic movement, had been taken by some of them to the first performance of Hernani, but that he had been unable to sit through it, so ridiculous had he found the lines of that talented but extravagant writer who had acquired the title of Major Poet only by virtue of having struck a bargain, and as a reward for the not disinterested indulgence that he showed to the dangerous errors of the socialists. We had now come in sight of the hotel, with its lights, so hostile that first evening on our arrival, now protecting and kind, speaking to us of home. And when the carriage drew up outside the door, the porter, the pages, the lift boy, attentive, clumsy, vaguely uneasy at our lateness, were numbered, now that they had grown familiar, among those beings who change so many times in the course of our life, as we ourselves change, but by whom, when they are for the time being the mirror of our habits, we find something attractive in the feeling that we are being faithfully reflected and in a friendly spirit. We prefer them to friends whom we have not seen for some time, for they contain more of what we actually are. Only the outside page, exposed to the sun all day, had been taken indoors for protection from the cold night air, and swaddled in thick woolen garments, which, combined with the orange effulgence of his locks and the curiously red bloom of his cheeks, made one, seeing him there through the glass front of the hall, think of a hothouse plant muffled up for protection from the frost. We got out of the carriage, with the help of a great many more servants than were required, but they were conscious of the importance of the scene, and each felt obliged to take some part in it. I was always very hungry, and so, often, so as not to keep dinner waiting, I would not go upstairs first to the room which had succeeded in becoming so really mine that to catch sight of its long violet curtains and low bookcases was to find myself alone again with that self of which things, like people, gave me a reflected image. But we would all wait together in the hall until the head waiter came to tell us that our dinner was ready, and this gave us another opportunity of listening to Madame de Villeparis's. "But you must be tired of us by now," protested my grandmother. "Not at all. Why, I am delighted. What could be nicer?" replied her friend with a winning smile, drawing out, almost intoning her words in a way that contrasted markedly with her customary simplicity of speech. And indeed, at such moments as this, she was not natural. Her mind reverted to her early training, to the aristocratic manner in which a great lady is supposed to show common people that she is glad to see them, that she is not at all stiff. And her one and only failure in true politeness lay in this excess of politeness, which it was easy to identify as one of the professional wrinkles of a lady of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, who, always seeing in her humbler friends the latent discontent that she must one day arouse in their bosoms, greedily seizes every opportunity on which she can possibly, in the ledger in which she keeps her social account with them, write down a credit balance which will allow her to enter presently on the opposite page the dinner or reception to which she will not invite them. And so, having long ago taken effect in her once and for all, and ignoring the fact that now both the consequences and the people concerned were different, that in Paris she hoped to see us often come to her house, the spirit of her caste was urging Madame de Villeparis on with feverish ardor, and as if the time that was allowed her for being kind to us was limited, to multiply, while we were still at Balbec, her gifts of roses and melons, loans of books, drives in her carriage, and verbal effusions. And for that reason, quite as much as the dazzling glories of the beach, the many-colored flamboyance and subaqueous light of the rooms, as much even as the riding lessons by which tradesmen's sons were deified like Alexander of Macedon, the daily kindness shown us by Madame de Villeparis, and also the unaccustomed, momentary holiday ease with which my grandmother accepted them, have remained in my memory as typical of life at a watering place. "Give them your cloaks to take upstairs." My grandmother handed hers to the manager, and because he had been so nice to me, I was distressed by this want of consideration, which seemed to pain him. "I think you've hurt his feeling," said the Marquess. "He probably fancies himself too great a gentleman to carry your wraps. I remember so well the Duc de Nemours, when I was still quite little, coming to see my father, who was living then on the top floor of the Bouillon House, with a fat parcel under his arm of letters and newspapers. I can see the prince now in his blue coat, framed in our doorway, which had such pretty woodwork round it. I think it was Bogard made it. You know those fine lathes that they used to cut, so supple that the joiner would twist them sometimes into little shells and flowers, like the ribbons round a nosegay. 'Here you are, Cyrus,' he said to my father. 'Look what your porter's given me to bring you. He said to me, since you're going up to see the Count, it's not worth my while climbing all those stairs, but take care you don't break the string. Now that you have got rid of your things, why don't you sit down? Look, sit in this seat,' she said to my grandmother, taking her by the hand. 'Oh, if you don't mind, not in that one. There is not room for two, and it's too big for me by myself. I shouldn't feel comfortable.' You remind me, for it was exactly like this, of a seat that I had for many years, until at last I couldn't keep it any longer, because it had been given to my mother by the poor Duchesse de Praslin. My mother, though she was the simplest person in the world really, had ideas that belonged to another generation, which even in those days I could scarcely understand, and at first she had not been at all willing to let herself be introduced to Madame de Praslin, who had been plain Mademoiselle Sebastiani, while she, because she was a duchess, felt that it was not for her to be introduced to my mother. And really, you know, Madame de Villaparisis went on, forgetting that she herself did not understand these fine shades of distinction. Even if she had just been Madame de Choiseul, there was a good deal to be said for her claim. The Choiseuls are everything you could want. They spring from a sister of Louis the Fat. They were ruling princes down in Bassigny. I admit that we beat them in marriages and in distinction, but the precedence is pretty much the same. This little difficulty gave rise to several amusing incidents, such as a luncheon party which was kept waiting a whole hour or more before one of these ladies could make up her mind to let herself be introduced to the other. In spite of which they became great friends, and she gave my mother a seat like that, in which people always refused to sit, just as you did, until one day my mother heard a carriage drive into the courtyard. She asked a young servant we had who it was. The Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld, ma'am. Very well, say that I am at home. A quarter of an hour passed, no one came. What about the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld? My mother asked. Where is she? She's on the stairs, ma'am, getting her breath, said the young servant, who had not been long up from the country, where my mother had the excellent habit of getting all her servants. Often she had seen them born. That's the only way to get really good ones, and they're the rarest of luxuries. And sure enough, the Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld had the greatest difficulty in getting upstairs, for she was an enormous woman, so enormous indeed that when she did come into the room, my mother was quite at a loss for a moment to know where to put her. And then the seat that Madame de Praslin had given her caught her eye. Won't you sit down? She said, bringing it forward. And the Duchess filled it from side to side. She was quite a pleasant woman for all her massiveness. She still creates an effect when she comes in, one of our friends said once. She certainly creates an effect when she goes out, said my mother, who was rather more free in her speech than would be thought proper nowadays. Even in Madame de la Rochefoucauld's own drawing-room, people weren't afraid to make fun of her to her face, at which she was always the first to laugh, over her ample proportions. But are you all alone? My grandmother once asked Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld, when she had come to pay a call on the Duchess, and being met at the door by him, had not seen his wife, who was at the other end of the room. Is Madame de la Rochefoucauld not at home? I don't see her. How charming of you, replied the Duke, who had about the worst judgment of any man I have ever known, but was not altogether lacking in humor. End of section 27. Section 28 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place, Part 9. After dinner, when I had retired upstairs with my grandmother, I said to her that the qualities which attracted us in Madame de Villaparisis, her tact, her shrewdness, her discretion, her modesty in not referring to herself, were not, perhaps, of very great value, since those who possessed them in the highest degree were simply people like Mole and Loménie, and that if the want of them can make our social relations unpleasant, yet it did not prevent from becoming Chateaubriand, Vignet, Hugo, Balzac, a lot of foolish fellows who had no judgment, at whom it was easy to mock, like Bloch. But at the name of Bloch, my grandmother cried out in protest, and she began to praise Madame de Villaparisis. As we are told that it is the preservation of the species which guides our individual preferences in love, and, so that the child may be constituted in the most normal fashion, sends fat men in pursuit of lean women and vice versa, so in some dim way it was the requirements of my happiness threatened by my disordered nerves, by my morbid tendency to melancholy, to solitude, that made her allot the highest place to the qualities of balance and judgment, peculiar not only to Madame de Villeparissus, but to a society in which our ancestors saw blossom in the minds of a Dodon, a Monsieur de Remusat, not to mention in a Beausergent, a Joubert, a Sévigné, a type of mind that invests life with more happiness, with greater dignity than the converse refinements which brought a Baudelaire, a Poe, a Verlaine, a Rimbaud, to sufferings, to a disrepute such as my grandmother did not wish for her daughter's child. I interrupted her with a kiss and asked her if she had noticed some expression which Madame de Villeparissus had used, and which seemed to point to a woman who thought more of her noble birth than she was prepared to admit. In this way I used to submit my impressions of life to my grandmother, for I was never certain what degree of respect was due to anyone until she had informed me. Every evening I would come to her with the mental sketches that I had made during the day of all those non-existent people who were not her. Once I said to her, I shouldn't be able to live without you. But you mustn't speak like that. Her voice was troubled. We must harden our hearts more than that, you know, or what would become of you if I went away on a journey? But I hope that you would be quite sensible and quite happy. I could manage to be sensible if you went away for a few days, but I should count the hours. But if I were to go away for months? At the bare suggestion of such a thing, my heart was wrung. For years, We both remained silent. We dared not look one another in the face, and yet I was suffering more keenly from her anguish than from my own. And so I walked across to the window and said to her, with a studied clearness of tone, but with averted eyes, You know what a creature of habit I am. For the first few days after I have been parted from the people I love best, I am wretched. But though I go on loving them just as much, I grow used to their absence. Life becomes calm, bearable, pleasant. I could stand being parted from them for months, for years. I was obliged to stop and looked straight out of the window. My grandmother went out of the room for something. But next day I began to talk to her about philosophy, and speaking in a tone of complete indifference, but at the same time taking care that my grandmother should pay attention to what I was saying, I remarked what a curious thing it was, that according to the latest scientific discoveries, the materialist position appeared to be crumbling, and the most likely thing to be once again the survival of the soul and reunion in a life everlasting. Madame de Villeparissus gave us warning that presently she would not be able to see so much of us. A young nephew who was preparing for Saumur, and was meanwhile stationed in the neighborhood at Doncières, was coming to spend a few weeks' furlough with her, and she would be devoting most of her time to him. In the course of our drives together, she had boasted to us of his extreme cleverness, and above all of his goodness of heart. Already I was imagining that he would have an instinctive feeling for me, that I was to be his best friend, and when, before his arrival, his aunt gave my grandmother to understand that he had unfortunately fallen into the clutches of an appalling woman with whom he was quite infatuated, and who would never let him go, since I believed that that sort of love was doomed to end in mental aberration, crime and suicide, thinking how short the time was that was set apart for our friendship, already so great in my heart, although I had not yet set eyes on him, I wept for that friendship and for the misfortunes that were in store for it, as we weep for a person whom we love when someone has just told us that he is seriously ill and that his days are numbered. One afternoon of scorching heat, I was in the dining room of the hotel, which they had plunged in semi-darkness to shield it from the glare, by drawing the curtains which the sun gilded, while through the gaps between them I caught flashing blue glimpses of the sea, when along the central gangway leading inland from the beach to the high road I saw tall, slender, his head held proudly erect upon a springing neck, a young man go past with searching eyes, whose skin was as fair and his hair as golden as if they had absorbed all the rays of the sun. Dressed in a clinging, almost white material such as I could never have believed that any man would have the audacity to wear, the thinness of which suggested no less vividly than the coolness of the dining room the heat, and brightness of the glorious day outside, he was walking fast. His eyes, from one of which a monocle kept dropping, were the color of the sea. Everyone looked at him with interest as he passed, knowing that this young Marquis de Saint-Loup-en-Bray was famed for the smartness of his clothes. All the newspapers had described the suit in which he had recently acted as second to the young Duc d'Uez in a duel. One felt that this so special quality of his hair, his eyes, his skin, his figure, which would have marked him out in a crowd like a precious vein of opal, azure shot and luminous, embedded in a mass of coarser substance, must correspond to a life different from that led by other men. So that when, before the attachment which Madame de Villaparisis had been deploring, the prettiest women in society had disputed the possession of him, his presence, at a watering place, for instance, in the company of the beauty of the season to whom he was paying court, not only made her conspicuous, but attracted every eye fully as much to himself. Because of his tone, of his impertinence befitting a young lion, and especially of his astonishing good looks, some people even thought him effeminate, though without attaching any stigma, for everyone knew how manly he was and that he was a passionate womanizer. This was Madame de Villaparisis' nephew of whom she had spoken to us. I was overcome with joy at the thought that I was going to know him and to see him for several weeks on end, and confident that he would bestow on me all his affection. He strode rapidly across the hotel, seeming to be in pursuit of his monocle, which kept darting away in front of him like a butterfly. He was coming from the beach, and the sea which filled the lower half of the glass front of the hall gave him a background against which he was drawn at full length, as in certain portraits whose painters attempt, without in any way falsifying the most accurate observation of contemporary life, but by choosing for their sitter appropriate surroundings, a polo ground, golf links, a race course, the bridge of a yacht, to furnish a modern equivalent of those canvases on which the old masters used to present the human figure in the foreground of a landscape. A carriage and pair was waiting for him at the door, and while his monocle resumed its gambollings in the air of the sunlit street, with the elegance and mastery which a great pianist contrives to display in the simplest piece of execution, where it has not appeared possible that he could show himself superior to a performer of the second class, Madame de Villaparisis' nephew, taking the reins that were handed him by the groom, jumped on to the box seat by his side, and while he opened a letter which the manager of the hotel sent out after him, made his horses start. What a disappointment was mine on the days that followed, when each time that I met him outside or in the hotel, his head erect, perpetually balancing the movements of his limbs round the fugitive and dancing monocle which seemed to be their center of gravity, I was forced to admit that he had evidently no desire to make our acquaintance, and saw that he did not bow to us, although he must have known that we were friends of his aunt. And calling to mind the friendliness that Madame de Villaparisis and before her Monsieur de Norpois had shown me, I thought that perhaps they were only of a bogus nobility, and that there might be a secret section in the laws that governed the aristocracy which allowed women, perhaps, and certain diplomats, to discard in their relations with plebeians, for a reason which was beyond me, the stiffness which must, on the other hand, be piteously maintained by a young marquis. My intelligence might have told me the opposite, but the characteristic feature of the silly phase through which I was passing, a phase by no means irresponsive, indeed highly fertile, is that we do not consult our intelligence, and that the most trivial attributes of other people seem to us then to form an inseparable part of their personality. In a world thronged with monsters and with gods, we are barely conscious of tranquillity. There is hardly one of the actions which we performed in that phase which we would not give anything, in later life, to be able to erase from our memory. Whereas what we ought to regret is that we no longer possess the spontaneity which made us perform them. In later life, we look at things in a more practical way, in full conformity with the rest of society. But youth was the only time in which we learned anything. This insolence which I surmised in Monsieur de Saint-Loup, and all that it implied of ingrained severity, received confirmation from his attitude whenever he passed us, his body as inflexibly erect, his head always held as high, his gaze as impassive, or rather, I should say, as implacable, devoid of that vague respect which one has for the rights of other people, even if they do not know one's aunt, one example of which was that I did not look in quite the same way at an old lady as at a gas lamp. These frigid manners were as far removed from the charming letters which, but a few days since, I had still been imagining him as writing to tell me of his regard for myself, as is removed from the enthusiasm of the chamber and of the populace which he has been picturing himself as rousing by an imperishable speech, the humble, dull, obscure position of the dreamer, who after pondering it thus by himself, for himself, aloud, finds himself, once the imaginary applause has died away, just the same Tom, Dick, or Harry as before. When Madame de Villeparisis, doubtless in an attempt to counteract the bad impression that had been made on us by an exterior indicative of an arrogant and evil nature, spoke to us again of the inexhaustible goodness of her great-nephew. He was the son of one of her nieces, and a little older than myself. I marveled how the world, with an utter disregard of truth, ascribes tenderness of heart to people whose hearts are in reality so hard and dry, provided only that they behave with common courtesy to the brilliant members of their own sets. Madame de Villeparisis herself confirmed, though indirectly, my diagnosis, which was already a conviction, of the essential points of her nephew's character one day when I met them both coming along a path so narrow that there was nothing for it but to introduce me to him. He seemed not to hear that a person's name was being repeated to him. Not a muscle of his face moved. His eyes, in which there shone not the faintest gleam of human sympathy, showed merely in the insensibility, in the inanity of their gaze, an exaggeration failing which there would have been nothing to distinguish them from lifeless mirrors. Then fastening on me those hard eyes, as though he wished to make sure of me before returning my salute, by an abrupt release which seemed to be due rather to a reflex action of his muscles than to an exercise of will, keeping between himself and me the greatest possible interval, he stretched his arm out to its full extension, and at the end of it offered me his hand. I suppose that it must mean, at the very least, a duel, when next day he sent me his card. But he spoke to me only of literature, declared after a long talk that he would like immensely to spend several hours with me every day. He had not only in this encounter given proof of an ardent zest for the things of the spirit, he had shown a regard for myself which was little in keeping with his greeting of me the day before. After I had seen him repeat the same process whenever anyone was introduced to him, I realized that it was simply a social usage peculiar to his branch of the family, to which his mother, who had seen to it that he should be perfectly brought up, had molded his limbs. He went through those motions without thinking, any more than he thought about his beautiful clothes or hair. They were a thing devoid of the moral significance which I had at first ascribed to them, a thing purely acquired like that other habit that he had of at once demanding an introduction to the family of anyone whom he knew, which had become so instinctive in him, that seeing me again the day after our talk, he fell upon me, and without asking how I did, begged me to make him known to my grandmother, who was with me, with the same feverish haste as if the request had been due to some instinct of self-preservation, like the act of warding off a blow, or of shutting one's eyes to avoid a stream of boiling water, without which precautions it would have been dangerous to stay where one was a moment longer. The first rites of exorcism once performed, as a wicked fairy discards her outer form and endues all the most enchanting graces, I saw this disdainful creature become the most friendly, the most considerate young man that I had ever met. Good, I said to myself. I've been mistaken about him once already. I was taken in by a mirage. But I have corrected the first only to fall into a second, for he must be a great gentleman who has grown sick of his nobility and is trying to hide it. As a matter of fact, it was not long before all the exquisite breeding, all the friendliness of Saint-Loup, were indeed to let me see another creature, but one very different from what I had expected. This young man, who had the air of a scornful, sporting aristocrat, had in fact no respect, no interest save for and in the things of the spirit, and especially those modern manifestations of literature and art which seemed so ridiculous to his aunt. He was imbued, moreover, with what she called socialistic spoutings, and was filled with the most profound contempt for his caste, and spent long hours in the study of Nietzsche and Proudhon. He was one of those intellectuals, quick to admire what is good, who shut themselves up in a book, and are interested only in pure thought. Indeed, in Saint-Loup, The expression of this highly abstract tendency, which removed him so far from my customary preoccupations, while it seemed to me touching, also annoyed me not a little. I must say, when I realized properly who had been his father, on days when I had been reading memoirs rich in anecdotes of that famous Comte de Marsan, in whom were embodied the special graces of a generation already remote, the mind full of speculation, anxious to obtain fuller details of the life that Monsieur de Marsan had led, it used to infuriate me that Robert de Saint-Loup, instead of being content to be the son of his father, instead of being able to guide me through the old-fashioned romance of what had been that father's existence, had trained himself to enjoy Nietzsche and Proudhon. His father would not have shared my regret. He had been himself a man of brains who had transcended the narrow confines of his life as a man of the world. He had hardly had time to know his son, but had hoped that his son would prove a better man than himself. And I really believe that, unlike the rest of the family, he would have admired his son, would have rejoiced at his abandoning what had been his own small diversions for austere meditations, and without saying a word, in his modesty as a great gentleman endowed with brains, he would have read in secret his son's favorite authors in order to appreciate how far Robert was superior to himself. There was, however, this rather painful consideration, that if Monsieur de Marsan, with his extremely open mind, would have appreciated a son so different from himself, Robert de Saint-Loup, because he was one of those who believe that merit is attached only to certain forms of art and of life, had an affectionate but slightly contemptuous memory of a father who had spent all his time hunting and racing, who yawned at Wagner and raved over Offenbach. Saint-Loup had not the intelligence to see that intellectual worth has nothing to do with adhesion to any one aesthetic formula, and had, for the intellectuality of Monsieur de Marsan, much the same sort of scorn as might have been felt for Boileau or Labiche by a son of Boileau or Labiche, who had become adept in the most symbolic literature and the most complex music. "I scarcely knew my father," he used to say. "He seems to have been a charming person. His tragedy was the deplorable age in which he lived. To have been born in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and to have to live in the days of La Belle Hélène, would be enough to wreck any existence. Perhaps if he had been some little shopkeeper mad about the ring, he'd have turned out quite different. Indeed, they tell me he was fond of literature, but that can never be proved, because literature to him meant such utterly God-forsaken books. And in my own case, if I found Saint-Loup a trifle earnest, he could not understand why I was not more earnest still. Never judging anything except by the weight of the intelligence that it contained, never perceiving the magic appeal to the imagination that I found in things which he condemned as frivolous, he was astonished that I, to whom he imagined himself to be so utterly inferior, could take any interest in them. From the first, Saint-Loup made a conquest of my grandmother, not only by the incessant acts of kindness which he went out of his way to show to us both, but by the naturalness which he put into them as into everything. For naturalness, doubtless because through the artifice of man it allows a feeling of nature to permeate, was the quality which my grandmother preferred to all others, whether in gardens, where she did not like there to be, as there had been in our Combray garden, 2 formal borders, or at table, where she detested those dressed-up dishes in which you could hardly detect the foodstuffs that had gone to make them, or in piano-playing, which she did not like to be too finicking, too labored, having indeed a special weakness for the discords, the wrong notes of Rubinstein. This naturalness she found and enjoyed even in the clothes that Saint-Loup wore, of a pliant elegance, with nothing swagger, nothing formal about them, no stiffness or starch. She appreciated this rich young man still more highly for the free and careless way that he had of living in luxury without smelling of money, without giving himself airs. She even discovered the charm of this naturalness in the incapacity which Saint-Loup had kept, though as a rule it is outgrown with childhood, at the same time as certain physiological peculiarities of that period, for preventing his face from at once reflecting every emotion. Something, for instance, that he wanted to have, but had not expected, were it no more than a compliment, reacted in him in a burst of pleasure so quick, so burning, so volatile, so expansive, that it was impossible for him to contain and to conceal it. A grin of delight seized irresistible hold of his face. The too delicate skin of his cheeks allowed a vivid glow to shine through them. His eyes sparkled with confusion and joy, and my grandmother was infinitely touched by this charming show of innocence and frankness, which, incidentally, in Saint Loup, at any rate at the period of our first friendship, was not misleading. But I have known another person, and there are many such, in whom the physiological sincerity of that fleeting blush in no way excluded moral duplicity. As often as not, it proves nothing more than the vivacity with which pleasure is felt, so that it disarms them, and they are forced publicly to confess it, by natures capable of the vilest treachery. But where my grandmother did really adore Saint Loup's naturalness was in his way of admitting, without any evasion, his affection for me, to give expression to which he found words than which she herself, she told me, could not have thought of more appropriate, more truly loving words, to which Sévigné and Beausergent might have set their signatures. He was not afraid to make fun of my weaknesses, which he had discerned with an acuteness that made her smile, but as she herself would have done, lovingly, at the same time extolling my good qualities with a warmth and impulsive freedom that showed no sign of the reserve, the coldness by means of which young men of his age are apt to suppose that they give themselves importance. And he showed in forestalling every discomfort, however slight, in covering my legs if the day had turned cold without my noticing it, in arranging, without telling me, to stay later with me in the evening if he thought that I was depressed or felt unwell. A vigilance which, from the point of view of my health, for which a more hardening discipline would perhaps have been better, my grandmother found almost excessive, though as a proof of his affection for myself, she was deeply touched by it. End of section 28. Section 29 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place Names the Place. Part 10. It was promptly settled between us that he and I were to be great friends forever, and he would say our friendship as though he were speaking of some important and delightful thing which had an existence independent of ourselves, and which he soon called, not counting his love for his mistress, the great joy of his life. These words made me rather uncomfortable, and I was at a loss for an answer, for I did not feel when I was with him and talked to him, and no doubt it would have been the same with everyone else, any of that happiness which it was, on the other hand, possible for me to experience when I was by myself. For alone, at times, I felt surging from the depths of my being one or other of those impressions which gave me a delicious sense of comfort. But as soon as I was with someone else, when I began to talk to a friend, my mind at once turned about. It was towards the listener, and not myself, that it directed its thoughts, and when they followed this outward course, they brought me no pleasure. Once I had left Saint Loup, I managed, with the help of words, to put more or less in order the confused minutes that I had spent with him. I told myself that I had a good friend, that a good friend was a rare thing, and I tasted, when I felt myself surrounded by goods that were difficult to acquire, what was precisely the opposite of the pleasure that was natural to me, the opposite of the pleasure of having extracted from myself and brought to light something that was hidden in my inner darkness. If I had spent 2 or 3 hours in conversation with Saint Loup, and he had expressed his admiration of what I had said to him, I felt a sort of remorse, or regret, or weariness at not having been left alone and ready at last to begin my work. But I told myself that one is not given intelligence for one's own benefit only, that the greatest of men have longed for appreciation, that I could not regard as wasted hours in which I had built up an exalted idea of myself in the mind of my friend. I had no difficulty in persuading myself that I ought to be happy in consequence, and I hoped all the more anxiously that this happiness might never be taken from me simply because I had not yet been conscious of it. We fear more than the loss of everything else the disappearance of the goods that have remained beyond our reach, because our heart has not taken possession of them. I felt that I was capable of exemplifying the virtues of friendship better than most people, because I should always place the good of my friends before those personal interests to which other people were devoted, but which did not count for me. But not of finding happiness in a feeling which, instead of multiplying the differences that there were between my nature and those of other people, as there are among all of us, would cancel them. At the same time, my mind was distinguishing in Saint-Loup a personality more collective than his own, that of the noble, which, like an indwelling spirit, moved his limbs, ordered his gestures and his actions. Then, at such moments, although in his company, I was as much alone as I should have been gazing at a landscape, the harmony of which I could understand. He was no more, then, than an object the properties of which, in my musing contemplations, I sought to explore. The perpetual discovery in him of this pre-existent, this aeonial creature, this aristocrat who was just what Robert aspired not to be, gave me a keen delight, but one that was intellectual and not social. In the moral and physical agility which gave so much grace to his kindnesses, in the ease with which he offered my grandmother his carriage and made her get into it, in the alacrity with which he sprang from the box, when he was afraid that I might be cold, to spread his own cloak over my shoulders, I felt not only the inherited litheness of the mighty hunters who had been for generations the ancestors of this young man, who made no pretense, save to intellectuality, their scorn of wealth, which, subsisting in him side by side with his enjoyment of it, simply because it enabled him to entertain his friends more lavishly, made him so carelessly shower his riches at their feet. I felt in him especially the certainty or the illusion in the minds of those great lords of being better than other people, thanks to which they had not been able to hand down to Saint-Loup that anxiety to show that one is just as good, that dread of seeming inferior, of which he was indeed wholly unconscious, but which mars with so much ugliness, so much awkwardness, the most sincere overtures of a plebeian. Sometimes I found fault with myself for thus taking pleasure in my friend as in a work of art, that is to say, in regarding the play of all the parts of his being as harmoniously ordered by a general idea from which they depended, but which he did not know, so that it added nothing to his own good qualities, to that personal value, intellectual and moral, to which he attached so high a price. And yet that idea was, to a certain extent, their determining cause. It was because he was a gentleman that mental activity, those socialist aspirations, which made him seek the company of young students, arrogant and ill-dressed, connoted in him something really pure and disinterested, which was not to be found in them. Looking upon himself as the heir of an ignorant and selfish caste, he was sincerely anxious that they should forgive in him that aristocratic origin which they, on the contrary, found irresistibly attractive, and on account of which they sought to know him, though with a show of coldness and indeed of insolence towards him. He was thus led to make advances to people from whom my parents, faithful to the sociological theories of Combray, would have been stupefied at his not turning away in disgust. One day, when we were sitting on the sands, Saint-Loup and I, we heard issuing from a canvas tent against which we were leaning a torrent of imprecation against the swarm of Israelites that infested Baalbec. "You can't go a yard without meeting them," said the voice. "I am not in principle irremediably hostile to the Jewish nation, but here there is a plethora of them." "Aye they, Abraham, I've just theen Jacob." You would think you were in the Rue d'Auberquier. The man who thus inveighed against Israel emerged at last from the tent. We raised our eyes to behold this anti-Semite. It was my old friend Bloch. Saint-Loup at once begged me to remind him that they had met before the Board of Examiners, when Bloch had carried off the prize of honor, and since then at a popular university course. In the most I may have smiled now and then to discover in Robert the marks of his Jesuit schooling, and the awkwardness which the fear of hurting people's feelings at once created in him whenever one of his intellectual friends made a social error, did something silly to which Saint-Loup himself attached no importance, but felt that the other would have blushed if anybody had noticed it. and it was Robert who used to blush as though it had been he that was to blame. For instance, on the day when Bloch, after promising to come and see him at the hotel, went on, "As I cannot endure to be kept waiting among all the false splendor of these great caravanserais, and the Hungarian band would make me ill, you must tell the left boy to make them shut up, and to let you know at once." Personally, I was not particularly anxious that Bloch should come to the hotel. He was at Baalbek, not by himself, unfortunately, but with his sisters, and they in turn had innumerable relatives and friends staying there. Now this Jewish colony was more picturesque than pleasant. Baalbek was in this respect like such countries as Russia or Romania, where the geography books teach us that the Israelite population does not enjoy anything approaching the same esteem and has not reached the same stage of assimilation as, for instance, in Paris. Always together, with no blend of any other element, when the cousins and uncles of Bloch, or their co-religionists, male or female, repaired to the casino, the ladies to dance, the gentlemen branching off toward the baccarat tables, they formed a solid troop, homogeneous within itself, and utterly dissimilar to the people who watched them go past, and found them there again every year without ever exchanging a word or a sign with them. Whether these were on the Camembert's list, or the presiding magistrate's little group, professional or business people, or even simple corn chandlers from Paris, whose daughters, handsome, proud, derisive, and French as the statues at Rheims, would not care to mix with that horde of ill-bred tomboys, who carried their zeal for seaside fashions so far as to be always apparently on their way home from shrimping or out to dance the tango. As for the men, despite the brilliance of their dinner jackets and patent leather shoes, the exaggeration of their type made one think of what people call the intelligent research of painters, who, having to illustrate the Gospels or the Arabian Nights, consider the country in which the scenes are laid, and give to St. Peter or to Ali Baba the identical features of the heaviest punter at the Baalbek tables. Bloch introduced his sisters, who, though he silenced their chatter with the utmost rudeness, screamed with laughter at the mildest sallies of this brother, their blindly worshipped idol. So that it is probable that this set of people contained, like every other, perhaps more than any other, plenty of attraction, merits, and virtues. But in order to experience these, one had first to penetrate its enclosure. Now it was not popular. It could feel this. It saw in its unpopularity the mark of an anti-Semitism to which it presented a bold front in a compact, enclosed phalanx, into which, as it happened, no one ever dreamed of trying to make his way. At his use of the word life, I had all the less reason to be surprised in that, a few days before, Bloch having asked me why I had come to Baalbek, although it seemed to him perfectly natural that he himself should be there, and whether it had been in the hope of making grand friends, when I had explained to him that this visit was a fulfillment of one of my earliest longings, though one not so deep as my longing to see Venice, he had replied, "Yes, of course, to sip iced drinks with the pretty ladies while you pretend to be reading The Stones of Venice, by Lord John Ruskin, a dreary shaver, in fact one of the most garrulous old barbers that you could find." So that Bloch evidently thought that in England not only were all the inhabitants of the male sex called Lord, but the letter I was invariably pronounced I. As for Saint Loup, this mistake in pronunciation seemed to him all the less serious, inasmuch as he saw in it preeminently a want of those almost society notions which my new friend despised as fully as he was versed in them. But the fearless Bloch, discovering one day that one says Venice, and that Ruskin was not a lord, should retrospectively imagine that Robert had been laughing at him, made the latter feel as guilty as if he had been found wanting in the indulgence with which, as we have seen, he overflowed, so that the blush which would no doubt one day dye the cheek of Bloch on the discovery of his error, Robert already, by anticipation and reflex action, could feel mounting to his own. For he fully believed that Bloch attached more importance than he to this mistake. Which Bloch proved to be true some time later when he heard me pronounce the word lift by breaking in with, "Oh, you say lift, do you?" And then, in a dry, lofty tone, "Not that it is of the slightest importance." A phrase that is like a reflex action of the body, The same in all men whose self-esteem is great, in the gravest circumstances as well as in the most trivial, betraying there as clearly as on this occasion how important the thing in question seems to him who declares that it is of no importance. A tragic phrase at times, the first to escape, and then how heartbreaking, the lips of every man at all proud from whom we have just taken the last hope to which he still clung by refusing to do him a service. "Oh, well, it's not of the slightest importance. I shall make some other arrangement." The other arrangement which it is not of the slightest importance that he should be driven to adopt being often suicide. Apart from this, Bloch made me the prettiest speeches. He was certainly anxious to be on the best of terms with me, and yet he asked me, "Is it because you've taken a fancy to raise yourself to the peerage that you've run after de Saint-Lupin-Bray? You must be going through a fine crisis of snobbery. Tell me, are you a snob?" "I think so. What?" Not that his desire to be friendly had suddenly changed, but what is called, in not too correct language, ill-breeding, was his defect, and therefore the defect which he was bound to overlook, all the more that by which he did not believe that other people could be shocked. In the human race, the frequency of the virtues that are identical in us all is not more wonderful than the multiplicity of the defects that are peculiar to each one of us. Undoubtedly, it is not common sense that is the commonest thing in the world, but human kindness. In the most distant, the most desolate ends of the earth, we marvel to see it blossom of its own accord, as in a remote valley a poppy like the poppies in the world beyond, poppies which it has never seen as it has never known aught but the wind, that now and again, stirring the folds of its scarlet cloak, disturbs its solitude. Even if this human kindness, paralyzed by self-interest, is not exercised, it exists none the less, and whenever any inconstant egoist does not restrain its action, when, for example, he is reading a novel or a newspaper, it will bud, blossom, grow, even in the heart of him who, cold-blooded in real life, has retained a tender heart, as a lover of fiction, for the weak, the righteous, and the persecuted. But the variety of our defects is no less remarkable than the similarity of our virtues. Each of us has his own, so much so that to continue loving him we are obliged not to take them into account, but to ignore them, and look only to the rest of his character. The most perfect person in the world has a certain defect which shocks us or makes us angry. One man is of rare intelligence, sees everything from an exalted angle, never speaks evil of anyone, but will pocket and forget letters of supreme importance which it was he himself who asked you to let him post for you, and will then miss a vital engagement without offering you any excuse, with a smile, because he prides himself upon never knowing the time. Another is so refined, so gentle, so delicate in his conduct, that he never says anything about you before your face except what you are glad to hear. But you feel that he refrains from uttering, that he keeps buried in his heart, where they grow bitter, very different opinions, and the pleasure that he derives from seeing you is so dear to him that he will let you faint with exhaustion sooner than leave you to yourself. A third has more sincerity, but carries it so far that he feels bound to let you know, when you have pleaded the state of your health as an excuse for not having been to see him, that you were seen going to the theatre and were reported to be looking well, or else that he has not been able to profit entirely by the action which you have taken on his behalf, which, by the way, 3 other of his friends had already offered to take, so that he is only moderately indebted to you. In similar circumstances, the previous friend would have pretended not to know that you had gone to the theatre, or that other people could have done him the same service. But this last friend feels himself obliged to repeat or to reveal to somebody the very thing that is most likely to give offense, is delighted with his own frankness, and tells you emphatically, "I am like that," while others infuriate you by their exaggerated curiosity, or by a want of curiosity so absolute that you can speak to them of the most sensational happenings without their grasping what it is all about. And others again take months to answer you if your letter has been about something that concerns yourself and not them, or else, if they write that they are coming to ask you for something, and you dare not leave the house for fear of missing them, do not appear, but leave you in suspense for weeks, because, not having received from you the answer which their letter did not in the least expect, they have concluded that you must be cross with them. And others, considering their own wishes and not yours, talk to you without letting you get a word in if they are in good spirits and want to see you, however urgent the work you may have in hand. But if they feel exhausted by the weather or out of humor, you cannot get a word out of them. They meet your efforts with an inert languor, and no more take the trouble to reply, even in monosyllables, to what you say to them than if they had not heard you. Each of our friends has his defects so markedly that to continue to love him we are obliged to seek consolation for those defects, in the thought of his talent, his goodness, his affection for ourself, or rather to leave them out of account, and for that we need to display all our goodwill. Unfortunately, our obliging obstinacy in refusing to see the defect in our friend is surpassed by the obstinacy with which he persists in that defect from his own blindness to it or the blindness that he attributes to other people. For he does not notice it himself, or imagines that it is not noticed. Since the risk of giving offense arises principally from the difficulty of appreciating what does and what does not pass unperceived, we ought, at least from prudence, never to speak of ourself, because that is a subject on which we may be sure that other people's views are never in accordance with our own. If we find as many surprises as on visiting a house of plain exterior, which inside is full of hidden treasures, torture chambers, skeletons, when we discover the true lives of other people, the real beneath the apparent universe, we are no less surprised if, in place of the image that we have made of ourself with the help of all the things that people have said to us, we learn from the terms in which they speak of us in our absence what an entirely different image they have been carrying in their own minds of us and of our life. So that whenever we have spoken about ourselves, we may be sure that our inoffensive and prudent words, listened to with apparent politeness and hypocritical approbation, have given rise afterwards to the most exasperated or the most mirthful, but in either case the least favorable criticism. The least risk that we run is that of irritating people by the disproportion that there is between our idea of ourself and the words that we use, a disproportion which, as a rule, makes people's talk about themselves as ludicrous as the performances of those self-styled music lovers, who, when they feel the need to hum a favorite melody, compensate for the inadequacy of their inarticulate murmurings by a strenuous mimicry, and a look of admiration which is hardly justified by all that they let us hear. And to the bad habit of speaking about oneself and one's defects there must be added, as part of the same thing, that habit of denouncing in other people defects precisely analogous to one's own. For it is always of those defects that people speak, as though it were a way of speaking about oneself indirectly, which added to the pleasure of absolution that of confession. Besides, it seems that our attention, always attracted by what is characteristic of ourself, notices that more than anything else in other people. One short-sighted man says of another, but he can scarcely open his eyes. A consumptive has his doubts as to the pulmonary integrity of the most robust. An unwashed man speaks only of the baths that other people do not take. An evil-smelling man insists that other people smell. A cuckold sees cuckolds everywhere. A light woman, light women. A snob, snobs. Then, too, every vice, like every profession, requires and trains a special knowledge which we are never loath to display. The invert detects and denounces inverts. The tailor, asked out to dine, before he has begun to talk to you, has passed judgment on the cloth of your coat, which his fingers are itching to feel. And if after a few words of conversation you were to ask a dentist what he really thought of you, he would tell you how many of your teeth wanted filling. To him nothing appears more important, nor more absurd to you who have noticed his own. And it is not only when we speak of ourselves that we imagine other people to be blind. We behave as though they were. On every one of us there is a special God in attendance who hides from him or promises him the concealment from other people of his defect, just as he stops the eyes and nostrils of people who do not wash to the streaks of dirt which they carry in their ears, and the smell of sweat which emanates from their armpits, and assures them that they can with impunity carry both of these about a world that will notice nothing. And those who wear artificial pearls or give them as presents imagine that people will take them to be genuine. Bloch was ill-bred, neurotic, a snob, and since he belonged to a family of little repute, had to support, as on the floor of ocean, the incalculable pressure that was imposed on him not only by the Christians upon the surface, but by all the intervening layers of Jewish castes superior to his own, each of them crushing with its contempt the one that was immediately beneath it. To carve his way through to the open air by raising himself from Jewish family to Jewish family would have taken Bloch many thousands of years. It was better worth his while to seek an outlet in another direction. End of section 29. Section 30 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Section 30, Place Names the Place, Part 11. When Bloch spoke to me of the crisis of snobbery through which I must be passing, and bade me confess that I was a snob, I might well have replied, "If I were, I should not be going about with you." I said merely that he was not being very polite. Then he tried to apologize, but in the way that is typical of the ill-bred man who is only too glad to hark back to whatever it was if he can find an opportunity to aggravate his offense. "Forgive me," he used now to plead whenever we met. "I have vexed you, tormented you. I have been wantonly mischievous. And yet, man in general, and your friend in particular, is so singular an animal. You cannot imagine the affection that I who tease you so cruelly, have for you. It carries me often, when I think of you, to tears." And he gave an audible sob. What astonished me more in Bloch than his bad manners was to find how the quality of his conversation varied. This youth, so hard to please that of authors who were at the height of their fame he would say, "He's a gloomy idiot. He's a sheer imbecile," would every now and then tell, with immense gusto, stories that were simply not funny, or would instance as a really remarkable person some man who was completely insignificant. This double scale of measuring the wit, the worth, the interest of people continued to puzzle me until I was introduced to Monsieur Bloch Sr. I had not supposed that we should ever be allowed to know him, for Bloch Jr. had spoken ill of me to Saint-Loup, and of Saint-Loup to me. In particular, he had said to Robert that I was always a frightful snob. Yes, really he is overjoyed at knowing Monsieur Legrandin. This trick of isolating a word was, in Bloch, a sign at once of irony and of learning. Saint-Loup, who had never heard the name of Legrandin, was bewildered. "But who is he?" "Oh, he's a bit of all right, he is," Bloch laughed, thrusting his hand into his pockets as though for warmth, convinced that he was at that moment engaged in contemplation of the picturesque aspect of an extraordinary country gentleman compared to whom those of Barbery de Aurevilly were as nothing. He consoled himself for his inability to portray Monsieur Legrandin by giving him a string of capital L's, smacking his lips over the name as over a wine from the farthest bin. But these subjective enjoyments remained hidden from other people. If he spoke ill of me to Saint-Loup, he made up for it by speaking no less ill of Saint-Loup to me. We had each of us learned these slanders in detail the next day, not that we repeated them to each other, a thing which would have seemed to us very wrong, but to Bloch appeared so natural and almost inevitable that in his natural anxiety, in the certainty moreover that he would be telling us only what each of us was bound sooner or later to know, he preferred to anticipate the disclosure, and taking Saint-Loup aside, admitted that he had spoken ill of him on purpose, so that it might be repeated to him, swore to him by Zeus Cronion, binder of oaths, that he loved him dearly, that he would lay down his life for him, and wiped away a tear. The same day he contrived to see me alone, made his confession, declared he had acted in my interest, because he felt that a certain kind of social intercourse was fatal to me, and that I was worthy of better things. Then clasping me by the hand with the sentimentality of a drunkard, albeit his drunkenness was purely nervous, "Believe me," he said, And may the black cur seize me this instant and bear me across the portals of Hades, hateful to men, if yesterday, when I thought of you, of Combray, of my boundless affection for you, of afternoon hours in class which you do not even remember, I did not lie awake weeping all night long. Yes, all night long, I swear it. And alas, I know, for I know the human soul, you will not believe me. I did indeed not to believe him, and to his words, which I felt he was making up on the spur of the moment, and expanding as he went on, his swearing by cur added no great weight, the Hellenic cult being in Bloch purely literary. Besides, whenever he began to grow sentimental and wished his hearer to grow sentimental over a falsehood, he would say, I swear it, more for the hysterical satisfaction of lying than to make people think that he was speaking the truth. I did not believe what he was saying, but I bore him no ill will for that, for I had inherited from my mother and grandmother their incapacity for resentment even of far worse offenders, and their habit of never condemning anyone. Besides, he was not altogether a bad youth, this Bloch. He could be, and was at times, quite charming. And now that the race of Combray, the race from which sprang creatures absolutely unspoiled like my grandmother and mother, seems almost extinct, as I have hardly any choice now save between honest brutes, insensible and loyal, in whom the mere sound of their voices shows at once that they take absolutely no interest in one's life, and another kind of men who so long as they are with one understand one, cherish one, grow sentimental even to tears, take their revenge a few hours later by making some cruel joke at one's expense, but return to one, always just as comprehending, as charming, as closely assimilated, for the moment, to oneself. I think that it is of this latter sort that I prefer, if not the moral worth, at any rate the society. You cannot imagine my grief when I think of you, Bloch went on. When you come to think of it, it is a rather Jewish side of my nature, he added ironically, contracting his pupils as though he had to prepare for the microscope an infinitesimal quantity of Jewish blood, and as might, but never would, have said a great French noble who among his ancestors, all Christian, might nevertheless have included Samuel Bernard, or further still the Blessed Virgin from whom it is said that the Lévy family claimed descent. Coming out. I rather like, he continued, to find room among my feelings for the share, not that it is more than a very tiny share, which may be ascribed to my Jewish origin. He made this statement because it seemed to him at once clever and courageous to speak the truth about his race, a truth which at the same time he managed to water down to a remarkable extent, like misers who decide to pay their debts but have not the courage to pay more than half. This kind of deceit, which consists in having the boldness to proclaim the truth, but only after mixing it with an ample measure of lies which falsify it, is commoner than people think, and even among those who do not habitually practice it, certain crises in life, especially those in which love is at stake, give them an opportunity of taking to it. All these confidential diatribes by Bloch to Saint-Loup against me, and to me against Saint-Loup, ended in an invitation to dinner. I am by no means sure that he did not first make an attempt to secure Saint-Loup by himself. It would have been so like Bloch to do so that he probably did. But if so, success did not crown his effort, for it was to myself and Saint-Loup that Bloch said one day, Dear master, and you, O horseman beloved of Ares, de Saint-Loup and Bray, tamer of horses, since I have encountered you by the seashore of Amphitrite, resounding with foam, hard by the tents of the swift-shipped Menier, will both of you come to dinner any day this week with my illustrious sire of blameless heart? He proffered this invitation because he desired to attach himself more closely to Saint-Loup, who would, he hoped, secure him the right of entry into aristocratic circles. Formed by me for myself, this ambition would have seemed to Bloch the mark of the most hideous snobbishness, quite in keeping with the opinion that he already held of a whole side of my nature which he did not regard, or at least had not hitherto regarded, as its most important side. But the same ambition in him seemed to him the proof of a finely developed curiosity in a mind anxious to carry out certain social explorations from which he might perhaps glean some literary benefit. Monsieur Bloch senior, when his son had told him that he was going to bring one of his friends in to dinner, had, in a sarcastic but satisfied tone, enunciated the name and title of that friend. The Marquis de Saint-Loup-en-Bray had been thrown into great commotion. "The Marquis de Saint-Loup-en-Bray, I'll be jiggered," he had exclaimed, using the oath which was with him the strongest indication of social deference. And he cast at a son capable of having formed such an acquaintance an admiring glance which seemed to say, "Really it is astounding. Can this prodigy be indeed a child of mine?" which gave my friend as much pleasure as if his monthly allowance had been increased by 50 francs. For Bloch was not in his element at home, and felt that his father treated him like a lost sheep because of his lifelong admiration for Les Contes de Lisle, Heredia, and other Bohemians. But to have got to know Saint-Loup-en-Bray, whose father had been chairman of the Suez Canal Board, I'll be jiggered, was an indisputable score. What a pity, indeed, that they had left in Paris, for fear of its being broken on the journey, the stereoscope. Alone among men, Monsieur Bloch Senior had the art, or at least the right, to exhibit it. He did this, moreover, on rare occasions only, and then to good purpose, on evenings when there was a full-dress affair, with hired waiters. So that from these exhibitions of the stereoscope there emanated, for those who were present, as it were a special distinction, a privileged position, and for the master of the house who gave them a reputation, such as talent confers on a man, which could not have been greater had the photographs been taken by Monsieur Bloch himself, and the machine his own invention. "You weren't invited to Solomon's yesterday?" one of the family would ask another. "No, I was not one of the elect. What was on?" "Oh, a great how do you do, the stereoscope, the whole box of tricks." "Indeed! If they had the stereoscope, I'm sorry I wasn't there. They say Solomon is quite amazing when he works it." "It can't be helped," said Monsieur Bloch now to his son. "It's a mistake to let him have everything at once. That would leave him nothing to look forward to." He had actually thought, in his paternal affection, and in the hope of touching his son's heart, of sending for the instrument. But there was not time, or rather they had thought there would not be, for we were obliged to put off dinner because Saint-Loup could not leave the hotel, where he was waiting for an uncle who was coming to spend a few days with Madame de Villeparis's. Since, for he was greatly addicted to physical culture, and especially to long walks, it was largely on foot, spending the night in wayside farms, that this uncle was to make the journey from the country house in which he was staying, the precise date of his arrival at Balbec was by no means certain. And Saint-Loup, afraid to stir out of doors, even entrusted me with the duty of taking to Écouville, where the nearest telegraph office was, the messages that he sent every day to his mistress. The uncle for whom we were waiting was called Palamede, a name that had come down to him from his ancestors, the princes of Sicily. And later on, when I found, as I read history, belonging to this or that podesta, or prince of the church, the same Christian name, a fine Renaissance medal, some said a genuine antique, that had always remained in the family, having passed from generation to generation, from the Vatican cabinet to the uncle of my friend, I felt the pleasure that is reserved for those who, unable from lack of means to start a case of medals or a picture gallery, look out for old names, names of localities, instructive and picturesque as an old map, a bird's eye view, a signboard, or a return of customs, baptismal names, in which rings out and is plainly heard, in their fine French endings, the defect of speech, the intonation of a racial vulgarity, the vicious pronunciation by which our ancestors made Latin and Saxon words undergo lasting mutilations, which in due course became the august lawgivers of our grammar books. And in short, by drawing upon their collections of ancient and sonorous words, give themselves concerts like the people who acquire viols de gamba and viols d'amour, so as to perform the music of days gone by upon old-fashioned instruments. Saint-Loup told me that even in the most exclusive aristocratic society, his uncle Palamede had the further distinction of being particularly difficult to approach, contemptuous, double-dyed in his nobility, forming with his brother's wife and a few other chosen spirits what was known as the Phoenix Club. There even his insolence was so much dreaded that it happened more than once that people of good position who had been anxious to meet him, and had applied to his own brother for an introduction, had met with a refusal. "Really, you mustn't ask me to introduce you to my brother Palamede. My wife and I, we would all of us do our best for you, but it would be no good. Besides, there's always the danger of his being rude to you, and I shouldn't like that. At the Jockey Club, he had, with a few of his friends, marked a list of 200 members whom they would never allow to be introduced to them. And in the Comte de Paris circle, he was known by the nickname of the Prince, because of his distinction and his pride. Son Luke told me about his uncle's early life, now a long time ago. Every day he used to take women to a bachelor establishment which he shared with 2 of his friends, as good-looking as himself, on account of which they were known as the 3 Graces. One day, a man who just now is very much in the eye, as Balzac would say, of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, but who at a rather awkward period of his early life displayed odd tastes, asked my uncle to let him come to this place. But no sooner had he arrived than it was not to the ladies, but to my uncle Palamede that he began to make overtures. My uncle pretended not to understand, made an excuse to send for his 2 friends. They appeared on the scene, seized the offender, stripped him, thrashed him till he bled, and then with 20 degrees of frost outside kicked him into the street, where he was found more dead than alive. So much so that the police started an inquiry, which the poor devil had the greatest difficulty in getting them to abandon. My uncle would never go in for such drastic methods now. In fact, you can't conceive the number of men of humble position that he, who is so haughty with people in society, has shown his affection, taken under his wing, even if he is paid for it with ingratitude. It may be a servant who has looked after him in a hotel, for whom he will find a place in Paris, or a farm laborer whom he will pay to have taught a trade. That is really the rather nice side of his character, in contrast to his social side. Saint Loup indeed belonged to that type of young men of fashion, situated at an altitude at which it has been possible to cultivate such expressions as, what is really rather nice about him, his rather nice side, precious seeds which produce very rapidly a way of looking at things in which one counts oneself as nothing, and the people as everything. The exact opposite, in a word, of plebeian pride. It seems it is quite impossible to imagine how he set the tone, how he laid down the law for the whole of society when he was a young man. He acted entirely for himself. In any circumstances he did what seemed pleasing to himself, what was most convenient, but at once the snobs would start copying him. If he felt thirsty at the play and sent out from his box for a drink, the little sitting rooms behind all the boxes would be filled a week later with refreshments. One wet summer, when he had a touch of rheumatism, he ordered an ulster of a loose but warm vicuna wool, which is used only for traveling rugs, and kept the blue and orange stripes showing. The big tailors at once received orders from all of their customers for blue and orange ulsters of rough wool. If he had some reason for wishing to keep every trace of ceremony out of a dinner in a country house where he was spending the day, and to point the distinction had come without evening clothes, and sat down to table in the suit he had been wearing that afternoon, it became the fashion, when you were dining in the country, not to dress. If he was eating some special sweet, and instead of taking his spoon he used a knife, or a special implement of his own invention, which he had had made for him by a silversmith, or his fingers, it at once became wrong to eat it in any other way. He wanted once to hear some Beethoven quartets again, for with all his preposterous ideas he is no fool, mind, he has great gifts, and arranged for some musicians to come and play them to him and a few friends once a week. The ultra-fashionable thing that season was to give quite small parties with chamber music. I should say he's not done at all badly out of life. With his looks he must have had any number of women. I can't tell you exactly whom, for he is very discreet. But I do know that he was thoroughly unfaithful to my poor aunt. Not that that prevented him being always perfectly charming to her, and her adoring him. He was in mourning for her for years. When he is in Paris, he still goes to the cemetery nearly every day. The morning after Robert had told me all these things about his uncle, while he waited for him, and waited, as it happened, in vain, as I was coming by myself past the casino on my way back to the hotel, I had the sensation of being watched by somebody who was not far off. I turned my head and saw a man of about 40, very tall and rather stout, with a very dark mustache, who, nervously slapping the leg of his trousers with a switch, kept fastened upon me a pair of eyes dilated with observation. Every now and then those eyes were shot through by a look of intense activity, such as the sight of a person whom they do not know excites only in men to whom, for whatever reason, It suggests thoughts that would not occur to anyone else. Madmen, for instance, or spies. He trained upon me a supreme stare, at once bold, prudent, rapid, and profound, like a last shot which one fires at an enemy at the moment when one turns to flee. And after first looking all round him, suddenly adopting an absent and lofty air, by an abrupt revolution of his whole body, turned to examine a playbill on the wall, in the reading of which he became absorbed, while he hummed a tune and fingered the moss rose in his buttonhole. He drew from his pocket a note-book in which he appeared to be taking down the title of the performance that was announced, looked 2 or 3 times at his watch, pulled down over his eyes a black straw hat, the brim of which he extended with his hand held out over it like a visor, as though to see whether someone were at last coming, made the perfunctory gesture of annoyance by which people mean to show that they have waited long enough, although they never make it when they are really waiting. Then pushing back his hat and exposing a scalp cropped close except at the sides, where he allowed a pair of waved pigeon wings to grow quite long, he emitted the loud, panting breath that people give who are not feeling too hot, but would like it to be thought that they were. He gave me the impression of a hotel crook who had been watching my grandmother and myself for some days, and while he was planning to rob us had just discovered that I had surprised him in the act of spying. To put me off the scent, perhaps he was seeking only by his new attitude to express boredom and detachment, but it was with an exaggeration so aggressive that his object appeared to be, at least as much as the dissipating of the suspicions that I must have had of him, to avenge a humiliation which quite unconsciously I must have inflicted on him, to give me the idea not so much that he had not seen me, as that I was an object of too little importance to attract his attention. He threw back his shoulders with an air of bravado, bit his lips, pushed up his mustache, and in the lens of his eyes made an adjustment of something that was indifferent, harsh, almost insulting. So effectively that the singularity of his expression made me take him at one moment for a thief, and at another for a lunatic. And yet his scrupulously ordered attire was far more sober and far more simple than that of any of the summer visitors I saw at Baalbec, and gave a reassurance to my own suit, so often humiliated by the dazzling and commonplace whiteness of their holiday garb. But my grandmother was coming towards me. We took a turn together, and I was waiting for her an hour later, outside the hotel into which she had gone for a moment, when I saw emerge from it Madame de Villeparisis with Robert de Saint-Loup, and the stranger who had stared at me so intensely outside the casino. Swift as a lightning flash his look shot through me, just as at the moment when I first noticed him, and returned, as though he had not seen me, to hover, slightly lowered before his eyes, dulled like the neutral look which feigns to see nothing without and is incapable of reporting anything to the mind within. The look which expresses merely the satisfaction of feeling round it the eyelids which it cleaves apart with its sanctimonious roundness. The devout, the steeped look that we see on the faces of certain hypocrites, the smug look on those of certain fools. I saw that he had changed his clothes. The suit he was wearing was darker even than the other, and no doubt this was because the true distinction in dress lies nearer to simplicity than the false. But there was something more. When one came near him, one felt that if color was almost entirely absent from these garments, it was not because he who had banished it from them was indifferent to it, but rather because for some reason he forbade himself the enjoyment of it. And the sobriety which they displayed seemed to be of the kind that comes from obedience to a rule of diet rather than from want of appetite. A dark green thread harmonized in the stuff of his trousers with the clock on his socks, with a refinement which betrayed the vivacity of a taste that was everywhere else conquered, to which this single concession had been made out of tolerance for such a weakness, while a spot of red on his necktie was imperceptible, like a liberty which one dares not take. "How are you? Let me introduce my nephew, the Baron de Guermantes." Madame de Villeparisis greeted me, while the stranger, without looking at me, muttered a vague "charmed," which he followed with a to give his affability an air of having been forced, and doubling back his little finger, forefinger, and thumb, held out to me his middle and ring fingers, the latter bare of any ring, which I clasped through his suede glove. Then, without lifting his eyes to my face, he turned towards Madame de Villeparisis. "Good gracious, I shall be forgetting my own name next," she exclaimed. Here I am, calling you Baron de Guermantes. Let me introduce the Baron de Charlus. After all, it's not a very serious mistake," she went on, "for you're a thorough Guermantes, whatever else you are." By this time my grandmother had reappeared, and we all set out together. Saint-Loup's uncle declined to honor me not only with a word, with so much as a look, even in my direction. If he stared strangers out of countenance, and during this short excursion he 2 or 3 times hurled his terrible and searching scrutiny like a sounding lead at insignificant people of obviously humble extraction who happened to pass. To make up for that, he never for a moment, if I was to judge by myself, looked at the people whom he did know, just as a detective on special duty might accept his personal friends from his professional vigilance. Leaving them, my grandmother, Madame de Villaparisis, and him, to talk to one another, I fell behind with Saint-Loup. "Tell me, am I right in thinking I heard Madame de Villaparisis say just now to your uncle that he was a Guermantes?" "Of course he is, Palamede de Guermantes. Not the same Guermantes who have a place near Combray and claim descent from Genevieve de Brabant?" "Most certainly. My uncle, who is the very last word in heraldry and all that sort of thing, would tell you our war cry, that is to say, which was changed afterwards to Possevant, was originally Combracy," he said, smiling so as not to appear to be priding himself on this prerogative of a cry, which only the semi-royal houses, the great chiefs of feudal bands, enjoyed. "It's his brother who has the place now." And so she was indeed related, and quite closely, to the Guermantes, this Madame de Villaparisis, who had so long been for me the lady who had given me a duck filled with chocolates when I was little, more remote than from the Guermantes way than if she had been shut up somewhere on the Méséglier, less brilliant, less highly placed by me than was the Combray optician, and who now suddenly went through one of those fantastic rises in value, parallel to the depreciations, no less unforeseen, of other objects in our possession, which rise and fall alike, introduced in our youth, and in those periods of our life in which a trace of youth persists, changes as numerous as the metamorphoses of Ovid. "Haven't they got, down there, the busts of all the old lords of Guermantes?" "Yes, and a lovely sight they are." Saint-Loup was ironical. "Between you and me, I look on all that sort of thing as rather a joke. But they have got at Guermantes what is a little more interesting, and that is quite a touching portrait of my aunt by Carrier. It's as fine as Whistler or Velasquez," went on Saint-Loup, who in his neophyte zeal was not always very exact about degrees of greatness. "There are also some moving pictures by Gustave Moreau. My aunt is the niece of your friend Madame de Villaparisis. She was brought up by her and married her cousin, who was a nephew too of my aunt Villaparisis, the present Duc de Guermantes." "Then who is this uncle?" "He bears the title of Baron de Charlus. Properly speaking, when my great-uncle died, my uncle Palamede ought to have taken the title of Prince de Laume, which his brother used before he became Duc de Guermantes, for in that family they change their names as you'd change a shirt. But my uncle has a peculiar idea about all that sort of thing, and as he feels that people are rather apt to overdo the Italian prince and grandee of Spain business nowadays, though he had half a dozen titles of prince to choose from, he has remained Baron de Charlus as a protest, and with an apparent simplicity which really covers a good deal of pride. In these days, he says, everybody is Prince something or other. One really must have a title that will distinguish one. I shall call myself Prince when I wish to travel incognito. According to him, there is no older title than the Charlus barony, to prove to you that it is earlier than the Montmorency title, though they used to claim, quite wrongly, to be the premier barons of France when they were only premier in the Ile-de-France, where their fief was. My uncle will explain to you for hours on end and enjoy doing it, because although he's a most intelligent man, really gifted, he regards that sort of thing as quite a live topic of conversation. Saint-Loup smiled again. But as I am not like him, you mustn't ask me to talk pedigrees. I know nothing more deadly, more perishing. Really, life is not long enough. I now recognized in the hard look which had made me turn round that morning outside the casino the same that I had seen fixed on me at Tansonville, at the moment when Madame Swann called Gilbert away. "But I say, all those mistresses that you told me your uncle Monsieur de Charlus had had. Wasn't Madame Swann one of them? Good Lord, no. That is to say, my uncle is a great friend of Swann, and has always stood up for him, but no one has ever suggested that he was his wife's lover. You would make a great sensation in Paris society if people thought you believed that. I dared not reply that it would have caused an even greater sensation in Combray society if people had thought that I did not believe it. End of section 30. Section 31 of Within a Budding Grove by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Place names the place. Part 12. My grandmother was delighted with Monsieur de Charlus. No doubt he attached an extreme importance to all questions of birth and social position, and my grandmother had remarked this, but without any trace of that severity which as a rule embodies a secret envy and the annoyance of seeing someone else enjoy an advantage which one would like but cannot oneself possess. As, on the other hand, my grandmother, content with her lot and never for a moment regretting that she did not move in a more brilliant sphere, employed only her intellect in observing the eccentricities of Monsieur de Charlus, she spoke of Saint-Loup's uncle with that detached, smiling, almost affectionate kindness with which we reward the object of our disinterested study for the pleasure that it has given us. All the more that this time the object was a person, with regard to whom she found that his, if not legitimate, at any rate picturesque pretensions showed him in vivid contrast to the people whom she generally had occasion to see. But it was especially in consideration of his intelligence and sensibility, qualities which it was easy to see that Monsieur de Charlus, unlike so many of the people in society whom Saint-Loup derided, possessed in a marked degree, that my grandmother had so readily forgiven him his aristocratic prejudice. And yet this had not been sacrificed by the uncle, as it was by the nephew, to higher qualities. Rather, Monsieur de Charlus had reconciled it with them, possessing, by virtue of his descent from the Dukes de Nemours and Princes de Lamballe, documents, furniture, tapestries, portraits painted for his ancestors by Raphael, Velázquez, Boucher, justified in saying that he was visiting a museum and a matchless library when he was merely turning over his family relics at home. He placed in the rank from which his nephew had degraded it the whole heritage of the aristocracy. Perhaps also, being less metaphysical than Saint-Loup, less satisfied with words, more of a realist in his study of men, he did not care to neglect a factor that was essential to his prestige in their eyes, and if it gave certain disinterested pleasures to his imagination, could often be a powerfully effective aid to his utilitarian activities. No agreement can ever be reached between men of his sort and those who obey the ideal within them which urges them to strip themselves bare of such advantages, so that they may seek only to realize that ideal, similar in that respect to the painters, the writers who renounce their virtuosity, the artistic peoples who modernize themselves, warrior peoples who take the initiative in a move for universal disarmament, absolute governments which turn democratic and repeal their harsh laws, as though as often as not the sequel fails to reward their noble effort. For the men lose their talent, the nations their secular predominance. Pacificism often multiplies wars and indulgence criminality. If Saint-Loup's efforts towards sincerity and emancipation were only to be commended as most noble, to judge by their visible result, one could still be thankful that they had failed to bear fruit in Monsieur de Charlus, who had transferred to his own home much of the admirable paneling from the Guermantes house, instead of substituting, like his nephew, a modern style of decoration, employing Labourg or Guillaumin. It was none the less true that Monsieur de Charlus's ideal was highly artificial, and if the epithet can be applied to the word ideal, as much social as artistic. In certain women of great beauty and rare culture, whose ancestresses, 2 centuries earlier, had shared in all the glory and grace of the old order, he found a distinction which made him take pleasure only in their society, and no doubt the admiration for them which he had protested was sincere. But countless reminiscences, historical and artistic, called forth by their names, entered into and formed a great part of it, just as suggestions of classical antiquity are one of the reasons for the pleasure which a book lover finds in reading an ode of Horace that is perhaps inferior to poems of our own day, which would leave the same book lover cold. Any of these women, by the side of a pretty commoner, was for him what are, hanging beside a contemporary canvas representing a procession or a wedding, those old pictures the history of which we know, from the Pope or King who ordered them, through the hands of people whose acquisition of them, by gift, purchase, conquest, or inheritance, recalls to us some event, or at least some alliance of historic interest, and consequently some knowledge that we ourselves have acquired, gives it a fresh utility, increases our sense of the richness of the possessions of our memory or of our erudition. Monsieur de Charlus might be thankful that a prejudice similar to his own, by preventing these several great ladies from mixing with women whose blood was less pure, presented them for his veneration unspoiled in their unaltered nobility, like an 18th century house front supported on its flat column of pink marbles, in which the passage of time has wrought no change. Monsieur de Charlus praised the true nobility of mind and heart which characterized these women, playing upon the word in a double sense by which he himself was taken in, and in which lay the falsehood of this bastard conception, of this medley of aristocracy, generosity, and art, but also its seductiveness, dangerous to people like my grandmother, to whom the less refined but more innocent prejudice of a nobleman who cared only about quarterings and took no thought for anything besides would have appeared too silly for words, whereas she was defenseless as soon as the thing presented itself under the externals of a mental superiority. So much so, indeed, that she regarded princes as enviable above all other men, because they were able to have a La Bruyère, a Fenelon, as their tutors. Outside the Grand Hotel, the 3 Guermantes left us. They were going to luncheon with the Princesse de Luxembourg, while my grandmother was saying goodbye to Madame de Villaparisis and Saint-Loup to my grandmother. Monsieur de Charlus, who, so far, had not uttered a word to me, drew back a little way from the group, and when he reached my side, said, "I shall be taking tea this evening after dinner in my Aunt Villaparisis's room. I hope that you will give me the pleasure of seeing you there, and your grandmother." With which he rejoined the Marquise. Although it was Sunday, there were no more carriages waiting outside the hotel now than at the beginning of the season. The solicitor's wife, in particular, had decided that it was not worth the expense of hiring one every time, simply because she was not going to the Cambremeres, and contented herself with staying in her room. "Is Madame Blondet not well?" her husband was asked. "We haven't seen her all day." "She has a slight headache. It's the heat. There's thunder coming. The least thing upsets her. But I expect you will see her this evening. I've told her she ought to come down. It can't do her any harm." I had supposed that in thus inviting us to take tea with his aunt, whom I never doubted that he would have warned that we were coming, Monsieur de Charlus wished to make amends for the impoliteness which he had shown me during our walk that morning. But when, on our entering Madame de Villaparisis' room, I attempted to greet her nephew, even although I walked right around him, while in shrill accents he was telling a somewhat spiteful story about one of his relatives, I did not succeed in catching his eye. I decided to say good evening to him, and fairly loud, to warn him of my presence, but I realized that he had observed it, for before ever a word had passed my lips, just as I began to bow to him, I saw his 2 fingers stretched out for me to shake, without his having turned to look at me, or paused in his story. He had evidently seen me, without letting it appear he had, and I noticed then that his eyes, which were never fixed on the person to whom he was speaking, strayed perpetually in all directions, like those of certain animals when they are frightened, or those of street hawkers, who, while they are bawling their patter and displaying their illicit merchandise, keep a sharp lookout, though without turning their heads, on the different points of the horizon, from any of which may appear suddenly the police. At the same time, I was a little surprised to find that Madame de Villeparissus, while glad to see us, did not seem to have been expecting us, and I was still more surprised to hear Monsieur de Charlus say to my grandmother, "Ah, that was a capital idea of yours to come and pay us a visit. Charming of them, is it not, my dear aunt?" No doubt he had noticed his aunt's surprise at our entry, and thought, as a man accustomed to set the tone, to strike the right note, that it would be enough to transform that surprise into joy, were he to show that he himself felt it, that it was indeed the feeling which our arrival there ought to have prompted. In which he calculated wisely, for Madame de Villeparissus, who had a high opinion of her nephew, and knew how difficult it was to please him, appeared suddenly to have found new attractions in my grandmother, and continued to make much of her. But I failed to understand how Monsieur de Charlus could, in the space of a few hours, have forgotten the invitation, so curt but apparently so intentional, so premeditated, which he had addressed to me that same morning, or why he called it a capital idea on my grandmother's part, an idea that had been entirely his own. With a scruple of accuracy which I retained until I had reached the age at which I realized that it is not by asking him questions that one learns the truth of what another man has had in his mind, and that the risk of a misunderstanding which will probably pass unobserved is less than that which may come from a purblind insistence. "But, sir," I reminded him, "you remember, surely, that it was you who asked me if we would come this evening?" Not a sound, not a movement betrayed that Monsieur de Charlus had so much as heard my question. Seeing which, I repeated it like a diplomat, or like young men after a misunderstanding, who endeavor with untiring and unrewarded zeal to obtain an explanation which their adversary is determined not to give them. Still Monsieur de Charlus answered me not a word. I seemed to see hovering upon his lips the smile of those who from a great height pass judgment on the characters and breeding of their inferiors. Since he refused to give any explanation, I tried to provide one for myself, but succeeded only in hesitating between several, none of which could be the right one. Perhaps he did not remember, or perhaps it was I who had failed to understand what he had said to me that morning. More probably, in his pride, he did not wish to appear to have sought to attract people whom he despised, and preferred to cast upon them the responsibility for their intrusion. But then, if he despised us, why had he been so anxious that we should come, or rather that my grandmother should come, for of the two of us it was to her alone that he spoke that evening, and never once to me. Talking with the utmost animation to her, as also to Madame de Villeparissus, hiding, so to speak, behind them, as though he were seated at the back of a theatre box, he contented himself, turning from them every now and then the exploring gaze of his penetrating eyes, with fastening it on my face, with the same gravity, the same air of preoccupation, as if my face had been a manuscript, difficult to decipher. No doubt, if he had not had those eyes, the face of Monsieur de Charlus would have been similar to the faces of many good-looking men. And when Saint-Loup, speaking to me of various other Guermantes, on a later occasion said, "Gad, they've not got that thoroughbred air of being gentlemen to their fingertips that Uncle Palamade has," confirming my suspicion that a thoroughbred air and aristocratic distinction were not anything mysterious and new, but consisted in elements which I had recognized without difficulty, and without receiving any particular impression from them, I was to feel that another of my illusions had been shattered. But that face, to which a faint layer of powder gave almost the appearance of a face on the stage, in vain might Monsieur de Charlus hermetically seal its expression. His eyes were like two crevices, two loopholes which alone he had failed to stop, and through which, according to where one stood or sat in relation to him, one felt suddenly flash across one the glow of some internal engine which seemed to offer no reassurance even to him who without being altogether master of it, must carry it inside him, at an unstable equilibrium, and always on the point of explosion. And the circumspect and unceasingly restless expression of those eyes, with all the signs of exhaustion, which, extending from them to a pair of dark rings quite low down upon his cheeks, were stamped on his face, however carefully he might compose and regulate it, made one think of some incognito, some disguise assumed by a powerful man in danger, or merely by a dangerous but tragic person. I should have liked to divine what was this secret which other men did not carry in their breasts, and which had already made Monsieur de Charlu's gaze so enigmatic to me when I had seen him that morning outside the casino. But with what I now knew of his family, I could no longer believe that they were the eyes of a thief, nor, after what I had heard of his conversation, could I say that they were those of a madman. If he was cold with me, while making himself agreeable to my grandmother, that arose perhaps not from a personal antipathy for, generally speaking, just as he was kindly disposed towards women, of whose faults he used to speak without, as a rule, any narrowing of the broadest tolerance. So he showed with regard to men, and especially young men, a hatred so violent as to suggest that of certain extreme misogynists for women. 2 or 3 carpet knights, relatives or intimate friends of Saint Loup, who happened to mention their names, Monsieur de Charlus, with an almost ferocious expression, in sharp contrast to his usual coldness, called little cads. I gathered that the particular fault which he found in the young men of the period was their extreme effeminacy. "They're absolute women," he said with scorn. But what life would not have appeared effeminate beside that which he expected a man to lead, and never found energetic or virile enough? He himself, when he walked across country after long hours on the road, would plunge his heated body into frozen streams. He would not even allow a man to wear a single ring. But this profession of virility did not prevent his having also the most delicate sensibilities. When Madame de Villeparisses asked him to describe to my grandmother some country house in which Madame de Sévigné had stayed, adding that she could not help feeling that there was something rather literary about that lady's distress at being parted from that tiresome Madame de Grigon, "On the contrary," he retorted, "I can think of nothing more true. Besides, it was a time in which feelings of that sort were thoroughly understood. The inhabitant of La Fontaine's Monomotapa, running to see his friend who had appeared to him in a dream, and had looked sad, the pigeon finding that the greatest of evils is the absence of the other pigeon, seemed to you, perhaps, my dear aunt, as exaggerated as Madame de Sévigné's impatience for the moment when she will be alone with her daughter. It is so fine what she says when she leaves her. This parting gives a pain to my soul which I feel like an ache in my body. In absence one is liberal with the hours. One anticipates a time for which one is longing." My grandmother was in ecstasies at hearing the letters thus spoken of, exactly as she would have spoken of them herself. She was astonished that a man could understand them so thoroughly. She found in Monsieur de Charlus a delicacy, a sensibility that were quite feminine. We said to each other afterwards, when we were by ourselves and began to discuss him together, that he must have come under the strong influence of a woman, his mother, or in later life his daughter, if he had any children. A mistress, perhaps, I thought to myself, remembering the influence that Saint Loup's seemed to have had over him, which enabled me to realize the point to which men can be refined by the women with whom they live. Once she was with her daughter, she had probably nothing to say to her, put in Madame de Villeparisses. Most certainly she had, if it was only what she calls things so slight that nobody else would notice them but you and me. And anyhow, she was with her, and La Bruyère tells us that that is everything. To be with the people one loves, to speak to them, not to speak to them, it is all the same. He is right, that is the only form of happiness, added Monsieur de Charlus in a mournful voice. And that happiness? Alas, life is so ill arranged that one very rarely tastes it. Madame de Sévigné was, after all, less to be pitied than most of us. She spent a great part of her life with the person whom she loved. You forget that it was not love in her case. The person was her daughter. But what matters in life is not whom or what one loves, he went on, in a judicial, peremptory, almost cutting tone. It is the fact of loving. What Madame de Sévigné felt for her daughter has a far better claim to rank with the passion that Racine described in Andromaque, or Phèdre, than the commonplace relations young Sévigné had with his mistresses. It's the same with a mystic's love for his God. The hard and fast lines with which we circumscribe love arise solely from our complete ignorance of life. You think all that of Andromaque and Phèdre, do you? Saint-Loup asked his uncle in a fairly contemptuous tone. There is much more truth in a single tragedy of Racine than in all the dramatic works of Monsieur Victor Hugo, replied Monsieur de Charlus. People really are overwhelming, Saint-Loup murmured in my ear. Preferring Racine to Victor? You may say what you like, it's epoch-making. He was genuinely distressed by his uncle's words, but the satisfaction of saying, you may say what you like, and, better still, epoch-making, consoled him. In these reflections upon the sadness of having to live apart from the person whom one loves, which were to lead my grandmother to say to me that Madame de Villeparis's nephew understood certain things quite as well as his aunt, but in a different way, and moreover had something about him that set him far above the average clubman, Monsieur de Charlus not only allowed a refinement of feeling to appear such as men rarely show. His voice itself, like certain contralto voices which have not been properly trained to the right pitch, so that when they sing it sounds like a duet between a young man and a woman, singing alternately, mounted, when he expressed these delicate sentiments, to its higher notes, took on an unexpected sweetness, and seemed to be embodying choirs of betrothed maidens, of sisters who poured out the treasures of their love. But the bevy of young girls, whom Monsieur de Charlus, in his horror of every kind of effeminacy, would have been so distressed to learn that he gave the impression of sheltering thus within his voice, did not confine themselves to the interpretation, the modulation of scraps of sentiment. Often, while Monsieur de Charlus was talking, one could hear their laughter, shrill, fresh laughter of schoolgirls or coquettes quizzing their partners with all the archness of clever tongues and pretty wits. He told us how a house that had belonged to his family, in which Marie Antoinette had slept, with a park laid out by Lenotre, was now in the hands of the Israels, the wealthy financiers who had bought it. Israel, at least, that is the name these people go by, which seems to me a racial term rather than a proper name. One cannot tell. Possibly people of that sort do not have names and are designated only by the collective title of the tribe to which they belong. It is of no importance. But fancy, after being a home of the Guermantes, to belong to the Israels. His voice rose. It reminds me of a room in the Chateau of Blois, where the caretaker who was showing me over said, "This is where Mary Stuart used to say her prayers. I use it to keep my brooms in." Naturally, I wish to know nothing more of this house that has let itself be dishonored, any more than of my cousin Clara de Chimay after she left her husband. But I keep a photograph of the house when it was still unspoiled, just as I keep one of the princess before her large eyes had learned to gaze on anyone but my cousin. A photograph acquires something of the dignity which it ordinarily lacks when it ceases to be a reproduction of reality and shows us things that no longer exist. "I could give you a copy, since you are interested in that style of architecture," he said to my grandmother. At that moment, noticing that the embroidered handkerchief which he had in his pocket was showing some colored threads, he thrust it sharply down out of sight with the scandalized air of a prudish but far from innocent lady concealing attractions which, by an excess of scrupulosity, she regards as indecent. "Would you believe," he went on, "that the first thing the creatures did was to destroy Lenotre's park, which is as bad as slashing a picture by Poussin? For that alone these Israels ought to be in prison. It is true," he added with a smile after a moment's silence, "that there are probably plenty of other reasons why they should be there. In any case, you can imagine the effect, with that architecture behind it, of an English garden." But the house is in the same style as the Petit Trianon, said Madame de Villeparisis, and Marie Antoinette had an English garden laid out there. Which, all the same, ruins Gabriel's front, replied Monsieur de Charlus. Obviously, it would be an act of vandalism now to destroy the hameau. But whatever may be the spirit of the age, I doubt all the same whether in that respect a whim of Madame Israel has the same importance as the memory of the Queen. Meanwhile, my grandmother had been making signs to me to go up to bed, in spite of the urgent appeals of Saint-Loup, who, to my utter confusion, had alluded in front of Monsieur de Charlus to the depression that used often to come upon me at night before I went to sleep, which his uncle must regard as betokening a sad want of virility. I lingered a few moments still, then went upstairs, and was greatly surprised when a little later, having heard a knock at my bedroom door, and asked who was there, I heard the voice of Monsieur de Charlus saying dryly, "It is Charlus. May I come in, sir?" "Sir," he began again in the same tone as soon as he had shut the door, "my nephew was saying just now that you were apt to be worried at night before going to sleep, and also that you were an admirer of Bergot's books. As I had one here in my luggage, which you probably do not know, I have brought it to help you to while away these moments in which you are not comfortable." I thanked Monsieur de Charlus with some warmth, and told him that on the contrary, I had been afraid that what Saint-Loup had said to him about my discomfort when night came would have made me appear in his eyes more stupid even than I was. "No, why?" he answered in a gentler voice. "You have not perhaps any personal merit, so few of us have. But for a time at least you have youth, and that is always a charm. Besides, sir, the greatest folly of all is to laugh at or to condemn in others what one does not happen oneself to feel. I love the night. You tell me that you are afraid of it. I love the scent of roses, and I have a friend whom it throws into a fever. Do you suppose that I think, for that reason, that he is inferior to me? I try to understand everything, and I take care to condemn nothing. After all, you must not be too sorry for yourself. I do not say that these moods of depression are not painful. I know that one can be made to suffer by things which the world would not understand. But at least you have placed your affection wisely in your grandmother. You see a great deal of her. And besides, that is a legitimate affection. I mean one that is repaid. There are so many of which one cannot say that." He began walking up and down the room, looking at one thing, taking up another. I had the impression that he had something to tell me and could not find the right words to express it. "I have another volume of Bergot here. I will fetch it for you," he went on, and rang the bell. Presently a page came. "Go and find me your head waiter. He is the only person here who is capable of obeying an order intelligently," said Monsieur de Charlus stiffly. "Monsieur Aimé, sir?" asked the page. "I cannot tell you his name." "Yes, I remember now. I did hear him called Aimé. Run along, I am in a hurry." "He won't be a minute, sir. I saw him downstairs just now," said the page, anxious to appear efficient. There was an interval of silence. The page returned. "Sir, Monsieur Aimé has gone to bed, but I can take your message." "No, you have only to get him out of bed." "But I can't do that, sir. He doesn't sleep here." "Then you can leave us alone." "But, sir," I said when the page had gone, "you are too kind. One volume of Bergot will be quite enough." "That is just what I was thinking." Monsieur de Charlus walked up and down the room. Several minutes passed in this way, then after a prolonged hesitation and several false starts, he swung sharply round, and his voice once more stinging, flung it at me, "Good night, sir," and left the room. After all the lofty sentiments which I had heard him express that evening, next day, which was the day of his departure, on the beach, before noon, when I was on my way down to bathe, and Monsieur de Charlus had come across to tell me that my grandmother was waiting for me to join her as soon as I left the water, I was greatly surprised to hear him say, pinching my neck as he spoke, with a familiarity and a laugh that were frankly vulgar, "But he doesn't give a damn for his old grandmother, does he, eh? Little rascal." "What, sir? I adore her." "Sir," he said, stepping back a pace and with a glacial air, "you are still young. You should profit by your youth to learn two things. First, to refrain from expressing sentiments that are too natural not to be taken for granted. And secondly, not to dash into speech to reply to things that are said to you before you have penetrated their meaning. If you had taken this precaution a moment ago, you would have saved yourself the appearance of speaking at cross purposes like a deaf man, thereby adding a second absurdity to that of having anchors embroidered on your bathing dress. I have lent you a book by Bergot which I require. See that it is brought to me within the next hour by that head waiter with the silly and inappropriate name, who I suppose is not in bed at this time of day. You make me see that I was premature in speaking to you last night of the charms of youth. I should have done you a better service had I pointed out to you its thoughtlessness, its inconsequence, and its want of comprehension. I hope, sir, that this little douche will be no less salutary to you than your bath. But don't let me keep you standing, you may catch cold. Good day, sir. No doubt he was sorry afterwards for this speech, for some time later I received, in a morocco binding on the front of which was inlaid a panel of tooled leather, representing in demi-relief a spray of forget-me-not, the book which he had lent me, and I had sent back to him, not by Aimé, who was apparently off duty, but by the lift boy. End of section 31.